DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spread it. Awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us. Where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fact. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fact. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes.
Good morning, stackers. Hope everybody is having a very high frequency start to their day. Our beloved Peace Love Music had a little bit of stuff going on in his home, so it is going to be a 300 and GP type of day. Yes, 2025 ending with a bang. Market's looking a little bit sideways right now. Not really much to comment on as far as the market, but let's get into the news for the day. Take a look at coin market cap and maybe take a look at the charts and do a little bit of a recap of all the things that have happened this year. Lots of bullish news for our ecosystem. So let's get straight to it. Getting into coin market cap and taking a look at the top gainers for the day. In the last 24 hours, let's filter by 24 hours. Chili's is up 1.74%. Looks like Meme Core was up there in the top 24-hour gainers as well. Story, ticker IP, is up 4.58%. All of these are up multiple percent. We've got Chili's up 17.98% on the day, Meme Core up 13.55%, and Story up 13.29%. We've got the sitting around 32, kind of in the let's take a look at Bitcoin here. All right, let's see, sorted by market cap and going to Bitcoin and taking a look at the chart. Bitcoin, its market cap is sitting around 1.77 trillion, up 0.89%. The volume is up 0.15% on the day, and any data to talk about, any news to talk. In this Meta Planet acquiring another 4,279 Bitcoin. Prenetics abandons Bitcoin strategy. People speculating that the halving cycle is dead as ETFs change the game. We'll go to Cointelegraph and see if there's any major news for the day. Bitcoin sitting around $88,759 at the time of this video. Let's go. Going back, the altcoin season index is sitting around 20 out of 100. Bitcoin heavy markets going into 2026. Headed over to Cointelegraph to see if we can't find some news. Let's go. All right. Apt falls as token underperforms wider crypto markets. Corbett fined 1.9 million for anti-money laundering customer verification breaches. That's crazy. Let's read into this a little bit. The South Korean regulator slapped Corbett with a compliance penalty as the crypto exchange conducts talks to be by Murray Assets. Corbit, a South Korean crypto exchange, was fined 1.9 million for anti-money laundering and customer verification breaches. The Financial Intelligence Unit said it found thousands of violations during an inspection in October 24. Murray Asset is in talks to acquire a majority stake in Corbit for up to $98 million. Corbit find a good amount of won here. The Financial Intelligence Unit said the exchange violated provisions of the Special Financial Transactions Act, including lapses in customer due diligence and transaction restrictions. In addition to the fine, it imposed an institutional warning and issued personal disciplinary measures against senior Corbit executives, it said Wednesday. So it looks like they did not adhere to some of the KYC, rules in Korea and are getting a hefty fine for it. Crazy stuff. Bitwise files for 11 strategy ETFs tracking tokens including Aave, Zcash, and Tau. Looking into this, Bitwise filed with the SEC to introduce 11 crypto strategy ETFs covering tokens including Aave, Uni, and Zcash. The ETFs will invest up to 60% in the underlying token, with the rest in exchange-traded products and derivatives. The filing coincides with Grayscale's move to convert its BitTensor Trust into an exchange-traded product as decentralized AI gains traction. The Tuesday N1A filing details an approach that includes investing up to 60% of a fund's assets directly in the underlying token, with the remainder allocated to exchange-traded products and potentially derivatives such as futures and swaps. Very cool. The SEC filing was made the same day Grayscale submitted a filing to convert its BitTensor Trust into an exchange-traded product. Barry Silbert, chairman of Grayscale, said in a post on X that the move reflects how quickly decentralized AI is evolving as one of the newest investable themes in the U.S. crypto markets. BitTensor operates as an open network that uses crypto economic incentives to coordinate machine learning development, rewarding contributors of models and computing power with Tau. The product has drawn growing attention as investors seek exposure to AI-related crypto assets beyond traditional smart contract platforms. Very cool. Looking like a Bitwise ETF. Another one coming. Let's see. Winklevoss-backed Cypherpunk buys 28 million of Zcash, now owns 1.7% of the supply. Ooh. Cypherpunk Technologies boosted its Zcash bet with a $28 million token purchase, lifting its holdings to 1.7% of Zcash's circulating supply. 6,418 Zcash, bringing the total holdings to 190,062 Zcash, worth about 151.9 million, or roughly 1.76 of the circulating supply. With the cost basis of $334 a token, Cypherpunk is among the few digital asset treasury firms sitting on unrealized gains after the recent market slide. Zcash has risen by more than 1,200%.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha
$1.31 on Tuesday. We're recently about 1.5% lower in pre-market trading. So the Winklevi getting involved in Zcash here. All right. Bitcoin market got calmer in 2025 thanks to yield-hungry institutional investors. This is a good read here. Actually been talking about bringing the Bitcoin back on chain. Go get you some real Bitcoin. HODL in your hot wallet, cold wallet, wherever you deem fit, and then bring it into the Stacks ecosystem to start earning based yield. BTC on BTC yield is based, but nonetheless, the BTC market has experienced a steady decline in implied volatility as institutions embrace derivatives to generate extra income. In 2025, the Bitcoin market experienced reduced volatility as institutions increasingly use derivatives to generate yield, 45% due to institutions selling covered calls. Preference for hedging strategies have led to a persistent premium on bearish put options over calls. The Bitcoin market grew much calmer in 2025 as institutions embraced derivatives tied to the leading cryptocurrency to generate extra cash from their idle holdings. The calmness is evident in the consistent decline in BTC's annualized 30-day implied volatility as measured by VOMX, BVIV, and Dearbit's DVOL indexes. These metrics indicate expectations for price volatility over the next 4 weeks. Both indices began the year around 70% and are ending the year near 45%, having hit a low of 35% in September. This steady downtrend stems from institutions selling call options and on top of their spot market holdings to harvest yield. All right, so getting less and less volatile as time goes on. Bitcoin, let's go. All right, Bitcoin and Ether dropped more than 22% in Q4 as December Santa rally fizzles. The market's focus is now on whether Bitcoin can maintain its support levels into the new year, as the failed rally may signal a need for a deeper market reset. Bitcoin and Ether ended December without the expected year-end rally, highlighting the fragility of crypto markets when liquidity is low and risk appetite declines. Repeated attempts by Bitcoin to reclaim key levels were unsuccessful, and the quarter ended with a negative performance, contrasting with the strong performance of the precious metals like gold. The market's focus is now whether Bitcoin can maintain its support levels into the new year. Are you feeling like we may get a Q1 pump for Bitcoin and the broader crypto market? We shall see. This article is kind of indicating that maybe, just maybe, we might need a little bit more of a reset. Very, very cool stuff. All right. I've got a couple guys in the house tonight. This morning, I want to bring on our guest and show host, and we'll get straight into it and kick out some high frequency vibes with our guys. It's getting more and more volatile, or less volatile as time goes on. That's what that article is saying. David Beckham backed Kinetrix ditches Bitcoin purchase. What else we got in here? Grayscale files for the first US BitTensor ETP as decentralized AI gains momentum. We read a little bit about that. Bitcoin rises above 89,000, showing rare gain in US trading. Let's see if there's anything else interesting. Let's bring on our guys. I'll take this off my screen and we'll bring on our guests. So today we have 300, the artist in the building. Good morning, 3. We got our beloved Peace Love Music, and we have Nosferatu all in the building. What's up, guys? How are we doing? Happy New Year's Eve. 1, 2, 3. Not all at once.
Not on that one's Brody. How we doing?
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
Guys, anybody there?
Broski.
Bro there.
Brody. Brodero.
Nosferatu. Good morning. Can y'all hear me?
How are you doing? I got you. Go ahead.
Just hanging in there, man. Getting ready for the last day of 2025, going into 2026. Getting myself aligned and bullish, getting activated and mobilized. This is the way. This is the way, man. Are we feeling bullish? I just wanted to take a look at the Stacks handle and kind of take a scroll through all of the posts and things that have been shipped this year. So I'll go ahead and do that. I'm going to bring up my screen again and go to the main Stacks handle. That is at Stacks. The big one of the last couple weeks is the USDC X Reserve going live on Stacks for Peace. Peace, you're with us. How are we doing, dude?
Peace be with you.
Peace be with us, man.
How you guys doing?
Doing good. Just kind of working through the news. Took a look at the price action, and everything is just sideways going into the last day of the year of 2025. Are we feeling bullish?
We're feeling bullish.
Bullish.
You know, sometimes when we're faced with certain death, it gives us an adrenaline rush.
We got to go to Duncan.
I don't know. I missed the opening, so I don't know if you clued the audience in as to the events of the Peace Love household this morning. But
A little bit. I didn't say too much.
I haven't even tied my hair up, partly because it smells like burnt plastic. I'm gonna have to. I don't want to keep it. I want to let it air out. My house is wrecked, like smell wise. It's not wrecked like I. So those that don't know, there was a small electrical fire in my bedroom this morning, shortly after I came downstairs. And fortunately, we caught it quickly. I stomped it out, but the room is just absolutely inundated with the smell of it. We had two power strips, one that like half is burned up. It went really quick, and we're fortunate it didn't get worse. So that's why, thank God, that we have an amazing crew, and the Chad's in here. Do your thing, man. What you got to do. Not a problem. And I think Hunter's got to do a restart. But thank you guys for getting the show going, getting it running. Apologies on not having the stream going at the normal regular time and getting everything up and running. But GP coming in clutch again, getting it going, getting it running, and really appreciate you guys. So what are we looking at here? The USDC.
So I was looking at the Stacks, the main Stacks handle here at Stacks. USDC X is now live on Stacks. A USDC-backed stablecoin is now available via Circle X Reserve, enabling full interoperability between Circle's multi-chain ecosystem and Bitcoin's leading L2. Bitcoin just got a steep tier 1 stablecoin. This marks the start of a broader market shift. Bitcoin liquidity meets programmable dollars. And because Stacks uses proof of transfer, all USDC X payment and DeFi activity on Stacks inherit Bitcoin's 100% settlement finality. Day 1, wallet support is now for DeFi HQ on leading Bitcoin DeFi apps such as Zest Protocol, Granite, and Bitflow in early Q1. Pay, lend, borrow, and trade with USDC X. Here's a preview of what's to come. Lend with Zest Protocol will integrate USDC X into their multi-asset pools and protocol-level LP rewards, enabling a USDC-backed stablecoin for lending markets. Borrow, so Granite will offer USDC X loans backed by Bitcoin collateral with no rehypothecation and safer liquidation mechanisms. Trade, so Bitflow users can soon trade, swap, and provide liquidity using USDCX, fueling more efficient and accessible Bitcoin DeFi. TLDR, here's what you need to know. USDCX on Stacks is available. X is fully interoperable with USDC. USDCX utilizes X Reserve attestation. USDCX on Stacks required no third-party bridging. So really cool. If you're ready to get started, you can go check out the bridge at bridge.stacks.co and get your USDC straight into the ecosystem. This was one of the bigger ones, right? It was on our roadmap, talking about a tier 1 stable for the longest time. And now we have Circle making its debut into Bitcoin DeFi. This is pretty bullish. I feel like it's good news for our ecosystem. Make it a little bit easier to get their USDC into Bitcoin DeFi and start earning. 3. Wagwan, how are we doing, dude? I see you. Oh, he's snacking. What up?
What's he eating?
What's the snack of the day? 3. I don't think he can hear me.
I don't know. Something's off. Yeah, I don't think he can hear you. I'm showing him as being muted too, not muted on.
Hear me, guys? I'm lagging, bro.
There he is. There he is.
Oh, good. Oh, good. You can hear my voice is improving. Yeah.
Yeah, you sound better today, man.
Meds, so I'm flying as a kite right now. But yeah, good to also to see Peace here, alive and well.
Yeah, insane. What Peace had to go through this. Even there's a whole riff on Dunkin' coffee this morning. It's not strong enough. Dunkin'.
It's a cucumber.
Oh, one of my favorite vegetables, actually. I love cucumbers.
It's a cucumber.
Get in there and give them the business with the cukes. Let's go.
What are you doing? What are you doing with that cucumber?
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, dude. Cucumbers for the win. You can even put them on your eyes.
I can hear you, but there's a lag.
It's good. It's all good. 3. No worries, man. I've been experiencing some network difficulties myself. The last couple of days, my computer has just been just stomping around, pouting. I feel like it's not been too pleased with me.
The internet's tired, man.
When you said that the other day, I was laughing my butt off. He said all these kids are home, multiple devices. You got the phone here, you got the tablet there,
the game system,
eating up all the internet. So no internet for GP today.
Oh, Nas back in the house.
Nas, Wagwan.
What's up, Nas? Man, my throat is on fire this morning.
Well, yeah,
I'm blowing black stuff out of my nose. It's not good. My wife had to call out, because there's no way I'm having her work in that room all day.
Yeah, it's dude, blowing out black smoke is crazy. Having to stomp out the fire because the pin on the
IBO Noah.
Gotti. Yeah, but Gotti.
It's jam-packed in there.
There's coming, and you guys need to pay Hannah to get on the boat.
Yes, you need to get on a boat.
I never realized that's what the Rue yacht was going to be for.
Yeah, it's going to take people from a flood. There's going to be a flood in January, so you need to pay me stacks so that you won't miss the ship, the boat. So you need to send the money to DeOrganized.btc. Yo, I'm joking.
No.
What up?
Evo for the win. Let's go, dude.
Yeah, Brody. Yo, so I think it was my browser that was acting up. So I'm chowing a cucumber and a little chili so that I can fix
nice.
the throat.
Chili is actually what do you put in your chili?
Ooh.
Chili peppers?
This one, it's called chili peri peri, chicky chili peri peri.
Ooh.
This one is nice, bro.
You like it spicy?
Yeah, I kind of like it spicy, but not too hot. This one, it's mild
You know what's
chili.
the best with chili? Make a big dish of cornbread, right? Mix cornbread with the chili, dude.
Hell yeah.
So
You know what else is really good too? Although not necessarily when you're working on like fixing a.
I'm telling my chef right now. You said cornbread and chili, right?
You mix some mac and cheese. You make some mac and cheese. You mix that in the chili.
Cheese.
Homemade mac and cheese,
And
like real mac and cheese.
yeah.
Not craft stuff. My wife makes amazing mac and cheese. You put that in the chili, mac and cheese, chili.
Chili mac for the win, dude. Chili mac for the win.
Yeah,
I do like chili mac. It's so good.
That's really good. And, but you know what, Hannah, too, now that I'm thinking about it, not chili related, but you know, like when we have Chinese restaurants here and they give you that spicy mustard, and it's just mustard powder and water. You just mix a little mustard powder and water and you put it in a little cup and you let it sit for a little while overnight and it gets spicy. And that's really good for when you have a sore throat, stuffy nose and stuff too. So you might want to try that.
Yeah, definitely. You can hear now my voice has changed up a bit, and I've taken up some antibiotics. So it's getting better. The talkative Diana is coming back. So wifey was saved for a few days because the talkative Diana was on mute.
Poor dude. I'm glad that you're feeling a little bit better. Also good for a sore throat, like a hot tea with like honey in it that coats the throat, and it helps. It helps with a sore throat for sure. But chili is the winning word of the day. I feel like we're all. It's making me hungry thinking about it. I like to take the chili and then put it on top of white rice, right, and then have some saltine crackers on the side. Ooh.
Nice.
Sounds
So
good.
GP, you're a foodie, right? GP's a foodie.
He's a chef. Did you know that? Hannah?
Yeah.
GP's a chef.
Is he a chef?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
GP. Which other skills don't you possess, bro? It seems like you possess everything. You're a chef. You are the master of the gigaverse. You cook, Brody.
Yes, sir. A glorified one at that, but it was on my W-2. So legit, I was paid as a chef to cook. They had all sorts of really cool like these stoves and like sous vide machines and all of these fancy ways to prepare food. It's really, really good, cool experience getting to chef it up for a little bit. But yes, dude, one of my favorite things that I've ever like cooked is these pork belly tacos. So they have these pork belly tacos, man. You fry it up real hard and like chop it up. You put some pickled onions in there. They have this like cream cheese, or not cream cheese, but like pimento cheese spread on the taco itself. You put down the pork belly, and then you have this coleslaw mix that goes on top of that.
Ooh.
So
Yeah,
good.
this side we call it kosolo. Kosolo. Kosoro. Rice ne kosoro. Say rice ne kosoro. Which is rice and coleslaw.
Which is
rice
and
and coleslaw.
rice with coleslaw.
Yeah, exactly. That's a banger, that one. Rice ne kosolo.
Guys, I actually have to jump out. I have some stuff I got to get to here. Mrs. Peace Love is waiting on me. I thank you guys so much for handling the biz. Much love. Happy New Year. I will be back in a little bit. Do what you got to do. When you're ready, leave the stream going, and I'll when I get back to it, I'll put on some content. If you can't facilitate that, which I appreciated. I'm not expecting you to do it. So much love. I love you guys so much. You guys are
much love.
My guys, my generals, our generals.
Much love, peace. We promise that we won't take money from people for ARC. So yeah, we won't do that. So don't worry about that.
You guys can take all the money. You deserve all the money. So that's fine. Just don't rug nobody. That's all.
No rugs.
The gig of
Make
the
sure you
ARC.
provide in value for the money you receive. That's all. That's my only requirement.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys. Love you so much, and I'm super, super bullish on you two, especially on what we're doing here. Shout out Nas, who I see in the wings as well, and the group we have here. I can't write this script how things go sometimes, but I'm very, very bullish about our ecosystem, about what DeOrganized is here for, what's going on in Stacks, all the amazing projects that are just about to explode, and I'm happy to be here with you guys. So much love. I'm sure I'll DM with you guys later, and we'll chat soon, and on to an awesome new year. And thank you to our audience too.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Peace. Have a good one.
You too, guys. I'll be back in a little bit.
Awesome.
So Tycho here talking a little bit about Zest and the new V2 for Stacks markets here. Wanted to listen in for a second and see what he had to say.
Sure.
So here we go from Tycho.
It's just that there's a couple of things that have been changed, which make the system much more efficient. And those three things are basically one, risk groups, two, smoother liquidations, and three, the option to turn off rehypothecation. But maybe to kind of quickly go through them one by one, right? So for risk groups, you've maybe noticed that on Zest protocol today, if you can't borrow STX, for example, at the moment because it's at cap. And there are some other things in the protocol that are currently capped, right? Like the amount of debt. Because you borrow STX, stake it. I mean, that's a great yield strategy. But if STX would suddenly go up a lot, then you can get liquidated there, right? Because the asset that you borrowed is, STX, and it's quite volatile. So what that means is that you're always kind of limited in the system on whatever the most volatile asset is, right? You have to kind of always look at the worst case scenario and look, okay, what's the biggest link here? Oh yeah, borrowing STX against SBTC. Okay, that's why we have to cap all of the STX borrowing, right? Whereas the only problem really is borrowing STX against SBTC, because if people borrow STX against staked STX and STX goes up, then the collateral also goes up, so it's not a problem. But borrowing STX against SBTC is a problem. So, but that's why we have to cap all risk groups. What it allows, us to do is to basically say, okay, if you borrow STX against SBTC, yeah, then you can only borrow it at 20% LTV or 30%. But if you borrow STX against staked STX, then you can do it at 80, right? And we can do the same things for stablecoins, right? We can kind of split out, okay, USDCX. This is very liquid because it's this much, but USDH is a bit less so we can only allow this much. All right, more. And but yeah, what that means for users is just less blocking on borrowing, right? Because today you might come to the app and you see, wow, I can borrow STX for only 2% or something, or 1.5. But then, when you go there, you actually can't take it out yet. So yeah, that's risk groups. So basically, we'll just allow for more borrowing. Then two, there's also smoother liquidations. So today, if your position hits the liquidation level, you just get liquidated for half the position. And in the new system, there's essentially kind of there's not one liquidation threshold, but there are two. So there is kind of like a moment where the liquidation starts, and then there's a moment where the full position is liquidated. So if you hit the first liquidation threshold, then the liquidator can come in and just basically, liquidate a small part of the position to kind of bring it back to health, not 50%, but a smaller amount. And if the LTV hits the second liquidation threshold, so if prices really move violently, then only then a large part of the position is liquidated. So essentially what it does is it makes the liquidation system a bit less brutal, while obviously still building on the 1,000 or so liquidations that Zest Protocol processed over the last year. So still keeping it safe, making sure that liquidations are not like as impactful for user balances as they were before. And then the final thing is also that a user can select to not rehypothecate their assets. So if for some reason the user wants to borrow against their staked stacks but doesn't want the protocol to lend them out, right? Which also means that they won't earn extra yield on it. Then they can choose to basically not do that with that little checkbox. So if you want no rehypothecation, you can choose that. And that's those are the main new things about V2. So Zest V2 is basically 1, risk groups for more efficient borrowing, 2, smoother liquidations, to make it less likely that full positions get liquidated, and 3, the option to choose no rehypothecation on collateral. It's just that there's a couple.
Pretty big. This is going to be a big update to Zest with Stack Market V2. Being able to, go into borrowing and lending. It is one of the, reasons why Pantera Capital, forecasted that 1% of all BTC would move back on chain. Borrowing and lending was one of those big use cases and reasons why, Pantera made that forecast, right? So having these be able to go in and then borrow against your Bitcoin asset need to handle, may it be doubling down on a position, buying the dip and DCAing, or maybe you have something IRL that you have to take care of. You're able to go and provide your Bitcoin via SBTC on Zest and then borrow against it. So borrowing and lending getting a new face for 2026. Very excited for Zest Markets V2, especially with the partial liquidations. It never feels good whenever you're over leveraged or borrowing against your collateral and then get liquidated. So being able to have those partial liquidations instead of having the whole position liquidated is really good, as well as like these risk categories. We'll have a better way to look at the markets, and very cool. I'm waiting for the V2 to see what's up from down with it, and it's not the only protocol shipping updates, but it is one of the bigger updates for Bitcoin DeFi here in the Stacks ecosystem.
What I like about this is when Zest wins, the whole Stacks community wins, because that's the platform where people provide liquidity. That's a platform where people can borrow, lend, and stack. So with V2 coming around the corner, I know it's going to be such an amazing 2026. So I'm extremely bullish about that.
Yeah, you don't have to sell your assets to gain access to liquidity, right? Like that's the beautiful thing about Zest is you're able to just go and supply your STSDX or STSDX BTC from Stacking DAO, which are liquid stacking tokens, right on Zest. Earn more of a yield as well on those. You're already earning up to 10% APY on your stacked stacks. You take that and you provide it on Zest. You can collateralize it, get access to liquidity, so that you can go mint that NFT that you're speculating on, or buy that new meme coin. it's cool. It's a cool little process, as well as like gives you opportunities. Like, say you want to provide your STSTX as collateral on Zest. You know, you're earning that based yield from stacking DAO, as well as a little bit of yield from Zest, and then you can go borrow stables for, you know, less APR than your APY, and it gives you a yield arbitrage opportunity. You're able to get that stable coin, which you're likely paying. Here, we'll go take a look, just for an example, and
Yeah.
give everybody a visual cue. Um, you go provide your STSDX here for 8.79% today, right? And then you can borrow a stable coin for 3.42%. So then you can go swap that stable. AE USDC is a bridged version of USDC in our Stacks ecosystem. You can borrow that for 3.42%, and then you can go to Bitflow and swap back into Stacks, and then loop that process and earn more yield because you're borrowing.
Repeat that.
Yeah, dude, your borrowing is
Spam that.
do it.
Spam that earning.
Yes, sir. So you can leverage up your positions, DCA with this strategy. And you know, this is one of the main plays in our ecosystem that a lot of people are doing. So very, very cool stuff. I can't wait for Stacks Market V2 to launch. It'll also change the game a little bit with how your LTV looks, your loan to value ratio, and also, you know, give people more opportunities. So many ways to earn in our ecosystem, and Zest, there is no second Zest.
They're real though, and they have been they have been pushing, and also they've proved that they are the number one platform. By the way, now people are using this platform, and you can see even the TVL on this platform shows that this is the way.
Yeah, dude. Over 670 SBTC have flowed into Zest, so it's a good amount of the SBTC supply sitting there on Zest, earning that 5% APY, which is very base, right? You can go and, you know, get set up and then start earning real Bitcoin paid to your wallet, you know, and grow your sats, you know, and stack your sats. So very cool stuff. Another thing I saw on the timeline was this post from the Stacks endowment handle, right? So let me read into this. You can follow along at Stacks endowment. But excited for 2026 and what we'll accomplish together. As a recap, here is what was approved for 2026 budget for the Stacks ecosystem. So 27 million as the ecosystem's annual budget, with a separate working capital allocation of 25 million STX for DeFi deployment, broken out by these categories reflected in SIP 31. So SIP 31 was a major catalyst event in our ecosystem that.
Oh yeah, and also the award-winning
happened this year. We hire a CMO, get a CIO. All of that's needed in our ecosystem. So this endowment was the way through it. We've got 19.1% going to operations and staff. Got 35.2% going to engineering and security. Going to 22.2% for network growth, marketing, and BD. And working capital 23.4%. If macro conditions change, a larger share of the additional capital can be deployed in areas such as network growth to bootstrap further growth. We want to emphasize the creation of a new rebooted Stacks grant program set to launch in January 2026. At a high level, the grants program will have 3 funding tracks: necessary, getting started, and community selected. So the community has played a major role in this process. You know, we got the Treasury Committee put together, and just before that, we had the Appointments Committee, where a lot of us were in there kind of shaping out who would be on the Treasury Committee. We do have a lot of community seats on the Treasury Committee. In parallel, the ecosystem is launching new initiatives to strengthen top of funnel activations. These include high impact user growth campaigns tied to major product launches, expanded starter grants to attract new builders, and increased investment in upcoming Stacks accelerator cohorts. So, had a lot of new, um, we got a partnership with Talent Protocol, for dev hackathons. We've got a lot of different incentivization rails for builders to come build on Bitcoin via Stacks. So very cool stuff coming 2026 Q1. Looking ahead to 2026, you should expect regular office hours hosted here on X. So we've seen a little bit of that. Alex Miller has been spearheading that. The Stacks Forum as our primary space for the community to convene, propose ideas, and help shape new initiatives. Accountability and transparency on how funds are spent via reporting. Amid a challenging macro environment, the mission remains unchanged to make Bitcoin productive and ensure the Stacks ecosystem grows with the transparency, sustainability, and shared purpose. So there's a full recap here in the blog. You can go to stacks.co and then navigate your way to the blog, stacksendowment.co/blog/stacks. Treasury Committee, December 2025, community update. Really cool stuff. I can't wait to see who our CMO ends up being, right? We got a chief marketing officer getting set up. It's exciting times for our ecosystem, dude.
Yeah, it's an exciting times, and definitely I'm not. Yeah, I cannot wait to see who's the CMO, and everybody is asking when new CMO and the CIO. Yeah, with how things are moving, we expect that this one is going to break down soon, and hopefully they got it on lock. And also, I think, I made a tweet. I think you saw it. I think if the founder Munib himself also manages to come on this show, speak to the DeOrganized, and also be able to share what he's been working on and the news, or even the CMO, even to come on this show. It's one of the most watched shows in the ecosystem right now. No cap.
Yeah, I think that getting Munib Mondays, or getting to talk to the CMO would be really good. Once we have that set up, it's going to be good, right? I feel like getting Munib's response, or like ideas on different SIPs that are being proposed would be a pretty cool segment, right? We have the weekly SIP call on Fridays at the tail end of the Let's Go morning show. So it'd be really good to kind of get his takeaways and what he's been working on. Maybe we get it. Maybe 2026 is the year we get a Munib segment. It doesn't have to be a super long one, right? We just want to be able to shoot the breeze with them a little bit, talk about what's going on in his mind, and getting to the business. So yeah, I agree. I think that would be very cool to see. And we've got a lot of things that people are shipping. There's Boom Wallet is getting activated. We've got big market for prediction markets on Bitcoin. We got Zest V2 launching. We got Stacking DAO hitting new all-time highs as far as TVL and the native stacking pool. We've got a lot of different talking points that we could talk about with Munib, and just I think it'd be cool to get his opinion on it.
Yeah, and it'll also give hope to the people who are watching, or even community members who have lost hope about Stacks. So if they see the CMO or even the founder himself being active in the trenches with us, definitely we're gonna have like more people come through, or even onboard new people.
Yeah, and that's a good point too, right? Like, there's a lot of people that are holding Stacks right now that are a little less active than they used to be. We had a lot of activity on the timeline whenever Stacks was ran from just about where we're at to $3.84 our ecosystem was booming. People were talking about meme coins, talking about different product launches, different projects that are building. So it's been really cool to it was really cool to experience that, especially some of the banter, right? Like it got a little degen here in our ecosystem with the moist versus fresh debate. It was really fun to play along and listen to those spaces. Landy was hosting regular spaces for moist, and that was a lot of fun, just going in there and shooting a breeze and chopping it up. So more of that degen energy and activity is a good sign of a hustle, like a very bustling ecosystem. So
Yeah,
gotta embrace that culture.
definitely, Brody. And that's the meme side of things. And it helped the community to push others. And that's where a lot of projects started, bro. They all started with in a funny way, in a banter way. But those projects now they're still there, and we still have people who came through that time who are doing such an amazing job for the stacks ecosystem.
Oh, dude, my computer is just like, yo, you don't take a break, man. You don't take a break. It's sitting here like
Don't shoot. Friendly.
friendly. Yo, so we've been playing Arc Raiders in the Cryptonauts Discord. Yesterday, Crypto Dude and I.
Oh
were
yeah, Brody.
actually kicking it in the stacking down. There was a lot of different teams that we ran into. None of them were friendly. Zero friendly teams.
Yeah, I think the reason why none of them are friendly because now there's behavior matchmaking. So I've been playing with Crypto Dude and Cryptid this morning, morning this side. Yeah, those guys, if when they jump through, they are not going to be friendly. They kill on sight. So now
Yes.
when you jump on with them, you are going to be mesh made with the guys who are not even friendly at all. So their lobby is very violent, bro. Me, my lobby is quite peaceful. I meet good ones. Sometimes they're bad ones, but my lobby is very, very friendly, bro. Very friendly. So I think my Brody GP is having some technical difficulties. So we've been playing this game called Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is an award-winning game right now. It's on Steam, it's on PlayStation, it's on Xbox. So it's a AAA extraction shooter game. So yeah, that's what we have been playing all these weeks. So yeah, it's crazy. My bro GP can testify that,
Yeah,
and also addictive.
that network has been doing the people's elbow right on stream today.
The
Yes,
people's elbow.
yeah. Can you smell what the Rock is cooking?
That's
Anyways,
cooking.
but yeah, that game is crazy. It's like a social experience, right? They have proximity chat, so you're able to call out to other teams so they can hear you and be like friendly, and then of course, none of them are friendly. They're gonna shoot you right in the back as you're trying to extract and get out with the loot. So it's been a really cool experience, and it has helped us kind of conceptualize, and it's helped shape Cryptonauts. Cryptonauts is a game that is being built on stacks via Unreal Engine, and we've been cooking with hot grease. We have the plan to do some cooking on Cryptonauts in the Cryptonauts Discord later today. But it's a real cutting edge, right? There's nothing like it right now. These games that are built in Unreal Engine and then connected to stacks, CryptoDude has kind of been paving the way and documenting the process for creating a game in Unreal Engine, and then using stacks authentication flow to connect your wallet to the game. So I'm really interested in seeing what comes to fruition after Cryptonauts
Yeah. Me also, I cannot wait for
launches.
Cryptonauts to drop.
Seeing, of course, the network drops while I'm talking about Cryptonauts. But yes, like there's a lot of innovative processes that go into creating this game, and it's all being documented, right? So kind of excited to see what developers do with it whenever Cryptonauts launches.
Yeah, guys, if you're watching me right now, every time I wake up this morning, it will be CAT. So these guys, they are, I think, 7 hours behind us. So I go to sleep. These guys waking on Cryptonauts, and then I wake up in the morning. The guys are still waking on Cryptonauts. So when I say sleeping, literally no sleep at all. So the game is gonna be wild. Trust me.
Yeah, dude. Crypto Dude actually won this year's Stacky for the dev that does not sleep, and that is very accurate. This guy is always grinding, always building, right? And he's building multiple apps here in the ecosystem. He's got BoostX, which connects stacks to X and allows you to do payments directly on X if a user has a BNS as their name. So as you see here on the Cryptonauts handle, they've got cryptonauts.stx. That is registered at BNS.1, and that is an actual name for a wallet there. And if you wanted to, you could go and say find a post, go over here, and I've got to get BoostX updated on my browser. But you'd be able to find the little rocket icon and do a payment to Cryptonauts. Say you like their post and you wanted to give them a little tip, or if you're doing a payment for something, somebody made a post for you. You can do hidden gem at this moment, but that's only for so long. And if you are hearing this, you are so early that it hurts. Let's go.
And the future's so bright that you need shades.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I also saw this integration 3. So 4DeFi has been one of those ones in our ecosystem. It is institutional grade wallet and custody solution. Dual stacking for are on 4DeFi. Most institutional BTC sits idle on balance sheets. Team want yield without giving up self-custody or rewriting governance. Excuse me. We partnered with Stacks to bring dual stacking into 4DeFi HQ, so you can earn BTC denominated rewards from the same MPC wallet you already use. Very cool stuff. What is dual stacking? You can mint SBTC, a BTC-backed asset on Stacks. Enroll your SBTC into the dual stacking program. Boost rewards by stacking STX and using SBTC in Stacks DeFi rewards are paid in SBTC and can be redeemed 1-for-1 for BTC. Where 4DeFi fits. Dual stacking becomes another strategy inside your existing setup. MPC custody and recovery model you already trust. Policy rules for which vaults can mint, enroll, and use SBTC in DeFi. Multi-user approvals for every bridge and staking transaction. No extra wallet stack. No new Chrome profile. All right. Simple goal. Let BTC treasuries test on-chain yield in a controlled way with BTC-denominated rewards and full on-chain visibility. We break down the full flow and example workflows in our new blog. Read more here. This is a big one.
Big one, bro.
Institutions have massive amounts of BTC on their balance sheets, and we're working to bring all the BTC back on chain. You can put that BTC to work already within the dual stacking program, earning 5% APY, which is pretty based. It's up there with some of the best yield that you can get with your BTC.
Yeah, bro. Dual stacking is the thing now, and you see all these big institutions like for DeFi speaking about it, which shows that this is the alpha. This is so best, and I cannot wait to see how Stacks is going to react to all these DeFi protocols and a lot of cooking in the ecosystem. Hopefully, it's going to react in a good way when it comes to the price action.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's only getting like the fundamentals only get better and better with stacks. You know, we've got fast transactions, we've got cheap transactions, and very very based ways that you can earn yield on your stack, right? So, um, right now, stacks is probably at the cheapest you're going to be able to buy it, and it's a good way to boost your yields on your BTC. So dual stacking is super based. It allows Bitcoiners to earn BTC on BTC yield, while
Mm.
also incentivizing users for holding stacks, right? So very very based. I also saw this on the timeline too. I figured we could cover this too. Three. Um,
Yeah,
so stacks shipped in 2025, not via
2025.
roadmaps or pilot programs, but through real integrations with custodians, liquidity venues, security platforms, and data providers that institutions rely on. 7 reasons that institutions chose stacks. So, getting into this here, it pulls up this blog post, and you should definitely be going to stacks.co to stay in the know. Why Stacks is now institutional grade Bitcoin infrastructure. For years, institutions respected Bitcoin but did not use it. Not because they lacked interest, but because the infrastructure wasn't there. Bitcoin was treated as a static collateral, secure, scarce, and idle. Deploying Bitcoin capital meant trade offs institutions weren't willing to make. This started changing in 2025. Stacks crossed from a promising Bitcoin L2 into production ready institutional Bitcoin infrastructure, not through roadmaps or pilot programs, but through live integrations with custody providers, liquidity venues, security platforms, and data providers that institutions already rely on, now operating directly on Bitcoin. This article covers the institutional Bitcoin infrastructure that now exists on Stacks. So, we got tier 1 stablecoins on Stacks with Circle. So Circle's X Reserve launched with Stacks as a partner, bringing
Yeah.
native USDC to Bitcoin. This was one of the bigger ones on the roadmap that people were looking for, right?
Yeah, the USDCX, right?
Yep, USDC X. It is X Reserve. It is Circle's debut into Bitcoin DeFi, right? Um, let's read a little bit about this. So
Yeah.
this is the wrapped asset. USDC X is fully backed 1-to-1 by Circle Reserves and is issued through a compliant framework institutions already use. For the first time, institutions can move between BTC and dollars on Bitcoin rails without compromising on compliance. That unlocks real treasury management, liquidity provision, and BTC native DeFi strategies. So this is pretty big. A lot of the way that the core developers move relies on kind of the regulatory framework that we have provided at the moment. You know, if you look back at Stacks, even from its IPO, um, it it followed and adhered to all of these rules that are there, right? It is the first crypto token to do an SEC regulated launch, and it has an A+ rating with the SEC. So seeing that we're kind of catering towards these big institutional grade companies and building the framework for them to then get involved is pretty bullish, man. You think about all the ETFs and ETPs from this year. A lot of Bitcoin accumulation has taken place with all of them. So all of that Bitcoin can come back on chain. It is one of those things. I think that we need an on-chain way to
Yeah.
accumulate and earn with our BTC stack.
Yeah, and also something with the maxis is they just thought Bitcoin was just to buy and hold, but now on Stacks, Bitcoin is now usable, which is you can just hold it and then earn, which is dual stacking, and also even lend it, borrow it, Zest protocol. So now there's a use case for Bitcoin on Stacks. So yeah, Stacks is just and Olympus ready to be discovered, and people are going to discover that. And now, when they are going to discover that, they're gonna wish that they've discovered it early.
Right. And right now, everybody that is accumulating and like contributing to the ecosystem, trailblazers in their own right. I feel like this is the beginning for Bitcoin DeFi, right? Beforehand, you know, if you wanted to earn with your BTC, you would have to leave the ecosystem to go put your stack to work. You know, with your put your Bitcoin to work, you would have to go into ETH and then participate in DeFi that way. Now everything is coming home to the mother chain, right? You can go from holding your BTC to earning with your BTC and putting it to work, growing your bags and stacking your sats without even leaving the Bitcoin ecosystem. So it's really cool, the direction. I see it. I see the narrative behind it as well. Really, really excited to see what new partnerships and institutional grade companies come to put their Bitcoin to work via stacks. So the next thing here is
and also, what happened to that Solana partnership?
The Solana, so SBTC is going live in multiple ecosystems. SBTC is multi-chain via the wormhole integration, right? So people will be able to use SBTC in the Solana ecosystem. I think there are a couple other ecosystems as well, like Sui. You're going to be able to use SBTC in that ecosystem as well. And the more places that SBTC is, the better for stacks, right? People are able to take profits in whatever ecosystem they're in, and then realize that into SBTC, which is then usable in our ecosystem, in our network. So very interesting. It's really cool stuff. Reading into this next portion here, exchange grade liquidity from Bitfinex. Institutions need to trade at size. Bitfinex now provides direct liquidity rails into stacks, enabling large trades, tighter spreads, and market-making infrastructure. This removes one of the biggest blockers to institutional adoption, confidence that positions can be entered and exited without blowing up the market. Thanks to Bitfinex's integration of stacks, SDX is now available on every top 15 global exchange. This level of exchange support is a prerequisite for institutions to deploy capital with confidence, ensuring liquidity, price discovery, and operational reliability as Bitcoin becomes productive. Adding SDX is part of our goal to actively participate in what we believe is a paradigm shift for Bitcoin. As Bitcoin layers progress towards maturity, we're giving our users early access to this crucial moment. So that is Anush Basin, head of listings at Bitfinex. A lot of conviction in that statement, right? I feel like there are people that are speculating that Stacks is, the premier solution for scaling and bringing programmability to Bitcoin. So it's a no-brainer. Bitcoin Stacks has been building, Bitcoin layer 2 solutions for some time now. It's been years, right? Whereas we've seen that narrative kind of play out in the DeFi space, right? A lot of different L2s got spun up this year. Not a lot of them succeeded. Where Stacks has been battle tested and it's been around for multiple cycles and still here building. Developers are still finding new ways to bring innovation to Bitcoin via Stacks and the Clarity smart contract language. So it's pretty cool to see big names that are OGs from the broader crypto space like Bitfinex getting involved, providing liquidity and allowing users to, hit the buy button on Stacks. So the next thing here on the list is ongoing security with Immunify. So institutions do not assume protocol security. They verify it continuously through Immunify's Magnus platform. The Stacks ecosystem runs ongoing structured security programs with professional researchers, included live bug bounties and coordinated disclosures. This aligns with how institutions assess risk before deploying capital through continuous adversarial testing rather than one-time audits. We got institutional custody with BitGo. So Bitcoin now supports BTC and SBTC on stacks, bringing institutional grade custody, multi-sig security, and institutional compliant workflows to Bitcoin DeFi stack. As early stack signer and supporter of SBTC, BitGo enables institutions to use Bitcoin productively through stacks secured by Bitcoin itself. They can participate using qualified custody and compliance workflows consistent with existing BTC operations. So this was another OG getting involved with stacks. BitGo supporting SBTC and bringing institutional grade custody and multi-sig security. And compliance, right? So there's a lot of bullet points surrounding compliance that are allowing these big companies to get involved.
You know what, bro? That should tell us something when all these big institutions they're putting their eyes on stacks. I think it's a sign. Don't you think so?
I agree. It's like if you want to be early to something, you want to kind of front run these big institutional grade companies, right? And I feel like a lot of our community has done that. A lot of our developers are building for the future, and it's got me bullish seeing all like just this recap, right? You've got big names like Bitfinex, got BitGo getting involved. Immunify is also a well-known one in this space. USDC Circle. Just within this post, we have 3 or 4 big announcements, right? Big integrations as well. Even Wallet Connect. Wallet Connect is one of those widely used platforms for DApps and DeFi, right? So now we have connections with Wallet Connect. Wallet Connect and Stacks integration expands access to STX stacking across stacks, giving users and institutions more ways to earn and connect securely, including through integrations like HexTrust, which is a bigger platform in Asia, right? So HexTrust stacking becomes a native capability inside existing apps. As the leading connectivity layer for the financial internet, Wallet Connect moves billions in value each month and is a critical access point for institutional users. Bitcoin is evolving beyond just holding. With this launch, STX holders have a new way to earn directly through HexTrust using Wallet Connect. Just big names scattered throughout this whole post, dude. It's nonstop.
Major moves, bro.
Yeah. And Q1 2026 is the devs aren't slowing down, right? There's a lot of updates coming to the core protocols, as well as other features for SBTC, such as the privacy layer, the payments layer, being worked on. So this is all expected Q1 2026. And right now, speculation is high. I feel like people are learning about Bitcoin DeFi, and Stacks is bringing Bitcoin DeFi to the masses and allowing people to learn and earn. So Wallet Connect is one of the big ones.
Yeah, Wallet Connect is a big one, bro, because it's one of the biggest wallets. If I'm not wrong, a lot of people use that.
It's widely used, very widely used. If you go to, just about any DeFi in, ETH, they've got a Wallet Connect, access point. So I feel like this is a very, very big one. Don't sleep. Wallet Connect, integrating with Stacks. The next thing here, we got institutional analytics from Nansen. So Nansen is a analytics platform, right? Utilizing AI to kind of bring some on-chain metrics. Nansen brings professional grade data and on-chain analytics to Stacks. Funds can track flows, monitor protocol health, analyze risk, and perform real diligence. Nansen's integration of Stacks is a strong signal as analytics providers for asset managers and hedge funds don't integrate with an ecosystem that aren't being used. Stacks is unlocking a new era for Bitcoin by enabling programmability and DeFi, and we're excited to help accelerate that vision. Very cool stuff. More analytic platforms for the Bitcoin
Oh yeah.
ecosystem. Um, you know, really, really cool stuff with the Nansen integration.
Oh yeah, cool stuff. And also especially with also um with what we got last week, which is Terreno. When we spoke about some analytics, so this is something that we so bullish about also.
Yeah, big shout out to the SDX Tools team, rebranding to Tenero_IO. Give it a follow. Big shout out to Rubes and the LeoCoin team for shipping Tenero. They are aiming to be the top analytics platform for the Bitcoin ecosystem, kind of covering some of the different L2s and side chains for Bitcoin. But yeah, big shout out to the Tenero team. The next
Yeah.
thing here on the list, dude, is that wormhole integration that we got, right? Bringing Stacks and SBTC multi-chain, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about that with the Solana and Sui integrations. They're adopting SBTC as their way of, getting right into the Bitcoin ecosystem. So Stacks is preparing for a multi-chain world. Wormhole is planned to connect Stacks with Ethereum, Solana, and other ecosystems using battle-tested infrastructure that has already moved billions in value. Once live, this will position Stacks as a Bitcoin liquidity aggregation layer, with SBTC serving as a Bitcoin native programmable asset designed for secure, decentralized BTC liquidity without compromising Bitcoin's core principles. The integration also enables Bitcoin liquidity from other ecosystems to move into Stacks, where institutions can deploy BTC within a fully integrated institutional-grade Bitcoin environment, offering multiple yield strategies. So, very cool stuff. I'm really enjoying seeing all of the progress that the core developers have made. 2025 was a very, very big year, full of new innovations and partnerships for our ecosystem. Let's read a little bit into like why it matters, right? So this is the last little tidbit in this blog post. Institutional
Yeah.
adoption of Bitcoin has accelerated, but infrastructure has lagged behind. Capital flows through custodians, exchanges, and off-chain products, while deploying Bitcoin into productive strategies has remained operationally complex. This has never been a demand problem. There has been an infrastructure gap. The highlighted integrations mark a shift. Institutions can now access a complete Bitcoin stack built around the providers and standards they already use. We've got compliant stablecoin rails, cross-chain liquidity access, exchange-grade execution, continuous adversarial security, institutional custody, flexible wallet operations, and professional analytics. This removes the remaining operational objections to deploy capital on Bitcoin. It's live, it's working, and it's already being used. Bitcoin native institutional grade infrastructure is live on Stacks. Um, Huge deal, and congrats to like our core developers for making such headwind. Right, that we are pushing through a bearish time, but our devs are still shipping. It's really cool to see all of these integrations and kind of recap what has been shipped this year, what partnerships have been made. We're in there like
Yeah.
swimwear right now, dude.
Yeah, we're in it as swimwear. And also that was a good recap, bro. Recapping on whatever that was happening on Stacks. So we can prepare for the future. The future is now, bro.
Yeah, the future is now. I feel like where we've come, right? I remember, slow blocks. We would have to wait for 20, 30 minutes to get one transaction through, right? And then
Even
not
even 2 days, bro.
Yeah, dude.
You
It
even
took
forget.
yeah, dude. It took a minute sometimes. I remember
Yeah.
we
When
were
the
minting
mempool was full, bro.
Yeah, yeah. It would be
It,
full.
it used to suck. Like imagine, bro. You want some dry powder to use IRL, and then you want to cash out, and then the transaction takes 2 days, bro.
Yeah, dude. We had that for a long time, and we were used to that. right? We were used to the slow blocks, and I remember it was like a flip of the switch whenever the Nakamoto upgrade went live, and transactions started going through like this,
Yeah.
very, very quickly. So I remember then, like it was a huge upgrade. And from there to where we're at now, right? The devs continue to ship, dude. They have not stopped grinding. It's prime time grind time, and everybody's in the trenches. So um, here's to a very, very bullish 2026, and
Yeah.
2025 being a year for the books.
2026 is going to be massive, bro. And we are not going to stop. And I've got the energy. I can feel it inside, bro.
Yeah, me too, man. I feel like we're in a very good.
We are in the right place, right time,
position.
and we're so early.
Yeah, we are so early that it hurts. I don't know how I got small. I'm down. I'm big here. There we go. We are so early that it hurts. Our future is so bright that we need shades. If you are in here, you are in there like swimwear, and
Swimwear?
wag me. We're gonna make it. What do you got going on for the rest of the day? 3. What we got going on?
Oh yeah. So right now is the eve. Probably I'm gonna chill. So with this, I think I'm gonna chill and sleep so that I can get the energy and start cooking. You can see how I'm sweating right now.
Yeah, dude. I'm hoping that you continue to heal and feel better, bro. Let them antibiotics do its job. Let them do justice for you, and may you feel a little bit better in the coming days. I'm feeling like a little scratchy in my throat right now, out of nowhere.
Not this time, bro. At a time
no.
like this, bro.
At a time like this, really, in this type of economy, it's crazy.
Yeah. we can all suffer from the same disease like me, throat, peace, throat, you, throat, bro.
Dude,
No,
How?
we refuse that, bro. Because we talk a lot, maybe.
But yeah, dude.
So they're attacking our vocals.
I'm hoping you feel a lot better, dude. I'm gonna have to get
definitely,
some
bro.
orange juice. That way I can get some vitamin C and start feeling a little bit better before, get in front of it instead of, being behind it and letting it hit me like a truck. I'll just get in front of it.
Yeah, that is true. You have to be in front of it. So
Yeah,
this is what the mistake that I did. I just let it to him. I was down.
can't let it hit you
Yeah,
like a
like
truck. Take you out of the game, dude. I'm like this, really. 25 with the highest frequency vibes. We are all surrounded by love, and we are shipping, right? We are building the future. We are in there like swimwear. We are handling the business. So go in there and give them the business stacks, and thank you for all of the great vibes that you guys extended this year. We close it out with the highest frequency vibes imaginable, and going into Q1 2026 with a bang. Let's go.
Yes, sir, bro. We're so in it.
Yeah, handling the business, dude. Well, I am wishing you a great night and day 3, and I'll catch you on the flip side, sir. I think this is
Yes, sir.
based Let's Go morning show with the DeOrganized crew. Be sure to follow DeOrganized BTC on X. Go to YouTube and follow DeOrganized Media. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get activated, guys. There is a 200 SDX giveaway going on. Do not forget to go to the DeOrganized BTC page on X to participate for your chance to win 200 STX. I'm your boy GP with DeOrganized Media, and we will do this all again tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. ET. We do it Monday through Friday, so have a great rest of your day, guys. I'll catch you on the flip side.
See you on the flip side.
Later 3. Peace.
Is making maxes look back. DeOrganized Media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives. Bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media.
Hear me okay?
Oh yeah, I can hear you okay. I was with Binta and yeah, we were talking about devs
Nice.
and how they put in so much work without sleeping. We took probably fell asleep. What's going on?
Oh well, he actually mentioned to me late yesterday that he had some stuff he had to handle this morning. He would try to get to the show as soon as he could, but he might miss the show this morning.
Oh
So-
yeah, it's all
you're gonna
good.
have-
So
You're gonna have to fill in. You're gonna have to be GP and 300 this morning.
oh definitely. You know me. I'm here.
Right on.
So amazing guest.
We got we got
come on.
guest after. We're just becoming a hotbed of guest activity lately. We have so many things going on in the ecosystem, and now that we got the hang of running the live streams all day, gives us a lot more flexibility with what we're doing. And I'm actually really excited to get the engineer in here. Actually got I did tell him I was probably running about 10 minutes late, and I'm only 8 minutes late, so that's pretty cool. What is up, the engineer? How are you today, man?
Hey,
Jim,
how's
Jim,
everyone? Good morning.
Oh, good,
It's
Brody.
actually a pleasure to be here. Honestly, it's a pleasure to be on the Stacks blockchain. Honestly,
Right on. Well, it's a pleasure having you. And
Yeah.
you know, I've only become recently familiar with what you're doing because people are shouting you out and saying I needed to cover you. And
yeah,
so
I saw that.
and I'm
I-
glad they did, because I mean it does. We've been cranking here lately, so I haven't had as much time to go in and check as I'd like. But you have
No,
a
yeah,
couple of
no
different
worries.
projects you're working on. You're working on Takeo Labs, which I've heard of fairly recently, and then
Yeah,
also
so it's
that,
two
you know what?
different
I'll let
things.
you. Why don't you give us an introduction, a background? Tell us a little bit about
So,
your
Yeah.
journey here.
a background of like what made me come here, and then it will make more sense of like what's going on. So,
Perfect.
I heard of Stacks a long time ago, when I think Miami Coin was a thing. I remember that, like when the governor of Florida or something, like I think it was the mayor of Florida had announced
OG.
Miami Coin, something like that. I bought a little bit, but I think I was
don't
kind
really
of put
know
off
that.
by the
I
whole
came in a little
concept.
bit after that. So I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
really as familiar with the history of that.
So
I know.
yeah, he's really an
Yeah, so
OG.
Yeah. So I would say but I wasn't active in the space. Like I was like, oh, let me just buy like $100. I don't know. Right. It's some sort of like Bitcoin project. The only thing that kind of put me off was the idea that you have to give up Bitcoin for STX. And at the time, like that didn't make sense to me. But then I was a project manager of like a software development team. And then as I started growing my own Bitcoin stack, I was like, I really want to make a project on Bitcoin. Like I want to do something to advance Bitcoin. But at the time, the only thing I knew of was Lightning. And then when I really dove into Lightning, I realized you can't. It's a great thing to send money anonymously, but trying to actually build something decentralized, I'm like, okay, I get why there's Ethereum. I never understood why there was Ethereum, but after I tried to build Lightning, I'm like, okay, Ethereum Solana makes sense from a development standpoint. Maybe not necessarily a monetary standpoint, but from a development standpoint, this is a great tool. So then I was like, all right.
You can't do things on Bitcoin that you can do with smart contracts. And Ethereum was the first. And then Solana had their own model. And Ethereum was originally proof of work, so you're probably aware of that.
Yeah, it was originally. Then they moved to proof of stake. And, so but I'm still a huge believer of proof of work. I think more of the ethos of you have to give up something to keep the economic model intact, right? Like if you just, and I don't want to dive too much into it, but like I'm just saying I'm a big believer of the ethos of proof of work. I know many people get hooked on the electricity, but they're not realizing the ethos of having to give something up is the whole point, something that's valuable to you.
Right. There's no risk in staking.
Exactly. They want to talk about it for specific reasons, obviously, but there's no real risk in staking. You're making the rich richer. And I wouldn't argue, right? If I had $1 billion and I was staking Solana, I'd be the first one to be like, no, this is the future of the world. Trust me. Right? Because there's no risk to me. But anyway, so as I started diving deeper, I was like, I really want to make something, but it needs to still align with that ethos, right? Because it needs to live outside of me. Like it can't hinge on my life. It has to go further than that. Then in around November of last year, I started really diving into not using Pump.Fund, but researching it from a perspective of I thought the concept of bonding curves was ingenious. I did. From an engineering perspective, because my background is mechanical, that
it was cool. We had, I'm assuming you're and what Koala
launched Tech Up. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. So, and that is it's a very interesting development, the bonding curve application and token launches and what Pump Fund did. I love trying things and figuring out how they work.
Yes.
There's a downside though to those as well, where it became way too easy to just launch a token that had no value, but very easy to get hyped, and actually there was an incentive to hype it because of the bonding. So there was positives and negatives.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought in my head, I was like, the technology stack is amazing. The ability that I can now just make it is very amazing. What that is missing to me is one thing. And that was what started my journey into development. Because I said, all right, they produced the next layer of the internet. They don't know it, but they did. What I thought was missing was, and I first want to cover what they did from an engineering perspective. They allowed users to add liquidity transparently to both sides, initially starting with no liquidity compared to a liquidity pool, where you need that bigger investment. And then prices form on that bonding curve, that price model, which makes it easier for people in Africa, right? Like who may only have $1. That's all they have. That makes it much easier for them. So I said, to me, this is the future of asset trading, right? The problem is it's too easy to make the coin. Everyone dumps, there is no liquidity backing it, right? The person that really benefited is the initial buyers and the platform dev, right? The platform dev wins regardless. If it goes up, he has no incentive to monitor the platform. I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just saying from an economic perspective. Now,
right. Their incentive is to provide the platform, and what happens on there afterwards is
exactly.
It's only important so long as it doesn't make people flee the platform.
Exactly. It just needs to functionally work.
The house always wins.
Yeah, the house always wins. So I thought, the reality is this isn't good for my family and friends in terms of the feasibility, but the engineering stack is good. So what does it need? Because what I see in the ecosystem from a whole is you have a bunch of people who are really good developers, but they're not product managers. They're not thinking about the feasibility or economic model of it. They're just like, it works. Now, what I thought in terms of product management was this just needs how all the trading fees go to like the platform. If you take half of those trading fees and you save it on that smart contract, that token has revenue. If you save those trading fees on that smart contract, that token now has revenue. Okay, great. Who gets to claim that revenue? In liquidity pools, you share the revenue. When you share it, it's not that great. It's okay. It's great that we're sharing it. It gives some value, but however, I thought, okay, what if the revenue can be claimed by the person who locks up the most of the token on the smart contract? We have a separate function that says lock tokens. After you've bought it, you can lock tokens. Then I'm providing liquidity that I cannot sell because I've locked it in the smart contract, and I can claim this revenue from trading. So now my incentive is like similar to selling a call on the stock market. I don't know if you've ever done options, where I'm providing liquidity.
Thanks to Robinhood for introducing those to me. Before
Okay, yeah, there was a period of time I
learned some expensive lessons from Robinhood with options, but I understand how they work.
So the seller is the opposite side. Most people know the buyer, right? I like being the seller, where I offer the liquidity, I lock up my shares for a period of time, and I gain the money everyone's gambling from buying calls. So in that sense, I was like, if you add a model like that, it's similar in the sense of, let's walk through an example. I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. I really like Leo because I think it's the most popular community coin, other than like Welsh or Dog or something. And I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. Let's say the fee is 2%. 2% gets saved on that smart contract, right? Now, in order for me to claim that $20, I need to lock up. I'm just using a rough example. My real one is a little bit more in depth, but a rough example is I lock up that $1,000 worth of Leo in the smart contract. Now everyone knows there's a price floor, right? Because I've locked up Leo. I claim that $20 because I've locked up the most Leo. But here's the catch. Now that I've claimed that trading fee, you cannot unlock that money until the highest last trading fee, which was $20 in this example, has been brought back through natural trading activity. So now it puts you who claimed that trading fee in the hot seat. You need to incentivize more trading. You need to bring volatility, right? As long as you keep bringing right, then you can keep eating more trading fees. I think we need to bring an incentive to all tokens on the blockchain that there's a price floor and there's an incentive for someone to create a market, right? Then both sides get what they want. We have an ecosystem where whales are competing for the trading fee and they have to lock up tokens, and traders are competing for asset appreciation. This is the one fix I saw that would really help. The last part that's really important is I added a cap to how much trading fees you need to bring back to the ecosystem, because without it, you get this infinite loop where you have to keep locking up more and more. Yeah. So for the contract I worked on was 1 million Satoshis because my base pair was SBTC. You need like max cap is when it starts getting to 1 million Satoshis, then like that's the cap. You may acquire more trading fees, but as long as there's always 1 million Satoshis in this smart contract, you can unlock your tokens. So I've developed it on testnet and mainnet, and then I was just like, I don't really care. I mean, I'm an engineer, like mentally, like whether you buy this token, my token, not buy my token, I don't really care. But I think this standard should be across all DEXs on the blockchain. So that way I can buy Leo, right?
I'm sorry, go ahead. You go ahead. I'll save my
question. I just said that if this standard is across all blockchains in a sense, or at least on the Stacks blockchain, I can comfortably buy Leo knowing it's a meme coin and my focus of volume, right? As they're doing their giveaways, I don't care, right? I'm making money as they're doing those giveaways because users are still selling and I'm making money from trading fees. I have an incentive to hold the floor of Leo.
So Leo, this is on a specific, this is platform based or is this token based? Is this like,
the way Stacks works is you make a token and then you also have a DEX smart contract. So I've implemented this on the DEX smart contract level because you have to make a smart contract for the token, and then you have a separate automated marker or a bonding curve DEX smart contract. So it would be implemented on the DEX smart contract.
So, and is that at launch in the bonding curve, or is that that's
so if we were to implement this would have to be after the bonding curve.
Okay.
It would have to be after, because right now we already have DEX market makers. Like Bitflow has their smart contract for trading. Like Alex Labs has theirs. Veller has theirs. I'm just suggesting another, like an upgrade to the DEX smart contract is just a majority locking feature. so that, all right, if I'm buying a meme coin, I can also see how much trading fees it's generating. And instead of splitting it to everyone on the liquidity pool, save it in a pot that I can go compete for, that one person claims, right? So
So
you
this would
incentivize me.
replace the current liquidity fee model.
Yes,
I mean,
I would want it to replace the liquidity pool because, like, are you really benefiting from splitting those fees? Like, are you really feeling anything? Wouldn't you rather that people would? It's just my opinion, but I don't think users are really incentivized by claiming that 1 penny or 20 cents. But if you put it as a pot and you start advertising, the fees are here, and the token has about $50 of trading fees saved here. And the person who has the most tokens right now locked up is this X user. And if I just lock up a little bit more, I can be claiming the trading fees. Because I would start looking at it from perspective of, zero authority.
Yep. A little
Think
familiar.
about how much giveaways the last one I saw was Welsh. Think about how much giveaways they do, right? Then think about if I were to charge if the DEX is charging a 2% fee for every sell on those, right? That Welsh is doing. How much money in revenue is that smart contract making just from the selling side? I know the price has gone down, but how much revenue is being saved just from the sells? I would then wait for the giveaways to end. I'd buy back the token and claim the trading fee, right? I would just focus on the reoccurring revenue from the community. And then as people see me buy, obviously they'll be like, well, damn, I just sold. The thing just went up. They'll buy back, right? There's utility now. It's a stock. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but it's essentially a decentralized stock.
Okay, I understand the concept. So it's
Yes.
it's an evolution of the traditional liquidity pool.
Yes. And
function.
I think this is one of those things, and it's just my opinion, that we're just very early where we only have software developers working on things. And I'm saying this from someone who's managed software development teams. They're developing it without the thought of the product evolution. They're just building. We're gonna build.
100%.
But
That's exactly what so we do a lot of talking to builders, and a lot
yes,
of builder teams don't have. They're more technical builders,
yes,
and so they're looking at. They don't see the marketing side. They're not
no,
building to the user. They're building to the function, and so
yes, and they're making it more and more complicated, not on purpose, just because they're builders. That's what builders do. It's the same
Right.
thing. You ever watch that movie with Steve Jobs, where he was talking to Steve Wozniak? It's on
Yes.
Netflix. I forget where Wozniak was upset with Jobs. He was like, "You're taking all of the features out, right?" But Steve Jobs is like, the user just wants the computer to be clear. That's all they want. You're making the company lose by adding the USB port. You're adding this, like the
Too many
user
choices
doesn't care.
create stress. Too many choices
Yes,
create stress.
you're adding way too many
And it's as simple
choices.
as one choice. So, and my background is a realtor. In real life, I'm a realtor, and I've been doing it for a long time. And I learned early on, certain types of houses are traditionally for value per square foot is higher on a ranch house versus the lowest on a raised ranch. And the reason is because with a raised ranch, when you walk in, you have to make a choice immediately. I'm either
Yes,
going up or I'm going down. And so that is the factor. Too many choices makes it
way
stressful.
too many choices. Yep. So
Right.
I'm gonna have 5 minutes, so I'll just leave you or kind of gear it towards in terms of have the trader, especially people come left $20 to buy this. There's a meme block a million right? Right? There's, and then on the side, I have the whale. The whale is not stupid. Let me buy a cat or not. So you're saying about institutional adoption, not coming to see how much volume is because there's no revenue. If you implement my to see, okay, well, it doesn't have this much volume, this much trading saved in a pot. Only need to have this much locked away. I don't think, right? I see so much volume. I'll take this risk because there's this much. What's the trader? SBCC. I'll take that risk. Right now, there's no ability for whales to come in this ecosystem. There isn't any. But with pull out this or that, this much money is this? Min.
Okay, so one of the biggest challenges we have right now are we need to have more. It's one of the biggest issues. So anything to do that will hit there is important. Limited availability. This is definitely have you on again. Happy to have you on again. This is not a one shot opportunity. We do these shows every day, Monday through Friday. And it doesn't always have to be morning. But I just wanted to be your stop there. And there's a couple of projects, right?
Which is focused on building smart contracts for elite entities that I see community, which is like the last my first successful meme coin project. We're making sure the price is always up by letting my income and we just launched on Curve. So
yeah, that's totally.
I haven't really done anything. Right? My life is more. I don't want to spend much money just giving it away because I'm telling like I'm the hedge fund. I protect my token. Like I'm looking at every other token on the blockchain is like down. This is the one that like up. I don't. I have it right. I can't, like is it? This is interesting at the blockchain. Right? She's got the prices down.
Right. Well, and so stop proposing. And if you have to jump, it's cool. But basically create a competitive
blockchain. So that way I can buy Leo, right?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You go ahead. I'll save my.
No,
question.
I just said that if this standard is across all blockchains in a sense, or at least on the Stacks blockchain, I can comfortably buy Leo, knowing it's a meme coin, and my focus of volume, right? As they're doing their giveaways, I don't care, right? I'm making money as they're doing those giveaways because users are still selling, and I'm making money from trading fees. I have an incentive to hold the floor of Leo.
So, Leo, this is on a specific. This is platform based, or is this token based? Is this like?
I mean, well, the way Stacks works is you make a token, and then you also have a DEX smart contract. So I've implemented this on the DEX smart contract level because you have to make a smart contract for the token, and then you have a DEX, a separate automated marker or bonding curve DEX smart contract. So it would be implemented on the DEX smart contract.
So, and is that at launch in the bonding curve, or is that that's
no?
That's
so if we were to implement this would have to be after the bonding curve.
Okay.
It would have to be after, because right now we already have DEX market makers. Like Bitflow has their smart contract for trading. Like Alex Labs has theirs. Veller has theirs. I'm just suggesting another, like an upgrade to the DEX smart contract. It's just a majority locking feature, so that, all right, if I'm buying a meme coin, I can also see how much trading fees it's generating. And instead of splitting it to everyone on the liquidity pool, save it in a pot that I can go compete for, that one person claims, right? So you
this would
incentivize.
replace the current liquidity fee model.
Yes,
I mean,
I would want it to replace the liquidity pool, because, like, are you really benefiting from splitting those fees? Like, are you really feeling anything? Wouldn't you rather that people would? It's just my opinion, but I don't think users are really incentivized by claiming that that 1 penny or 20 cents. But if you put it as a pot and you start advertising, the fees are here, and the token has about $50 of trading fees saved here. And the person who has the most tokens right now locked up is this X user. And if I just lock up a little bit more, I can be claiming the trading fees. Because I would start looking at it from perspective of, zero authority.
Yep. A little
Think
familiar.
about how much giveaways Welsh, the last one I saw was Welsh. Think about how much giveaways they do, right? Then think about if I were to charge if the DEX is charging a 2% fee for every sell on those, right, that Welsh is doing, how much money in revenue is that smart contract making just from the selling side? I know the price has gone down, but how much revenue is being saved just from the sells? I would then wait for the giveaways to end. I'd buy back the token and claim the trading fee, right? I would just focus on the reoccurring revenue from the community. And then as people see me buy, obviously they'll be like, well, damn, I just sold. The thing just went up. They'll buy back, right? There's utility now. It's a stock. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but it's essentially a decentralized stock.
Okay, I understand the concept. So
Yes.
it's an evolution of the traditional liquidity pool.
Yes. And
function.
I think this is one of those things, and it's just my opinion, that we're just very early, where we only have software developers working on things. And I'm saying this from someone who's managed software development teams. They're developing it without the thought of the product evolution. They're just building. We're gonna build.
100%.
But
That's exactly what so we do a lot of talking to builders, and a lot
yes,
of builder teams don't have. They're more technical builders,
yes,
and so they're looking at. They don't see the marketing side. They're not
no,
building to the user. They're building to the function, and so
yes, and they're making it more and more complicated, not on purpose, just because they're builders. That's what builders do. It's the same
Right.
thing. You ever watch that movie with Steve Jobs, where he was talking to Steve Wozniak? It's on
Yes.
Netflix. I forget. Where Wozniak was upset with Jobs. He was like, "You're taking all of the features out, right?" But Steve Jobs is like, the user just wants the computer to be clear. That's all they want. You're
But
making the company lose by adding the USB port. You're adding this. Like, the
too many
user
choices
doesn't care.
create stress. Too many choices
Yes,
create stress.
you're
Um,
adding way too
and
many
it's as
choices.
simple as one choice. So, and my background is a realtor. In real life, I'm a realtor, and I've been doing it for a long time. And I learned early on, certain types of houses are traditionally for value per square foot is higher on a ranch house versus the lowest on a raised ranch. And the reason is because with a raised ranch, when you walk in, you have to make a choice immediately. I'm either
Yes,
going up or I'm going down. And so that is the factor. Too many choices makes it stressful.
way too many choices. Yep. So
Right.
I'm gonna have 5 minutes, so I'll just leave you, or kind of gear it towards. In terms of choices, you have two users when you're coming into crypto. You have the trader, especially people coming from Africa or whatever their background is, who have $20. In 5 seconds, they're going to make a choice whether to buy this or not. And it's going to be purely based on the chart. Purely. That's it. That's all you have. There's a million blockchains, in my opinion. There's a million tokens. If they're up, they will buy it. Period. Right? And then on the other side, you have the whale. The whale is not stupid. He's not going to buy a picture of a cat or dog. He's not. So if you're saying about institutional adoption, they're not coming to buy a cat or dog. They're coming to see how much volume is coming in because there's no revenue right now. If you implement this model, they're coming to see, oh, okay, well, it doesn't have this much volume yet, but this much trading fees is being saved in a pot that I only need to have this much money locked in order to commit. Okay, cool. I don't mind taking that risk, right? I see this much volume on chain daily from this many wallets. I'll take this risk because there's this much real liquidity sitting there. What's the trading pair? SBTC, it's USCC. I'll take that risk, right? Right now, there's no rationality for a whale to come into this ecosystem and take that risk. There isn't any. But with a feature like that, the whale doesn't need to roll up this or that. They say, this much money is there, this much risk is there. I'm in.
No, and that's great.
Yeah, so
And one of the biggest challenges we have right now in our ecosystem is value locked. We need to have more value locked. It's actually one of the biggest issues. So anything we can do that will help us get there is important. So this is a
yes.
very interesting concept. By the way, I know we're kind of limited and you're limited with your time availability today, but this is we can definitely have you on again. Happy to have you on again. This is not a one shot opportunity. We do these shows every day, Monday through Friday, and it doesn't always have to be a morning time either. But I just wanted to make sure we got your stuff out there. It's
Yes.
theengineer.btc or the-engineer.btc at theengineer_21 on X. And the project, or there's a couple of projects here, right?
It's just
but
it's the network, which is focusing on building those smart contracts, or at least the MVPs that I'd like to see implemented in the ecosystem, which is you can go to the website. And then Techo Labs is like my first, I would call it, successful meme coin project where I'm making sure the price is always up by leveraging my income or whatever you would call it and going from there. Like we just launched on the bonding curve. So I know one of the pain like
that token
yes.
is relatively new. And I wasn't sure
Yes.
I wasn't sure where it came from.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I haven't really done any marketing, right? My belief is more, I don't really want to spend too much money just giving it away because I'm protecting. I think of it like if I'm the hedge fund manager, I'm protecting the value of my token, right? I'm looking at every other token on the Stacks blockchain is like down. This is going to be the one that like is up, right? I don't mind keeping it up. It should be up because I have my family in it, right? I can't. Like my mom is in it. My mom looks at it because this is her introduction to looking at the blockchain. Like she's gonna call me if the price is down, in a sense.
Right. Well, and so just on the model you're proposing, and if you have to jump, just
Yeah, no worries.
That's cool. But you basically created a competitive model for providing liquidity.
Yes.
So
one that's easier for each user.
So here's one concern or one question I have is does it create a disincentive for everyone else in the pool to pull out their liquidity if they're not the highest liquidity provider and so they're not going to get any fees?
Way I look at it is why were bonding curbs successful? People weren't providing liquidity, they were trading value. Right? I'm saying the liquidity pool model in general is broken, right? The average user, I've tried to teach my family in Cameroon how to add money to a liquidity pool. They're saying, go do it. I just want to buy it. You know what I mean? Like the reality is the average user does not want to enter a liquidity pool. Reality, like whales want to enter a liquidity pool. So let them focus.
No, you're
on
right.
That.
You're right.
They just want to, the average user just wants
to
buy and sell. That's it.
Right.
So
slippage and permanent loss. If you don't have a lot of money to begin with, you're gonna just the fees to provide and pull out liquidity can be cost you your profit anyway.
Exactly. So if you're going to provide liquidity, you better be serious. That's what I want. I don't want the person providing liquidity to be like, I'm adding it today, I'm gonna move it tomorrow. No, if you're providing liquidity, you're a whale. You're here because you want to make money, period.
So I
So
wonder.
I'm just game in terms of seriousness.
I
If
wonder,
I'm providing
though,
liquidity,
are you familiar with the HODLMM that Bitflow has been building out? The concentrated
No, so I looked at it, but I didn't dive too far into it. If you're saying it's something I should, I'll spend the weekend diving further. I couldn't see immediately.
Right? There's bins at certain price levels, so you can add liquidity at certain price ranges. So you could actually have competition amongst bins. So it's not all or nothing. It's the highest provider in that bin. So I could provide liquidity. I might be the highest provider at a lower bin, and I'm targeting a lower price, and that way it creates less disincentive. You don't want to necessarily concentrate it where the whale has it, but you can maybe take a bin and get the trading fees for a bin that's higher or lower if there's volatility.
What's a bin, out of curiosity?
So the bin is the HODLMM for Bitflow, which is still just in beta testing, and they're one of our sponsors. I'm friends with the guys. I played around with it. I've been a beta tester on it. I did a boot camp on it for them. So the way I'm not an expert though, so I might be explaining it wrong, but when you're providing liquidity, you have a range. You can set a range across price scales. And in that range, there'll be a number of bins. That is the liquidity pool for, let's say it's, let's say for easy math, it's USDC and stacks, right? Yeah. So there's a bin at the price of, let's say 20 to 25 cents for stacks. And then there's a bin at 26 to 30 cents. And then there's a bin at 31 to 35 cents. And there's also one, bins below. And so when I provide liquidity, I'm providing liquidity across a range of bins. And then there's a curve I can choose where it's actually providing more of my liquidity concentrated towards the center. It can be flat across all of the bins, or it can actually be like an inverted curve where I'm providing it at the edges. So I have control of where I'm putting my liquidity most of my liquidity. And so I'll get fees when it trades at those scales, in those bins. And it actually prevents slippage because it's also going to concentrate. It should theoretically concentrate liquidity more where the market's going to be as people are trying to get fees for providing their liquidity. So as I have to look into it. Yeah, it's a little. It is a little complicated, and we're getting into but it might actually be a good piece to add specific to your model to make it less all or nothing for all fees. And it gives your liquidity providers more control if you have something like that, a model where you have those ranges.
Okay. I would say I will look into it this weekend more seriously. And just for anyone listening, I do have a spaces for this Saturday. Some people ask more information. I'll give you more information on like Techo and my ideas for it, but I do have to run. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
What time Saturday?
12, like my time. I'm in Houston, so my time is 1 p.m. your time.
Houston Central?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
So, it'll be like 1 p.m. East Coast time or...
Yeah, something like that. But it's immediately on my Twitter, so if you see it on my Twitter, you'll see it there.
All right, so follow... bring them right up. Follow the engineer.btc space tomorrow's Saturday, actually. I know how...
Oh, yeah, tomorrow's Saturday.
Space tomorrow morning. Awesome, brother. I'm sorry, man. What's your name?
Sean.
Or should I just call you the engineer?
You just call me the engineer.
All right.
The engineer. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's kind of like how my family refers to me now. Anyways, I'm used to it. That's kind of where the name came
from. Nice. That's a good
Because
moniker
I
to
started
have.
off as an
What's that?
I started off as an engineer. That's my
Oh.
background.
All right, cool, man. Cool. Thank you for so much for joining us today, man. Really very interesting concept that you've come up with. Really cool design on you're definitely producing here. So it's very interesting. Guys, make sure you follow. Don't be a stranger, man. We do this all day. We're streaming all day, every day. So we have lots of space. If you have more stuff to come chat with us about, happy to have you on anytime.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'd love to just share my thoughts about the ecosystem and just things I think that we need as a blockchain to be prepared for as interest rates start getting lower. To start receiving some of that liquidity because it's coming, right? And we want to. I think we're doing a good job with SBTC in general. These are just a few little tweaks here and there that probably need to be done. I think I've talked to a few people in Discord about it. Things like many users who are on Lightning, right? That smooth transition into SBTC because it is to me, it's a stronger Bitcoin pair just because the speeds are somewhat the same. You don't have to manage channels and you can own it in your own wallet with your seed phrase. So it makes me feel more comfortable at night. But yeah, definitely love to come and share some more of my thoughts later.
I hear you on that. And I appreciate it, man. I really interesting. Seems like you have a high level view coming in on some of this stuff.
Yeah. I've been in it a while, so I really took this year to really dive into stacks, making my own smart contracts, so I was more educated on it. But I've been in Bitcoin and like running my own node, my own Lightning node for years, while I've also been a trader. So surviving on that for years as well. So I can always get my own, not my financial advice, but my own technical analysis. Like Bitcoin for me recently broke out of a rising wedge, and we're sitting on that. I think the 21-day moving average on the monthly. So I'm curious to see how we're going to end at the end. But yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. I don't know if you've seen the chart of Bitcoin.
I tend to agree. I'm cautiously optimistic. I don't know when it's going to happen, right? We could still have some choppiness ahead where we are.
I think we'll bounce. It's just me. I personally, that's not my financial advice. I think we'll bounce. I just, in my gut feelings, even if we don't bounce, I'm still buying. Like I say all of this, but I buy like $1 a day. I don't care. I don't even look at it. But if I'm saying technically, like I see we broke out, everything's telling me we're going down. But my gut, it's like, nah, like we're gonna bounce. I just the way I look at like Fed policy and not. I know everyone's saying, oh, he's gone to quantitative easing and all this. I'm like, that
Not
stuff
quite.
takes a year to feel economy. I know people, they push it on Twitter, but I've been here long enough that I'm like, even if you were to cut rates tomorrow, the market could still drop. It takes a year for that liquidity to do.
Right, exactly. And they've been tightening they just stopped tightening. They're not easing.
Yeah, so that's a good thing, but it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while. Where I feel we will bounce, this is my own, not financial advice. Where I feel we will bounce is even if people aren't using my liquidity pool model, liquidity pools are starting to become the standard, and you already see it in terms of how USDC is now on stacks, right? This is a huge thing. I know people don't really see it, but this is huge, right? Bitcoin's never had a programmable price. It's had a centralized price. It's never had a programmable, this is the price because of this liquidity. As liquidity pools become the standard within organizations saying, I want to be able to trade this on the blockchain and I want to know the price of Bitcoin because of this liquidity, because there's this much USD versus this much Bitcoin, you finally get transparent Bitcoin pricing. That's why we'll bounce. But that's just me. I'm sorry, I keep taking your time, but I'll
no, man, it's great. It's great. We actually do have the man, the myth, the legend, Rubes in the house as well. What's up? Good morning, my brother. How you doing today?
GM Rubes.
Yeah, guys. How's it going?
How you doing, man? I apologize if I missed you sitting in there. I was engrossed in a really interesting conversation with the engineer here.
He just came through.
I don't know if you caught it, but he's got some really cool stuff he's working on as well, bro.
Yeah, I caught the end of it. So that was quite interesting about the kind of liquidity jackpot almost kind of take like the competitive side. Yeah, I listened to it last sort of 5-10 minutes. So it was cool to see.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm sure. Speaking of interesting concepts, you're expanding STX tools and covering a broader swath of the Bitcoin ecosystem with Tenero. And, it caught me by surprise. I knew you were working on something, but I didn't quite know what. So congratulations on your launch. Congratulations on winning a Stackies Award. And, welcome back to DeOrganized. Happy to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's been a whole year basically. We kind of were teasing it earlier this year. Didn't quite realize some of the legals and logistics of kind of setting up company-wise. So we're now set up as a company in the US. I'm not from the US, neither is my business partner Milano. So there was like some complications there. Some of the logistics of actually keeping it under wraps were interesting because I wanted to launch it as like a stealth launch. So obviously trying to build hype at the correct time and make sure that it doesn't get like released ahead of time and so on. So working with all that various, very incredible partners. We've got initial launch partners. We have Stacking DAO. Obviously they were with Stacks Tools as well, but they've carried on over to Tenero. We have Beansy, we have Xverse, we have SimpleSwap, we have Caesar, we have Football.fun. Of course, we have Stacks and Spark as well. So we're working with some really, really impressive people in the space. And yeah, Stacks Tools is now Tenero. I can walk you through the site. I can see you've got it up anyway. Nice.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I can kind of talk you through the site if you like. I can share my screen and kind of go over a few things. A lot of it will be familiar.
It'd probably be better for you to share your screen.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to guess what you're trying to show. I just like to show off the branding when it pops into my head to do so. But I'm super excited about this, man. We use SPX tools daily on the live stream. Like I use it as a prop to show price and stuff. So I'm excited to have more opportunities and more tools at my disposal for that use case too. So awesome stuff, man. Take it away.
Yeah,
amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. So before you take it away, I've got a question.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go.
So we know it's the cat. So what inspired the dinosaur from a cat to a dinosaur? So yeah, I'm kind of
Good question. So the dinosaur, I've kind of affectionately called him T-Fi. So like instead of like T-Rex and BTC-Fi, he's now T-Fi. So he's kind of like the mascot. He's the character. He was created. I kind of like the design, like kind of Pokemon-y. But he was created by Weasley, who is the artist of Megapunk. You can kind of see the pixel style there. I've had a lot of people asking if it's going to be an NFT or a token. It's not going to be an NFT or a token. It's just he's just a mascot. He's just a cool character to make content around. But I have had a few people asking if it is going to be some kind of like thing they can trade. No, it can't be. It's just a cool dino mascot for the platform. So yeah, that's the kind of behind there. Thought it looked cool. But it's been amazing to see the reception from everyone. So we have the main page. This is the home page, and this is the multi-chain page. So you can see at the moment we have Sport Fun, Stacks, and Spark. The ones that are coming up next will be Runes. We have OpNet, which is testnet at the moment, but that will be coming on mainnet when they go live, and also Citria as well. So we're working on their private mainnet at the moment, but again, once their mainnet goes live, we'll feature them for day one. So this will only get better now as we have more chains. This first landing page will become a lot more interesting as well. You can see market share, you can see volume, traders, how much percentage is dominated by each one. So Stacks is currently 31% of the market. You can also see the platforms, so that's the DEXs within that. So you've got Bitflow, some of the sport fun ones. Flashnet is from SparkNet. I've just clicked off that. Let me go back on. We have Alex, Velar, the usuals there. Obviously plugging Leo with the updated socials. One of our partners is Caesar, which is the AI. So we have all of the various Caesar articles there. We have Xverse, who is our API partner, and also we're going to end up having in-app swaps as well, which is very exciting.
Ooh, cool.
Which you won't have to leave Tonero. You'll be able to swap within that, and that will kick off with we're kicking off with Runes and Spark, because that's what they have the API for at the moment. But they're also working on Stacks as well, so that we'll be able to swap Stacks tokens within there as well. You can see the chain overview, how much like inflow is coming in. So currently slight outflow on Stacks, but really being a big chain that's not really that much. Quite a big inflow to sports fund. And then this below here is all of the tokens that are currently tradable. And this is trending on an hourly basis at the moment with the most volume. Sorry, the 1 day actually, not 1 hour, 1 day. So the most volume is Stacks, the actual Stacks token. Then when we head into, let's go into Stacks, we can now see what you're probably more familiar with and looks a little bit more like Stacks Tools was. So this is the same for other chains like Spark. You can kind of see the tree map and the trades. It's also the same for Sports Fun. Slightly different because they have more tokens and NFL and football, but we'll go to Stacks as we're a bit more familiar with what's going on here. You can see the net flow, the tree map. So you can see 30-day, 7-day, 1 day, see what's going on pretty instantly, whether it's red or green. The recent trades, now this is live, you don't need to refresh this like you would have done with Stacks tools. So if we happen to see a trade come in, in the next 10 seconds or whatever, it will show here. So you don't need to refresh that. You can also see the market flow, Stacks chart. Again, we're going to cover a weekly ecosystem report with Caesar there, which will be all the goings on of Stacks at the moment. Again, the platforms. I've logged in with my wallet here, I think. Hopefully it shows. And if not, it means that I don't think it will share because of the screen share, but I have to go on a different page for that one.
Yeah, it won't show it usually won't show the pop-up, which is best.
Yes, yeah, true. We have the tokens, as you're more familiar with. We have the different modes, whichever one kind of colors and preferences you like there. Now we have the pool, so this is like, obviously, if you've got, say, let's go on to, let's pick, we'll go with Leo, just as, we're more familiar. This is Leo combined across all of the pools that it trades on. You can see one of our partners, SimpleSwap, there. Pools, now Leo obviously has multiple pools. We have LR, Alex, Bitflow. So if we head into, like, say, the Bitflow pool and click onto the specific pair, it will bring up the Leo pool for just Bitflow, as well as the combined view. We have the tracker, which this is a customizable thing. I haven't currently set mine up, but I could actually like rename, say, for example, I wanted to track like Peace Love Music's wallet, maybe, or maybe I wanted to keep, an eye on a certain whale. Maybe they're unnamed. Maybe I don't know who they are. But I find their movings quite interesting. I can actually rename their wallet, like say Whale One, and then on personalized to me on my platform, not everyone else's, but if I then see that wallet move, it would show as like, how it would say like a .btc name, it would actually just say Whale One, so you can kind of like start to track things that you think
that is not a feature on STX tools right now, correct? No. I didn't miss that. Okay.
Yes, this custom is quite cool.
Yeah, I can see that. I love using STX tools and the data and everything, but that is going to be a time waster for me. Not a time waster, but I'm going to have to carve out some time.
It's fun as well because, there's been so many times I can count, and I'm sure other people as well, but where you think like, oh, that's an interesting wallet. I'm not quite sure what their motive is perhaps, or, they've been buying a lot or selling a lot, and you kind of want to just track it. And, you're not going to remember the whole SP, the full wallet, but you can just kind of think like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I can kind of rename that. You can do it for friends, other reasons as well. We can see the market thing, but this is kind of like how the Whale Watcher was, except it's expanded on now. So we have the inflows and outflows per wallet across different time frames, not just 1 day. We also have the market flow, and then individual whale trades, which you can customize again. And also on the token page, we can now customize this as well to however we like. And this will stick with like your cookies essentially. So you can kind of click on which ones you want to see all on these. So you might decide that you only want to see, certain tokens with liquidity, or a certain type of transaction, or a certain type of volume, and this is all customizable again for the user, and this will stick with it as you go. And that's kind of the profile. We built it with mind of what is actually useful. Obviously, I've been in the space for like 5 years now, full time. What would I like to see? What would what I think other people would like to see, what I find useful. And now we've had the year to build it out. V2 will be shipped very quickly. It will be weeks, not months. We already have a whole list of new features to add, including runes and in-app swaps. And then, V3 following that will be also very quickly after. We're going to add more chains very, very quickly now.
Wait, you have V2 ready almost, and you're already working on a V3.
Yeah, so we've obviously, if you remember back to when we initially launched Stacks Tools, we shipped very quickly. This year has been a lot slower just because we've been kind of keeping it under wraps, and we wanted to get all the various partners underway. But once the screen has now been lifted, the curtain's been lifted, here it is, and now you'll see us start to move very, very quickly across multiple ecosystems. Lots more features. This is just the V1, and like I say, V2 will be weeks, not months. I'm very excited to get it going. I think the positive reaction by everyone has been amazing. I have a lot of support from obviously you guys. 300's been making loads of content. All the usual Stacks, crew have been supporting, which is amazing. And I think it opens also from a Stacks point, it opens Stacks up to a whole new group of users that perhaps wouldn't see it. I mean, someone like Beezy is a completely different user base. Doing a lot with those guys. Sports Fun. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO.
I'm largely unfamiliar with Sports Fun. Tell me a little bit about that.
So they're like a fantasy sports platform. Does it come under prediction markets? I don't really know, but it's fantasy football basically. You buy your players, you buy your shares in your players. If they perform actually in real life, actually during like the game weeks, so like NFL or just football, the higher they score, if they come in the top 5, you get points. That opens packs, which contain players, which you can sell for like dollars, basically, is the idea. But they've just finished their round. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO, even in this bad market. As you can see by the transactions and the volume that goes there, it's obviously, you can see in the top left, it's pretty substantial. I think they've done 90 million in revenue in the 3 months. And again, that opens a whole new user base to, that wouldn't see, Stacks and that kind of thing. So that's kind of how I think it's going to be this like central database. It is going to be just Bitcoin mainly, but they're the only one that won't be Bitcoin.
And I remember you introducing me to this because I was used to the usual that we know about and play. Introduced me to this, this was more crypto based fantasy football. First days I was like, let me try it out, and then I put in like $20. I woke up the other day, it was way up. So yeah, this thing is amazing piece. Yeah, but I forgot the password.
I was in the beta phase testing it back in January or February. So right early in the year. I invested in a pre-seed round as well, so I know the team very well. That's the reason they're on this, and they're partnering with us on it as well. But yeah, very excited to actually just release Tenero, kind of get it out to the world. It's been under wraps for a long time, and I'm glad to see that people are liking it.
Yeah, man. You come with an exceptional reputation in the ecosystem, well earned. There's a reason why people support your projects, because the way you handle yourself, the way you deal with things, you're obviously upfront. People know, there's a trust there, which I know is not necessarily the paradigm for Bitcoin. We want to verify, but at some point there's enough verification where you do trust a person, and you put out great products. This is another one. And I think we're all excited to see you just produce and ship, because everything you do is usually high end, very quality, and this definitely seems like a well done project now. And you know, one of the things that we're excited about, you know, within the Stack specific community is that this gives Stacks some exposure to a broader base beyond the ecosystem. You know, people on Spark and or people on the Sports Fund website aren't going to be as familiar with Stacks.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I think I've always been about kind of like cross collabs and trying to break out of, you know, certain echo chambers, if you will, and trying to actually like get the, because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people just aren't aware of what's going on in other ecosystems. You know, there's so much going on in Stacks that it's not even a fault actually. It's just that people are busy, people are, you know, kind of heads down, and sometimes, you know, this kind of thing can open up to a whole new range of people, which I'm very excited about. It's interesting to learn different kind of ecosystems and what's going on. And yeah, it's much appreciated, all the support that we obviously get. It was nice for, because obviously I always get things like the votes and the recognition for the building side. Now, obviously the actual, you know, design and features and stuff, that is partly me as well. But the actual tech side, Milano never gets the kind, because he's not very active on X at all. He doesn't go on X. So it was nice for him to get the Stacky Award and get it changed to Milano, which was very cool. He was very, very happy about that. He got the most technical builder, which was cool.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And you know, you had actually talked about him the other day, and then when he won, I was like, wait, who's this? Like, I'm following him, but he's.
Well, I got the vote for it, and I commented under the post and said, I think I see why people have picked me, but this isn't me actually. Technically, it is Milano who's the whiz behind the keyboard. But we work very well together. We're kind of like a yin and yang, different sides of the business, but both work very well together.
No, and it's good to have that dev partnership there too. And a lot of you know, you need a technical founder, and then you need a market oriented or community based founder. And so it sounds like you guys have found a great balance.
Yeah, 100%. I think it makes a big difference actually. I think you touched on it just before I came on. Actually, I caught kind of like the last 5-10 minutes, and you were saying how a lot of tech people are kind of like building just because that's what they know how to do, but actually a lot of the time it can just be refined and slightly put in a different way, and all of a sudden it's like a different beast.
That is something we experience a lot here, because we spotlight a lot of projects, especially early stage stuff in beta test, or stuff that, you know, that are in test net or not even quite a test net yet. And you know, we have a lot of conversation with these guys about their projects, and they're very, very talented at building, but it's hard to know. Building what's cool for the dev doesn't always translate to a usable project for the product for the market. So you need to figure out, how do I apply this to something that the users will actually engage with? And that's not easy. You know, that so when you find that balance, it's a unicorn to some degree.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's definitely skills for both sides. I think the term building can kind of cover, you know, both in certain respects.
For sure. And I say, people will often say, like, I actually classify dev as more the technical side of things. So when I say dev, I'm usually talking about a technical side of the equation, but you are also developing the business. You're also developing the community. So it's not all just technical developer stuff. It's important to have a well-rounded machine.
Yeah, that's true. And that's where I think yesterday it was also good to see people like the Stacks AI Guild win their award as well. Obviously 300. Obviously helping a lot of projects to kind of get, you know, that content side out, and the kind of marketing on X and different social platforms. Another big win. It was a good show yesterday. I thought the Stackies was good fun, a lot of high energy stuff, and obviously some big news out of the town hall as well. Obviously some big plans for 2026.
Oh man, there's so much cool stuff happening, and so much more coming too. One thing I'm not sure about that I saw, I don't remember what post it was on. Maybe you have some info on it. But something about stacking on the L1. Like,
Yeah, that's going to be the huge one in my opinion. So it's going to be, they're exploring self-custodial staking through L1. So L1 Bitcoin to earn L1 Bitcoin. Now the only other one that I know of that does something similar is Babylon. Except they don't earn Bitcoin, they earn the native baby token.
Right.
So,
So I mean, that's a huge difference. That's a big
yeah,
differentiation, right?
I think that's going to be the big kind of push next year. And I think with a lot of treasury companies, it's clear that they're obviously buying awful lots of Bitcoin, and that's fantastic when it's all going up and to the right, because obviously they can just continually buy and reservice and buy. But if the market stays like quite choppy and kind of, not necessarily goes down, but kind of stays choppy, they're going to look for places to service that debt and be able to buy, or even leverage it to buy more, that, whichever kind of method they want to pursue. And I think if they don't have to go down the L2 rabbit hole and just leverage the rails of it and kind of natively deposit L1 Bitcoin to get Bitcoin, that's a very, very interesting prospect for the institutions, in my opinion. And obviously through stacks, if they then want to go down the rabbit hole a little bit deeper and buy stacks to pair it with to increase that yield and go down the dual stacking route, even better. But if you can meet them where they are, which is they're holding their Bitcoin on L1, that's kind of, you're offering that olive branch to them and saying, oh, here you go. And then, the more people that take it might end up going down the rabbit hole.
Right. It's a numbers game at that point. It's just a vector to get people in.
Yeah.
You're giving them the reward. They're participating in the network. And then, well, if you want to earn more yield on your Bitcoin, you can do this, and you can deploy it to, BTC Fi or just TFI, as we're calling it now, I guess.
Yeah, TFI. But that's the thing, though. Like, if you can say, okay, thanks so much for staking on the L1 for the past, 3, 6, 12 months. Here's what you could have had if you went further down and paired it with the stacks. The difference might be at that point astronomical for a lot of institutions. Even that 1% extra, 2% extra on a lot of Bitcoin can be a lot of difference. So I think that's going to be an interesting kind of way they're going with. Obviously, USDC X is big news. And I think the privacy kind of shielded transactions that they were mentioning about, as selected privacy is interesting as well. You see the rise of Zcash, Starknet do a similar kind of style thing, that privacy narrative. I don't see that going away.
I saw a post this morning that made a really good, presented it in a way that really identifies the concern there in a really like real life circumstance. And it was just somebody that had paid somebody for something in USDC. And then that person ends up following up with them and talking to them about the assets in their wallet, because they could go and follow that person's wallet. That is a problem. And somebody there's nothing wrong with wanting privacy for that specific reason. And just because you want privacy doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It's just a way to protect yourself. And we have a legal standard in the U.S. that you're innocent until proven guilty, or at least we used to. I'm not sure how much it holds right now anymore, but we really need to get back to that.
Yeah. I think that's going to be an interesting one for stacks. And I actually saw that same post. I think it was from Loki, quite a big DeFi guy, and he kind of posted.
I think that's right. Yep.
I think that there was an interesting analogy I heard a little while ago. I've only really kind of become interested in it probably the last sort of 4 to 6 months, I would guess. But it was someone saying you kind of close your curtains at night. It doesn't mean you're like murdering someone behind them. It's just that, it's your choice to, have privacy in the evening. It doesn't mean anything bad is going on behind it, but you just don't want people to be looking in at you in the night. That's doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. I think stacks looking at that element for selected privacy is good. You can show your accountant if you want. You can show the people that need to do. If there's an investigation, sure, like we can look at it. We're not doing anything illegal, but it doesn't necessarily have to be shown to the whole, broadcasted to the whole world. And I think it's almost got like a self-built-in marketing element with this at the moment, because you do see a lot of the particularly European laws are coming out and saying we're now banning this or we're banning that, and you can't hide this and you can't hide that. So the narrative almost writes itself. So I think that could be something that might creep up on the rails for Stacks a little bit. That could be a good one.
Yeah, for sure. It's needed. You know, it's needed in the marketplace. And man, I can't say, like, I felt very encouraged last year at the end of D grants. There was a lot of energy coming out of D grants. And it kind of tapered off into, you know, we had just had the election. I think there was almost like too much excitement too fast around there, and right around this time last year is when things started tapering off. It was bad timing for Stacks because it was right as we were launching fast blocks with Nakamoto, SBTC, and I really think that that's actually the story of Stacks price. Everything else has been crushing. Stacks price is just the victim of just a number of bad timing events outside of control that have happened, and that actually leads me to believe that there's even more upside, you know, potential than where it is. But I haven't felt the energy like this in the ecosystem yet. Like, I feel like there's just, with all of everything, the shipping, all of the people that are solving real problems, all of the building that's going on across the ecosystem, the Stacks Labs entity, the endowment, the accelerator that they're talking about. This is the time. If you're looking to build on Bitcoin, Stacks is where it's at. It's undoubtable at this point. And it's like to have people like you in the ecosystem.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the fundamentals aren't matching up to the price. Obviously, NFA as always, but yeah, I would say there is a lot of builders, new builders as well, which is exciting. You know, obviously you see things like the Hacker House come out, and you know,
That was
obviously
so cool.
Yeah, there was so much.
There was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's good to see a lot of different projects. I saw you had on. I was watching a clip on the DeOrganized show. I think it wasn't live. I don't think. Are you doing it now, where you like kind of play clips throughout the day?
Yeah, because we're running the stream from like 7:30 to like 5-6 o'clock at night, East Coast US time. So I have time to replay it. And, you know, now it's forcing me to go make these clips, share them out, get them on the stream and stuff like that. So you saw.
I saw an X402 one. I think it was Toonie. Is it?
Tony, yeah, from I think it was last Friday morning last week. I think, or maybe the week before. I can't remember now. It's been, but
that shows it's working though, because I thought it was live, and I tuned in and I was like, "That's interesting." Like, I would not have seen that. You know, if it wasn't running, I would not have seen that clip. And it was interesting. Yeah. So.
And yeah, people drop in to see what's going on, and we have lots of content to expose. You know, lots of stuff to keep amplifying. So we're slowly but surely figuring out our model and doing more with what we have available to us, and we're doing pretty good. You know, we're getting a little bit of a slumpy Friday morning numbers right now. You know, we're not getting a ton of viewers right yet. We only got a couple hundred this morning so far, but I mean, most days we're getting at least 1,000, a couple thousand. Some days,
yeah, that's incredible. Incredible. It could just be coming close to holidays as well. You know, people start winding down. Perhaps they're visiting family, or you know, that's kind of how this time does feel. Obviously, us launching last Monday, we were kind of rushing to get it out before the holidays. I would imagine Stacks also getting their town hall kind of out and some of the announcements. People can stew on that over the holidays and then go into 2026 with a full like boom. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for 2026. I think it's going to be the year, personally.
Fingers crossed. We never know in this market, but yeah, I think I'm with you on that one.
You never know what the outcomes are going to be, but I know we're going to be working hard and we're going to keep pushing. And so some good stuff's going to come out of that.
It can be the only way. It can be the only way.
That's it. That's all there is. Brother, I could talk to you all day. You're welcome to hang out if you have the time. Do not feel obligated, but we have the Game Master coming up from the underworld to play some Find2Earn rounds with us this morning. And he's also going to jump into the SIP call because he's proposing a SIP for his encrypted NFT standard. So we're really excited about that. I'm going to play a quick word from Bitflow. Rubes, do you need to... Can you hang out? You want to hang out and play some Find?
I'm going to hop off. But I do really appreciate you having me on, guys, and I will definitely be coming on a lot more because we will be shipping pretty quickly now. You're going to see a lot of upgrades, certainly past the holidays, probably weekly or bi-weekly. We're going to be adding, a cool feature or two. So I'll definitely be seeing more of you guys. Really appreciate you coming on. Me coming on for your show. And appreciate all the love, guys.
Right on, man. Have a great rest of your day. Happy holidays if I don't chat with you again before then. And you're always welcome. Just let us know when you want to come on and we'll drop you in.
Much appreciated, guys.
All right.
Have a great holiday, Rubes.
Have a good one, guys. Have a good one, Hannah. Have a good one. Peace.
You too, man.
Awesome.
That was awesome stuff. Really dig it. And guys, stay tuned. We will be back momentarily with the Game Master and some Find2Earn rounds after this quick word from Bitfile.
We can just play them on. We can do you share your screen and play one, then I'll share my screen and play one, then you share your screen and play one. We'll play 4. We'll each play 2.
Oh yeah.
I'll let you go first.
Oh, you want me to go first?
You know what? I'll let you decide. Do you want me to go first or do you want to go first?
Rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, I think 3 wants to go first.
Let's go. I'm sharing my screen now. Is my screen showing?
Hold on. Let me shut this music off here. And yes, you're ready.
Okay.
Find it, earn it, stack it up. Stack it. Quest for Bitcoin, never give up. Never. Stacks on chain, we light it up. Light it. Find to earn, yeah, we level up. Find it, earn it, stack it up. Play the game, let your score multiply. Send it trons, well, you know the vibe. Bitcoin energy, stacks for life. Drums hit heavy bass lines insane. Guitar shred through the blockchain range. GBSC drop codes, hands go wild. Peace, love, music with the energy style. Stack your wins, unlock the loot. Quest complete, now earn that proof. Every clue leads to digital gold. Bitcoin mission, brave and bold. Find it, earn it, yeah. Senatron, turn it. Stack the Bitcoin, burn it. Whole squad, confirm it. Lasers, power ups, flashing lights. Game night in the metaverse heights. Find it, earn it, stack it up. Quest for Bitcoin, never give up. Stacks on chain, we light it up. Fun to earn, yeah, we level up. Thoughts blow, drums crash big. Crowd chants echo like arena gigs. Bitcoin stacks, the gang's all here. Find to earn, the future's clear. Find to earn. Find to earn. Stack your wins. Stack your wins. Bring that speed. Game Master Senatron, let's begin.
I like it. That was really good. That was good. That
Oh,
was good.
nice.
Incredible. How do you get so many changes?
Oh yeah, I told you that I need.
I need to go to Suno class with you guys. We talked about Suno like a month
You have
ago.
to.
And then like a month later, you guys, I remember the first time I showed 300 Suno, I saw the tweet where he's like, if I win a Grammy, you know, you're gonna buy me a Lambo. I'm gonna keep you to that. But like,
Definitely
there's
the
a
yellow
lot of
Lambo.
changes there. There were like, what? I came halfway through the song and
3.
there were 7 changes. How do you do that?
It's I told you that I need a rock, dubstep, and a trap. So it mixed all the 3. So I put on the lyrics and I aligned that. I need the rock part to be this type, this segment of the lyrics, and I need the trap part, and I need the dubstep part. So yeah,
Look, you know how I've been teaching you guys like vibe coding and shit. You need to teach me what this magic.
We will. We showed Hero last week, and he
It's
made
time
like
for me to be the
awesome
beginner
shit.
again.
There's
Yeah.
there's a Suno episode where we just did nothing but like breaking down how to put in like bridges and like
Oh,
chorus and
man.
all of that.
All right,
It
are you
was,
guys ready for my first entry here? We
Let's
got.
go.
I wanna
yeah.
hear it. I wanna
I'm
hear it.
rooting for you, peace.
Maps up, game on, coordinates flash, let's go. Let's go. The crib, the drops go light and the show is loud. No cap, DeOrganized on the flow. Find the ones that rush, only legends in the know. Why don't we on 100 again? Thousands drop, can you find and win? Locked in life, fair play, no turn. If you ain't tuned in, you'll never learn. Gold coin signal, boost stacks fire. Stacks that's higher while the crowd gets wired. Clues in the code, GPS desire. Heart rate climbing, stakes get higher. Why don't we on 100 again? Cinetron lit piece got the spin. DeOrganized worldwide, no concern. If you ain't playing, you'll crash and burn. No scripts, no cheats, all proof of skill. Bitcoin layers, stacking for real. Encrypt, compete, and seal the deal. Corner of forever, that's the thrill. Winners rise, maps fade to black. Fair game, live stream, never look back. Score point, legend, track to track.
That that beat was kind of sick. I ain't gonna lie.
That was the best one of like
That's
I
incredible.
made. But there's another one that
Wow.
I saved a different one. It's a little bit longer, but Hannah, I actually think Hannah's was more dynamic, to be honest.
I agree.
Hannah's
You
was
cool, bro.
more
I like
related to Skullcoin, or at least
You're the
some.
founder, so I believe you won. You know? I'm trying to get a DeOrganized grant over here. You know what I'm saying? So, you're the leader. I think you won.
Yeah. So are we ready for the second one? Or
Yeah,
you still
let's do the second one. Let's do the second one.
how many minutes should I play this? Because this one is long.
Play it all. We no one's stopping us.
Run that.
Find you.
We have until 10.
Welcome to the game master's world, built on stacks. Powered by Bitcoin. Let's go. Plug in, log on, like flash in your mind. DeOrganized media where legends align. Exinitron watching, testing your brain. Find2Earn, keep your focus, learn. Don't get lost, you got to earn. Raw Bitcoin powered. Pay attention, feel that burn. Share the tweet, light it up. I wanna find a word. I wanna find a word. Every block is a test, every clue's in the feed. Retweet for the alpha, attention is the key. Signals and riddles decode the scene. We the hunters in this crypto dream. Game masters thrown electric crown. One slip up, system shuts you down. But the wise ones ride the lightning turn. Victory belongs to those who learn. Is the code divine? Stacks in motion, time to shine. DeOrganized energy, global flame. Bitcoin's heartbeat in the game. Wherever to find to win. Stay awake, don't you blink or you'll break. Stacks on check, power surge. Tweet, feel the urge. Stay awake, don't you blink or you'll break. Stacks on chin, power surge. Share the tweet, feel the urge. Find2Earn. Built on stacks. Powered by Bitcoin. Do not get lost. Pay attention.
Oh yeah, that was a
That
mix
was
of dubstep,
sick.
trap, and rock.
That was dope, man. Very dope.
The build up was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was good. I actually like your first one better. I did like your first one better. So far, your first one, in my opinion, is the best one. You guys ready for this?
Most def.
This goes hard. Club banger made swagger a better. Trash tricks, I'm a swagger a better. Trash club banger made swagger a better. Trash. It's over hard. Club banger, banger. This goes higher. Up, game on, cohorted slash, let's go. Decrypt the drop, skull light in the show. It's live, no cap, organized on the flow. Find2Earn's the rush, only legends in the know. Find2Earn, we on the hunt again. Thousands drop, can you find and win? Locked in live, fair play, no turn. If you ain't tuned in, you'll never learn. Skull coin signal, boost stacks fire. Stack sets higher while the crowd gets wired. Clues in the code, GPS desire. Heart rate climbing, stakes get higher. Find2Earn, we on the hunt again. Cinetron lit, peace got to spin. The wide, no concern. If you ain't playing, you'll crash and burn. No scripts, no cheats, all proof of skill. Bitcoin layer, stacking for real. Decrypt, compete, and seal the deal. Find out forever, that's the thrill. Winners rise, maps fade to black. Fair game, live stream, never look back. Score coin legend, track to track. Find, yeah, we on that stack. Peace, love, music, disco, smile. Peace, love, music. DeOrganized.
Wow. Dope.
Fire.
Blockface left because he didn't want to say that Hunter won.
Yo, I liked the lyrics in Peace Love Music's. You know, it was very. It seems like the lyrics were kind of like almost like focused on, whereas like in like Hana's music, it was like the structure of the music, how it was like had little different changes, and I really dig the beats. The beat drop was sick on Hana's second song, as well as like the first one was really well rounded. Had a lot of, it was very dynamic. So I'd have to say Hana took the cake on this one.
Orange.
I have to do it to you, peace. 301.
Let's go.
Let's go. No, that's not. Listen, you're not doing anything to me, man. We're just here to have fun. I don't want people to like. We have. Where are we? Wow.
The change.
10K views now.
Cook the change.
That's That's good. Maybe we have to do the format differently.
Yeah. Another. So the next battle. What's the topic? So the judges are going to choose the topic.
The judges will choose the topic, and we'll figure it out from there, I guess.
Yeah, I think that doing something surrounding like GameFi, getting ready for Cryptonauts, maybe like something like that, and streaming gaming, DeFi, you know, how they all, I don't know, how DeOrganized can cover all bases.
Yeah,
we can do that.
Encompassing all aspects of the blockchain technology on which we build.
I like it.
Hey, Peace, is there a possibility that I can get the instrumental of the last song that you played? Because that beat.
Yeah, definitely. I'll get the stems for you. So that last one, by the way, so like part of my prompt for all of these was like after, as I'm iterating, I'll add things in the prompt, and I'll be like, so like where I put like this goes hard, and like this is a club banger, you know, that kind of thing in the style section on Suno, and it brought out only one time did it actually put that into the lyrics. I don't know why. Like I had that in a prompt over and over again, and then just one time it was like, put that in the lyrics. So that last song I played had 1 minute and 10 seconds of, you know, this goes hard, something about being in a battle, a club banger, and all of that. Had nothing to do with Find2Earn. So I was like, but that beat actually was the one that goes like that beat was bananas. Like I couldn't. So I was just like, to be honest with you, how easy is it though to make like 6 songs? You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Can make whole albums within a day.
Yeah, exactly.
In a day, about whatever subject you want.
Just all of it. all in one through prompting. It's insane how powerful Suno is shaking up the game. And there's a couple different ones that do the same thing, like, you know, a couple different AIs that can cook you out a whole song in less than 5 minutes. But yes, it's crazy how Suno is changing the game.
It's nuts.
Yeah, and also it's changing the game for people like me who are facing these legal issues with producers. They are sending copyrights of the songs that I already did back in the days. So yeah, imagine what I did over the weekend. I managed to write like 3 songs using Suno. I made the beats and I told the type of beat that I want and then the style that I want, and then it makes me the beat, write the lyrics, record, then ship it to iTunes without even fear of getting copyright claims.
Yeah, and that's the like you can ship these out. You can make playlists. You can really do some real stuff, and it's crazy, but it's amazing what we can do with this stuff. So I do have a hard stop in about 30 minutes, and I haven't done the news yet. And I screwed up the news post, by the way. Like I didn't do that all exactly right. I'm a little bit off today.
Love you, dude, man. It's all right, Steve. Man. Dude,
Somehow we got 11,000, 12,000 viewers now. Thank you, everybody. By the way, those that are watching and tuning in, welcome to DeOrganized Media, where we play games and have fun as often as we can, while also informing you about what's going on in Bitcoin and crypto, and what's going on in the world to the best of our ability. You know what I'm going to do with the news today? We talked about doing this, and we never did it.
Yeah,
I'm
dude.
going to do the news stories with you guys.
Let's do it.
We'll do the news stories here. I'm going to read the stories out live, and then we'll have a little bit of a conversation on it, and it should take us through the rest of the half an hour. And then after that, we'll play some content from last week, some of the highlights, stuff we had going on, and we'll have some carriage throughout the day, and then we'll go from there. So let me get into the news here.
Let's go. And all that good energy.
Some interesting stuff happening for sure today. Our first story today, Elon Musk. Oh, let me actually hold on. Let me get our groove back on a little bit. All right, so Elon Musk says America can't solve its debt crisis. Elon Musk warned that America is on the verge of bankruptcy, arguing there's no way to resolve the nation's soaring debt without massive systemic change. His comments sparked fresh macro anxiety as investors weighing rising deficits, ballooning interest payments, and waning global confidence in the dollar. Markets opened the week under pressure as the debt-themed theme re-entered the mainstream conversation around Bitcoin's role as a hedge against fiscal management. So this has been a problem that people have been talking about my whole life. The debt is growing. It's going to be too much. We can't possibly maintain this level of debt.
50 years later, we can't possibly
keep doing this. But
100 years later.
Yeah, I mean, I am 48. I mean, it's and as long as I've been aware of them talking about this.
1,000 years later. Won't this be an issue in 1,000 years, right?
Well, here's the thing. Inflation gets us out of the problem temporarily, but they got to keep spending in order to make inflation.
Look, we did the same thing at Stacks to spur on the economy. Step 31 is quantitative easing on the blockchain to spur on, the achievement of nation state or network state objectives.
SIP 31 is kind of actually an equivalent of quantitative easing. I can't really argue against that.
Oh, yeah. I'm supposed to be the CMO. I'm not supposed to talk about the truth like this, but yeah.
Well, I don't think that that's a exclusive role
And I don't think that's a role or a capacity exclusive to the role of CMO, to be honest about things. In fact, I would prefer the CMO be brutally honest and set the ship right rather than lie while we're heading towards that iceberg. You know what I mean?
I find I'm better at the honest part than steering the ship right.
No, that might also
You
be
do half of the job.
that might be my skill set as well.
Hey, Hyundai, Toyota,
Hey,
and Sonata.
Hey, honey, in the house.
Purcell, Lamborghini,
MGM,
Ferrari.
Hi everyone, how are you? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
I heard you woke up late.
And early.
It wasn't really late. They changed the clocks on us.
I like the fact that Africa is like, you know what? Nah.
I wish we could all do that, to be honest.
I think we can, right?
And also Halloween.
It's like decentralized time.
The problem is I can't start doing the show any earlier than I do.
Hey guys, how do we decentralize time? Sorry. Continue with the news.
In other news, October's crypto flash crash. Did market makers make it worse? Yeah, probably they did. Benzinga reports that October's steep market drop may have been magnified by market makers and thin liquidity conditions. Analysts say forced liquidations triggered a cascade of automated sell orders, driving a temporary disconnect between spot and derivatives pricing. Despite the shock, on-chain data shows long-term holders continued accumulating Bitcoin, underscoring how the L2 ecosystem is absorbing volatility even as speculative flows reset. So yes, in the short answer, yes, I do think that the market makers kind of made the situation worse, especially with things shutting down the way they did and people couldn't get access to markets. Long-term holders continued to accumulate Bitcoin during the process if they could. Part of the problem was people couldn't actually get in to buy the dip, and I think that's why the dip went so severely like it did.
I heard that recruiting is about buying the deep.
Maybe.
You know, like the Punjabi coder.
No, I don't. I didn't understand what you were saying. I still don't quite get it.
It's okay.
Only that it had to be some kind of Punjabi joke.
Yes, a lot of Punjabi names end in Jeep, like Jagdeep.
Oh, Sandeep.
Sandeep, right?
Yeah,
So,
okay.
You know, Deep Seek is a Punjabi doing research, you know, in India.
It is?
No, but it could be.
Like, what? I missed that entirely.
Did you know there was an Indian AI startup that just had Indians giving the answers? You hear about that?
No.
You think I'm joking?
Tell me that's wait.
There's an AI company that just hired Indians to answer instead of AI.
They didn't train an AI. They went to the call centers that were no longer hiring people.
Yeah.
They're like, you guys here, you guys all have Chat GPT. Just answer these questions.
So the joke is DeepSeek is DeepSikh. Continue with the news. This must be some sort of affliction, autism or something. Continue.
Balancer. This is actually a crazy one. Balancer faces $70 million exploit. Staked ETH drained. That's DeFi platform Balancer is probing a suspected $70 million exploit involving staked Ethereum that was moved to a new wallet over the weekend. The incident renewed concerns about smart contract vulnerabilities and cross-protocol risk as attackers target yield strategies linked to Ethereum staking. Balancer paused affected pools while security teams traced the funds. Another reminder that trustless DeFi still requires vigilance and rapid incident response. Even more vigilance, I would say, actually. Trustless means you have to verify. That's the whole point. If it's trustless, that means you do not trust it. You have to make sure you know what you're getting into, and if you don't, you're risking your assets.
I like that. Risking your asset.
Yeah, you're risking your ass. That.
On the, you know
Bars.
what they call an Indian on a tightrope? Balancing. Continue.
Balancing. Scott Besant praises. He's Michael. You're gonna give me a racial.
All right. Continue.
Scott Besant praises Bitcoin. Macro investor and former Soros Fund CIO Scott Besant described Bitcoin as a global reserve grade asset that could anchor the next monetary cycle. He praised its finite supply and decentralized security model while contrasting it with governments running record deficits. Besant's endorsement adds institutional credibility to Bitcoin's long-term case and signals growing acceptance of digital hard money within macro finance circles.
I trust anyone with a neck like that.
What?
Look at his neck.
Oh, Blockface, come on.
You're setting
I
me
go
up.
the other way. If I see a neck like that, usually anything that looks kind of like that, I'm a little sus.
That you know how much money that neck has?
I just don't know how it earned that money. Is really what.
That neck has some stories.
And it's like sideways, like he's got two mouths. What's going on there?
That's incredible. It looks like he has the Unilever logo in his neck. I have to stop.
He loves Ben and Jerry's. What do you want?
Ah, nice. Teeters.
Standard Chartered CEO, all transactions moving to blockchain. Yeah, I tend to agree with this one too. Excuse me, guys. Standard Chartered CEO Bill Winters said he expects virtually all financial transactions to migrate to blockchain in coming years, driven by efficiency and transparency demands. The bank has already run pilot projects with tokenized settlements and cross-border payments. His comments highlight the continuing shift from experimental Web3 integration to mainstream financial infrastructure, a trend that supports stacks and Bitcoin L2 adoption momentum. I think it's only a matter of time, right? All of us here are expecting that all transactions are going to end up being on chain eventually. You guys agree? Disagree? What do you
I agree. I mean, it's a ledger. It's a public ledger. You could go. It makes things easier to kind of track, right? And you can't go in there and mince the data.
Oh, this bank is still operating.
What's that? Standard Chartered? Huh? What were you saying? Did I freeze up?
No, you're good.
Yeah.
So, do you guys disagree that pretty much every financial transaction will be on chain eventually? Or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that they will be, depending on like I don't know which blockchain it will be that will be used, but like I do agree that they will be on chain. Everything's gonna be on chain. It makes things transparent, and you can't spoof shit if it's on chain.
It's true. I mean, really. So that wraps up the news. I went through all the news stories. What do you guys have going on today?
So I got a new activity schedule for Zest and Stacking DAO dropping in a little bit. You're gonna select the content contest winners as well as like a few other things, send out some prizes, stuff like that. We have a new participant in the Zest meme coin sprint. The Nakamoto Droid team is joining the sprint. So big shout out to the Nakamoto One crew. You want to follow them at Nakamoto and the number one. Um, and the ticker is Droid. So that's a huge one. Big shout out to Jerry for setting that up, and big shout out to Joe Vez and the Lunar Crush team.
Very nice, very nice
stuff.
Dig it.
And I want to take a look at these hoodies. I've been waiting to do this unboxing for X Inc. Big shout out to Eric from X Inc. I can't wait to check out these hoodies. I'm gonna do a little refill. Also, taking a look at Nova, we launched a bounty on Zero Authority. So I'm gonna go into the Discord and the Stacking DAO Discord, and take a look at the entries today. You can also submit entries from the Discord as well with a couple slash functions. So I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, just getting November started off on the right foot, getting things kind of solidified and getting mobilized, man. It's been a good start so far. Hanging with you guys.
Yeah, for sure. So far, it's been a decent start to the month. Aside from being a little bit under the weather, had a great day yesterday with my boys. A really interesting show this morning. A little bit of a different. So what do you guys think? Do we want to maybe do Find to Earn earlier? Does that make sense?
I don't know. I mean, like it does seem like tuning straight into the games and then doing the news together could be a feasible format. I like being able to kind of discuss what's going on in the space with you. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. I think it'd be a lot of fun for people to just tune in. The first thing that they get to do is play some games, and then we have our our hunters ready for the rest of the show. So I mean, I don't think that it's a bad idea.
All right. Well, you know what? We'll try it this week. We'll do it for the week. We'll keep it at so.
So we are keeping we're keeping the same time, same format like we did today, right?
We did today. Except for the news will actually probably come closer to 9 o'clock instead of 9:30 because we won't have the battle every day. We will definitely do that again though. And I will definitely come harder next time.
Sheesh.
Bring it on, bring it on. Always here. But yeah, I like your beats more. So yeah, make sure if you get that instrumental right now,
I will
managed
download
to make
I'll download the stems and send you all of them.
awesome. So yeah, I managed to make my monitors working because I had some cables missing because of the renovations. Everything was just all over the place. So I managed to find the cable. So now I'm able to mix and master professionally using my monitor speakers. So yeah, we good to.
Awesome. I haven't actually even gotten into my DAW. That was all just the AI, by the way. I didn't do anything with those beats. I just made them. And then I picked the ones I thought were the best too. Actually, I couldn't pick between the two that I had because they were both different kinds of. Yeah, and Eric, I will absolutely be rocking mine tomorrow. For sure. I have just some stuff I got to get through to the end of the day today, and then I should have that open. I must come harder next time.
Let's go.
Isn't that what we're all working on? Coming harder next time.
Damn, son, where'd you find that?
Oh, damn, son. Where you find this? This should be played at high volume.
All right.
Do some
So
cooking.
for everyone in the know, for everyone to understand, we go live at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. At that time, we open up the weekly giveaway entries, and then we play some content from earlier in the week, and or some content about some of our marketing partners and other projects in the ecosystem, letting people know, making sure everyone's aware of what we're doing in the ecosystem. And then Hunter's,
Blame
are
it
you
on the Jameson. Blame it on the Jameson. Yeah. Yeah.
can
Blame
blame
it on the Jameson. Yeah. New format because Jameson. Yeah. We just blame it on the Jameson.
That's a good hook, though. We could probably sell that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, bro. We can do that. Blame it on the Jameson. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So we'll go live at 7:30 a.m. like we've been doing. At 8:30, instead of the news, we'll play Find2Earn rounds, which is the same time for most of the hunters anyway. And then at when we're done with Find2Earn, we'll go into the news, and then we'll bring on any guests or anything after that.
That sounds like a plan, dude. Sounds fantastic.
All right. With that, I actually have like meetings for the next like 4.5 hours.
Forever.
I'm in meetings until tomorrow. Yes, we do. Hannah, yes.
So we have to check with the time of CAT because most of the guys will be
Right,
CAT.
probably an hour later than you guys are using.
Yeah.
So it's not it's not in like 45 minutes. It's in like an hour and 45 minutes. Our meeting. So I will just I'm gonna figure out some content to throw on for a little while. You guys stay tuned. Keep tuning in. By the way, if you have anything going on in the ecosystem today, you got a space, you got a show, you got some content you produced, you got a contest, you got a mint coming down the line, drop it in the comments below this live stream. It's pinned to the DeOrganized page. If you're not following DeOrganized, it's at DeOrganized BTC. The pinned post is the live stream, and the comments under the live stream have anything you want going on in the ecosystem today. You go in there, drop it underneath the live stream, and let us know what you got going on in the ecosystem, and we'll get you shared out. GP's showing you. Oh, GP, this is exactly what. So GP's got his screen share going on. Share it out, and we'll put it on the screen. We'll put it on the screen. So make sure you get over. Wait, what are you sharing out there?
So I had a little giveaway over this past week. I'm giving away a memo bot.
Yeah. Nice.
V2. So I'll be selecting a winner today. So I'll be closing this out here in a little bit, but I'll leave it open for just a little while so others can go in here and get their entries in. We got quite a few already, so go get your entries in and drop your SDX ID, tag 3, like and repost, normal stuff for the giveaways, and a chance to win 2 different NFTs from the Gigaverse. So let's go. And all I did, guys, was I went to this post and I clicked the URL, the link, grab the link, and then you go over to DeOrganized, just like Peace Love said. Click on this pinned post here, boom, and you just drop it right underneath the comments. In a comment here, you scroll down, you can see I have this here, and it'll be covered on the live. So if you need exposure to anything, this is a very easy way to get it up there on DeOrganized, guys. Go share what you need us to amplify, and we will do that. So yes, all the peace and love to you.
Very good, very good. And whoops, hold on a minute. Didn't want to do that just yet. Sorry. So guys, make sure you go. If you're not following GP, if you're not following Orange, you're not following 300, you're missing out. Make sure you go like and enter into GP's contest. You're getting some OG art on Stacks NFT stuff that you should definitely be getting some. Where's that top hat come from, by the way? That looks kind of familiar.
that top hat little asset that I found online. I was like, hey, I like this top hat. I think I might have used this top hat. This top
I like
hat
it.
looks
I like
fine.
it.
That's a magic hat. That one.
Very
Reminds me a little bit of this guy's top hat.
oh, look at that guy's top
Oh,
in the building.
you got it 3D printed?
Yeah, like I paid way too much money for it too, like 2 years ago.
Dude, I get one so bad. And then I was looking at like heat presses and stuff like that for like Lolo was looking for heat presses for shirts and like cups and stuff like that over the weekend too. Just taking a look at what's out there on the marketplace, and I mean, I think that we should do some merch. We should do some merch drops.
Word, bro. You're
Definitely.
getting into the field that we're in with Wi-Fi, and that's a good trade. Yeah, you gotta have like a laser, 3D printer, heat press, Mac press, bro. You're good. You'll be good.
Oh yeah, dude.
I dig it. I dig it, guys. I do gotta kind of transition to the next segment because I gotta get the show roll. I got to get the content rolling. There's a little bit of Jesus for your day. I love you guys. I really do.
Awesome. And
We have way too much fun on this show, but it's if it's not fun, why do it? As Ben and Jerry's once said. That's 2 times we mentioned Ben and Jerry's today.
Damn, I gotta eat some Ben and Jerry's. Let's go.
Just
food for the win.
Let's go. And GP, just know that I caught some wins for you on the finals. I caught some wins for you on the finals against Crypto Dude, bro.
Let's
I was cooking
go.
yesterday. Yes, sir.
Let's go, dude. Congrats, dude. Working on the gameplay. We gotta do some streaming for that. But yeah, peace. I shall see you in the meeting and
Yeah, I'll see you guys in the meeting. I'll catch you guys later. Orange, much love, man. Good to see you back. Don't
Yes,
be
sir.
here. Make sure you keep coming. We love you. And,
Always coming.
I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday, bringing you the news, some fun, some entertainment, hopefully some education and entertainment. Never financial advice. Always do your research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. And with that, we are out. Catch you later. Stay tuned throughout the day. Peace.
Hey, my friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music here, and we're breaking in. We have Dream Chasers, one of the guys from the project Sweeper. That is a DeOrganized project. He's going to come on and give us a demonstration for his project. So let me see if I can get him on here. Here we go. All right. So now you guys see two of me. Let me actually just take the second one of me off of here so it doesn't look weird.
Okay.
All right. And you can still hear me, Dream Chaser.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can.
All right. So tell us about Sweeper. What is the project? What are you looking to do with it? And let's see how it works.
Okay, so Sweeper is a chance game. It's pretty simple. You click a box. If you don't happen to hit a mine, you make some money with it. So basically, this is the DApp, basically. So first of all, this is what you're gonna see when you get to the main page. And you can see our upcoming announcement games and stuff and weekly leaderboards where there's going to be a couple of rewards for anyone that's going to be playing, either, more prizes basically. So let's connect our wallet and let me walk you through the gameplay. Okay, so I just connected my wallet here. Right. So on the left side, you see a game panel. That's basically where you see how the game works, uh, what current row you're at, multiplier, all that stuff, and how many lives you have, and potential payouts you have. And then on the right side, that's basically the game. That's where you get to click the boxes and see if you can actually win some money. basically like Las Vegas. Okay, so let's do one STX.
So you spend SDX to make a move.
Yeah, to make a move basically. So it's like you only make you only spend one STX and then any amount basically. But the transaction only happens once, and then you can click as many boxes as you want.
Okay,
So
one
if you
SDX
can,
to, or is it a wager, or is it, how does that work? What am I paying one STX for?
okay, so it's not fixed to one STX basically, but it's like it's a wager, like you say. And then that wager you place is actually multiplied by, with each row that you actually win. So currently, if you see right here, it's 0.12 and it's accumulative. So, you don't really have to like, it's not like fixed to like a specific row. So as you can see with my potential payouts, it's increasing. If I win again, it increases again. If I choose to actually cash out then and there, no need to talk to someone, easy, cash out, and you'll see it in my wallet. It's that simple. And then you can start another game again, no hassle free. It's all hassle free. So that's pretty much the entire project, but a lot is actually going in the background, making sure that you have the a seamless experience.
And right now, this is in testnet.
Yeah, right now it's still in testnet, so anyone can actually play around with it, break it if you want to. We're actually looking to hear your opinions as well, so yeah.
Awesome. Do me a favor. Can you, in the comments, can you drop me the link?
Okay.
And all right, cool. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop this in the live stream, in the comments under the live stream, or the replies under the live stream, so that. Just let me get this off of here. Get back on the game here. So that people know where to go.
Yeah.
So every day, guys, you all know we have the pinned post for the live stream. We drop links in there all day, and try out. So is the sweep? There's multiple games on here, or is this link is?
So far we actually have one, but we're looking to actually come up with another one. That's called Laser Rush. It's another simple game where you click a box, and if a laser doesn't hit that box, well, you get to win some money. You can cash out at any time. It's almost like the same concept, but on a different kind of game. But yeah.
All right. So I just posted that link there.
Okay.
When I have a minute to test around, I absolutely will. I love that's. If I had didn't have a show to do, I would spend a lot more time test netting stuff.
Yeah.
My favorite things to do.
No, it's pretty addictive once you get the hang of it. Because I do so far. I think I've done more than 300 transactions, not just on testing alone, but also playing the actual game, like the adrenaline rush. It's pretty cool. Although it's like forced money, but I mean it's pretty cool still.
Yeah, well, and eventually it won't be faucet money.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah.
So what's your timeline now? I know you finished your first. How many milestones do you have for D grants?
So far we have 4. We have 4. So our first milestone was actually to make refinements to the whole project. Initially, it didn't have things like lives. You didn't have 2 lives. So if you hit a mine once, well, you would die. But it wasn't like the risk reward ratio wasn't okay. So we decided to add on, another life as well. The multipliers now are, accumulative. So more money to you if you actually do win. So yeah.
Sounds cool, man. So you got 4 milestones you got to crank out between now and the end of January, probably, right?
Yeah.
And there's going to be more games on the platform too, though.
Yeah. We're looking to so for now, with each month research and all that, we're looking to actually add more games as we go. Right now, we have, like I said, Laser Rush. We wanted to do a no lottery, but we saw it was a lot of people were actually doing that, so we wanted to do something actually different. So we came up with Laser Rush, and then later on we'll come up with more games.
All right. So you know what I'm gonna do?
Mhm.
I'm gonna share my screen on here.
Okay.
I'm gonna play. We'll see
Okay.
how it goes. I have a test net. I have a little bit of test stack, so I can do this. I'm
Okay.
prepared. So let me. Am I sharing on that? Is this me? Yeah. This is me. All right.
Yep, that's it.
All right. So let me just make sure we don't need to zoom in as much. There we go. All right. Let's see. Can I? So I got coming soon. Laser Rush coming soon. I got my game count over here, my leaderboard. I'm gonna get on that leaderboard if I have enough time to play. And so my bet amount is the max is 50.
Yeah, max is 50. We want to encourage everyone to play, not just you alone, because if you do happen to bet the entire liquidity of the contract, yeah, you might make everyone else, not play. So yeah,
Oh,
we're actually encouraging everyone to actually play the whole thing.
you would rather play with the fit. It's okay if I do the max.
Yeah, it's totally okay. Totally okay. Yeah, you can actually do 50.
All right. So just approving the transaction. I mean, why not? It's faucet money anyway, right? Like we.
It's faucet money anyway.
All right. So I click one of these.
Yeah, you click one of these. If you don't want to play for that box, you can actually hit the skip button, and then you can head over to the next row, and
All right. So over here, if I have to play at least 2, is that what it is?
Yeah, you have to play one more. So when you play one more, and then it allows you to actually cash out.
Oh no.
But the beauty now is you still have 1 life, so you can still cash
Oh,
out even though
I
you
can
hit a
cash
mark.
out right now. But now,
You can cash out.
and now it's so it gets to be one less. Is there only one mine in there? Is there multiple mines?
They can't be multiple mine. They can be one mine. You can never know for sure. So yeah.
I think I'm gonna press my luck. Let's see. What do I want to do? I've had luck with the ends so far, so let me. All right.
Ooh, okay. I see you.
Now I'm gonna.
That is dope.
Let's see. I'm gonna.
Normally,
go ahead.
Normally I chicken out on row 3.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. Normally I chicken out on row 3.
So in my 110 stacks on the line, I'd probably cash out too. But we're testing it out. Let's keep going. I'm gonna take the middle. Oh man.
Ooh, okay.
All right. Let's see. Let's take the end over here. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow.
I'm lucky.
Oh wow.
I'm just a lucky guy. It's true. Especially when there's nothing real riding on it. Super lucky. Let me. All right. Hey! Oh my god! I can keep going.
Okay. Wow, it's going. Okay.
Keeps
Wow.
going. Is that how it goes? It keeps going. How far does it go?
Yeah, it keeps going to I think it's the max you can go to row 25, 23, 25. Yeah.
Oh man, all right. We're not gonna go to 25, but I'll try to get to 10. Let me see if I can get to 10.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh.
See, that's what happens when you press your luck, fam. That's what happens.
Yeah.
But man, honestly, that is fun doing. It's especially fun doing live with people, right? That's the
true.
experience we've had with games so far.
Yeah, true. So yeah, so that's pretty much it. I'm sure people, content creators like Tindley could actually have a go as well. You know,
Well, we should definitely have
spend some money.
Tinderly.
Yeah.
Tinderly's part of the DeOrganized team. He's welcome to come on. He was on a little bit. I actually caught him hanging out, lurking in the channel a little while ago. So
Oh, okay.
I surprised him. I turned on his screen and I said hi, and I asked him. He's doing some kind of stream project today with. He's just teaching some girl some stuff about crypto, but his like.
Oh, okay.
But he's billing it as he's having a sleepover with with so I was
Oh, okay.
about
Okay.
that a little bit, but he's a good kid. I like the dude.
Yeah, true. True.
Yeah, but we'll definitely I'll definitely I'll do a session maybe when I get back from Buenos Aires, because I'm not going to be on the show for a couple of days.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to Dev. They're sending me to Dev Connect. They want me to network and try to build some business for the ecosystem, which I'm going to do.
Yeah.
But this is really fun, man. I love the game. Can't wait to see it iterate further. I probably won't be as bold when there's real stacks on the line, but
Yeah.
it's definitely fun to do. And you could actually probably you might even be able to get an audience participation thing where people can make bets on it, like predictions as to how some
Oh, yeah.
does and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I think one of the things that we might actually do as like a branch, apart from Sweeper as a whole, maybe to create a dApp that allows tournament bets. So if a certain player wins, anyone who plays the bets and for that person actually gets to win. So it's still in the pipeline. I think I had already created something, just the proof of concept, if you will, for that as well.
I like it, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well done. This absolutely, if you need me to, I'll happily chat with Hattie and make sure he knows that this was all set.
Yeah.
Satisfies the demonstration as far as I'm concerned, as a steward, but not the steward in your track.
Okay.
I hope that satisfies your milestone one. Looking forward to more. Feel free to come on anytime, by the way, man. We love having devs come on and stuff. It doesn't have to be just when you're ready with your milestone. You just want to show us something. You want to come on and chat. Feel free to reach out. We'll happily cover your stuff again, man.
No, awesome. Thank you for having me, though. Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right, man. Looking forward to more. You have a great rest of your day, and thanks for being flexible and doing this in the middle of the day, unplanned. This was unscheduled, guys. By the way, he was not
so unscheduled. Yeah,
but he did it anyway, and we got it done.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Dream Chasers, guys. If you're not following at Dream Chasers, it's with a Z, right?
Yeah.
On X, and is there an X account for Sweeper yet?
Yeah, there is an account for Sweeper. I think it's Sweeper_STX.
All right, let me actually get that on the screen real quick too.
Let me triple check. Let me make sure it is. Yeah, it's Sweeper_STX. O caps. Yeah, that one.
Oh, I'm not following yet. All right, now I am. All right, check them out. Make sure you get it's Sweeper_STX right here. Make sure you go check them out. They're building games, real games with real crypto on stacks. That means on Bitcoin, my friends. Games on Bitcoin with Sweeper. Man, thank you for joining. I appreciate your time today, and we look forward to more from you.
No, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, man. Awesome stuff. I'm really glad. I'm glad we did this. I'm glad we figured out a way to get this on and be stable with it. So
I'm glad you're actually excited as well for the project. Wow, it means a lot. It means a lot.
Oh man, I love people. I know it takes work to do this stuff. I know what it takes.
Yeah.
And it's not easy. It's not easy.
No, it's not.
Putting yourself out there, showing people when it's not quite ready. Like it takes some work. So good for you, man. Keep up the good work. Looking more forward to more from you, and really appreciate you doing this today. And thank you guys for watching. We're going to go back to our regularly unscheduled programming, and we'll be back.
Oh yeah.
We'll be back later.
Yeah.
And make sure you follow Dream Chasers on X and Sweeper
Yeah.
_ STX. Thank you guys for checking us out today. Yeah, we're off screen.
The basics of what BitFlow is and how it adds to the stocks ecosystem. How you can use BitFlow for various stuff like swapping of your favorite token, putting your BTC to use, single-sided liquidity and yield on Bitcoin. So since we're waiting for others to join, let me quickly do this.
Peace, are you there? Nice.
Okay, so I'm going to wait a bit, then start the class. Let me try to get everything sorted out real quick. But yes, let's start today's class. So again, welcome everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Stocks AI Build Bootcamp. Today we're going to be going over what or how you could like create content on BitFlow, since most people don't know what BitFlow is since they're so new. So first, what is BitFlow? BitFlow is a decentralized exchange on the Bitcoin ecosystem, on the Bitcoin blockchain. So BitFlow is designed to help solve the problem of fractional liquidity. That means it helps you trade both stablecoin or Bitcoin pegged assets. Basically, it helps you trade Bitcoins, tokens that are on the stocks blockchain, like your main coin like Rush, Leo, and the likes. Also, what BitFlow aims to solve is that BitFlow aims to solve the problem of idle assets, which Bitcoin is all about. So BitFlow is here to create a yield or DeFi strategy for the assets on Bitcoin. So basically, it involves you can supply your SBTC on BitFlow and get rewarded through liquidity pools there. And there are various core features in BitFlow. Mind you, I'm going to go through this real quick because I'm also going to do a recap of the original classes, just a quick recap. So BitFlow allows you to swap. That means you can swap your meme coins, your stable assets, or anything with minimal slippage. And you can also earn real yield. That means you can stake your assets and get rewarded with sustainable returns. And then Bitflow also offers single-sided liquidity, which you can see from your STX on the Bitflow pool. And through that, you can supply only your STX and get rewarded for that. So next, the benefits of Bitflow, why Bitflow is so based. It is created on the Bitcoin layer to which leverages stacks to bring smart contracts to Bitcoin. So what BitFlow does is that it uses the programmability of stacks to allow DeFi on Bitcoin. It allows SBTC integration. SBTC is a one-to-one pegged Bitcoin, which enables users to perform DeFi with it. So Bitcoin allows people to do that with their SBTC. And now I'm going to go over the last class. We've talked about prompting, how prompting could help you grow, and how to do effective prompting. So today I'm going to just go brief on how you can do effective prompting without having to do too much. So first, when you want to create, when you want to make effective prompt, you have to know what your context is. You have to be clarified on what you want to do, and then you have to define your constraint. So first of all, when you say context, that means what your AI is. That means you have to give your AI personnel to get effective prompt. For example, like let me give an example, a practical example to be precise, so you guys will not be confused. I'm going to go to here. Okay, so hold on, my screen is not. So now I'm going to show you guys how to give your AI a persona. So first of all, you can use any AI for this, mind you. So for me, I'm going to try to use my Google AI Studio, since I already have a persona there. But let's go over how to create a persona with Gemini. Okay, so first of all, you have to think about what type of persona you want, or what the features you want your persona to have. Like for example, I want to create a prompt engineer that is well versed in the creation of AI images and AI videos that looks more like 3D animations. So I'm going to tell my AI to give a set of system instructions that gives the well, I hope my screen is visible, that gives an AI the set of personalities. Sorry, personalities. So now I'm going to, although it's advisable not to use bullet points or asterisks or stuff like that, because it's some AIs do not work better with those. So I'm going to try to like do this the easy way. So I'm going to ask it to tell the AI that you are a very advanced AI prompt engineer skilled in the field of live images and video creation. And also, I'm going to add this for clarity, also with experience in wood. No, this is supposed to reward photography. The reason I said photography is because when you want to like create an image, the photographers have better sense of how to create images, what images should look like, how they should look like, the best way it can come out, the best angle, stuff like that. So I'm going to run that and see what Gemini gives me. So it gives me this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this system instruction and then take it to my Studio. I'm going to show you. So the site is aistudio.google.com, and you can access it. It's basically free for everyone in case you have no access to subscription. So I'm going to put this in, and then I'm going to switch this to Gemini. Okay, so now I want to like create a normal image, but I don't want to use a reference image. So I'm going to tell you to create an image of. Oh yeah, another important thing. The best way to use prompt is by using them as JSON files. So JSON files are like super important trying to when you're trying to create a personality. So always make sure to add the fact that all its all its output should be in JSON format. And so I'm going to add that all output must be in JSON format. So since I've done that, I'm going to ask it to create an image of let's say a humanoid kangaroo. So I'm going to run that and let the AI go through that and see what it gives me. Although it's most AIs usually work with more complex prompts, but most are very easy to use, like Nano Banana. Nano Banana literally just gives you what you give it and gives it to you back in better format. So now it's running the prompt. Oh yeah, another important thing is that for your prompt, always remember that you must add a negative prompt because negative prompts are more like what you don't want to see in your image. Okay, they are what you don't want to see in your image and what you wouldn't like to see in your image. So an example of a negative prompt is maybe disfigured or six hands or six fingers, stuff like that. They help distinguish between what you want and what you don't want. So now you can see that in my prompt here, you can see that it's first went through the concept of what I want to do. So it analyzed the concept of an humanoid kangaroo, that is a kangaroo with human features, and then it's recommended the like a framework for it. That means like a framework for it. So wait, was someone under? So next, it's analyzes the type and it gives me suggestion about what its skin should be like, about the texture of the character and its anatomy. So and then the next one was it give me suggestion on the lightning of the image. I mean that is why the photography side was very important. And then it's also gave me the camera settings, that's also this. And then it gave me final output and it says here this is the explanation of what it does, what it did rather. So it says I chose specific keywords like anthropomorphic and bipedal to enforce the humanoid shape, reference to Aaron Sims creative and unrelated similar AI. So basically what it says here is that it tells me the reason for the prompt and why it is optimal. So I'm going to copy this prompt real quick and take it to. I'm going to use two different AIs for this. I'm going to use Gemini and run this, and I'm also going to use Google AI Studio for the second one. So it's loading. Let's see what it gives us. That's fast. So voila, see what it gives us. It gives us a kangaroo with humanoid feature that and standing upright because kangaroos don't normally stand this upright. So it gave it the shoulders, the hands, the legs standing aloof, and then the you can see it that the you can see it that the background is more like as if it's taking a picture. Do you get it? It's very, very smooth and you can see how clean it is. So next I'm going to show you another type of AI you can use. So I'm going to try image and for trying to this
Oh,
image.
is it possible
Yeah.
to make the kangaroo like somehow more bit flow, like themed?
Oh yes, definitely. Definitely. So I'm going to have to go here and edit my prompt right here. So mind you, we must first know what bitflow basically represents. Oh wow. So we're going to go to bitflow's page. We see that they have a yellow and black um yellow and black um logo, but mind you, a they do not have a mascot. So I'm going to download the logo and head over to my AI. Sorry, head over to my AI, copy this real quick, paste it, and then I'm also going to upload my logo. And mind you, this is the tricky part. Okay, so the tricky part is how we can integrate this logo into our prompt. So now, since I can't for sure say that, okay, does the logo can be like in the background because the AI would have to like go through many steps to just do that. So I'm going to ask it to um um minute kangaroo comma add the uploaded image as a so my sense of thinking is I should make the image a logo on its chest. Okay. So a logo on its chest. But then I don't want the kangaroo to be shirtless, so I'm going to have to be specific more. So wearing um uh I'm just going to go with the black shirt. I'm going to add the plus on its chest area. And then I'm going to run that and see what it gives me. In the meantime, so I'm going to teach how to use the image info voucher, which is best for JSON prompt. But today we're going to be using this now. And we're going to be using this. And mind you, your aspect ratio is very important when you want to use an image for something. So if you want to use an image for a video, but then video is a landscape, you choose the 16 by 9, which like works because this is the standard video mode, that's landscape, or you want to do a portrait mode, that is 9 by 16. But if you select a 1:1, it does not give you the desired output where you want to make a video. It makes it less, very, very compacted. And that is not good when you're running a video because it's then, oh, oh, it then changes the output and makes it less what you want. So now the AI is running a consultation on what I just showed. Mm, So they want to invert. It thought about the fact that a if it adds a black logo to a black shirt, it will basically be invisible. So it thought about a more, you know, a more better way, but I don't think it's worth that. Let me check. Pixels, blah, blah, blah. Okay, bright orange, yeah. So although the image may not be concise, it may not be the way you want it, because for most of this AI, they do not do well with already uploaded image. So I'm going to have to upload my image here again, just to be clear with the AI what I want. So now this is the tricky part. So pixel art logo, I'm going to put in bracket right here, image provided. Okay, so what that tells the AI is that, hey, I uploaded an image already. Why don't you use that image to create the logo that is in the centerpiece? So now I'm going to run this and see what the AI gives me. In the meantime, this is what is given for the other AI. You can see here that it gives the kangaroo in human form. You can see how better it looks than the nano banana, but it also has its benefits. You can see the yes, but yeah, you can see that it's quite good the way it looks. So I'm going to save that. Mind you, once when you're creating with AI, don't think that the first image you create is the best one. Okay, always try to create more than once to have a proper, should I say, average image, like the best image possible. Okay, so once you keep it, okay, yeah, this is what we got. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
So this is what we got. Because of
So are you recommending people to have almost like different platforms open and then have the same prompt feed into different platforms so you can get like a collection of different results?
yes, because that would help you get better at what you do. Okay, if you're able to
So
like, yeah,
what I'm
continue. Just
what I'm thinking is one way to approach this is to generate a prompt and you feed that prompt to different platforms and then you check the best result from all the platforms, which one you prefer, and then you take that one and develop it further.
yes, exactly. You take the best one possible and then you create around that one. Because no matter what you think, you can't necessarily have the best output with one AI. Okay, you have to like engage with various other AIs to always make sure your output is way better. Do you understand?
Mhm.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'm going to try it. Wait. Due to some issues, I'm going to, since the bounty says a Christmas theme, so I'm going to try to make the kangaroo more Christmas themed. Did you get? I hope you guys can hear me. So now I'm going to upload the beautiful image again and then run that. And I'm going to go back here and try running what sorry, try running what I got from this and see how this comes out. So mind you, I will drop this personality in the Discord for anyone that wants to have access to it. It's everything here is basically free to use. Anyone can use it for a limited amount of time. Because I think when it comes to the image aspect of Google AI Studio. I still think Google AI Studio is the best because it gives you unlimited image generation per month. You would have, you could also try LM Arena. Let me type that so you guys can see that. LM and then now. So LM Arena basically uses Nano Banana without any other um without any other implication. So we're going to go here and see what we've gotten. Yeah, because of I did not add the logo, it gave me a whole new logo. So this is the limitation of this, because you won't be able to update a logo. So that's why I recommended using different AI, because then some AIs will allow you to upload while you are creating images, but others won't allow you to do that. So I'm going to copy this prompt. No, I'm going to create this prompt. I'm going to change this to average to see how it goes. I'm going to see how it goes because for some reason, because of I made the shirt black, the AI decided that making it black and this one like that doesn't work. I'm going to try to make the shirt orange and see what I get. Does anyone have a question so far? So we can, we can go through it together just to be safe. Okay, so this is how you use LM Marina. LM Marina basically allows you to create an image without any updating or try to get anything. So now I'm going to try to upload the image. This image? No, no, no. I'm going to try. I'm going to upload the image. See, I can upload the image with this. So I'm going to have to add the fact that this is the image. Image. Uploaded. So I'm going to close my bracket and run that and see what the AI gives. So in the meantime, let's go check out how our last prompt did. So so um so since the background is orange and the shirt is orange, it makes it even more better. So let us see what the AI gives us, and maybe we could work with that. Now this is loading. So now, since we had a bounty launched earlier, late last week, about the about creating a Christmas themed beautiful bounty, beautiful video. So for now, I'm not going to create a video because I want you guys to create with your full imagination. So what I'm going to do is just show you how to create a themed image with what I'm doing. So now I'm going to wait for this to load and copy this prompt and run it. So let's check on our, okay, so and the marina is done. Oh yeah, you can see it now. You can see the two different types. Although this one did compromise the image, this one brought out the image perfectly. Hero, did you see it?
Yeah.
So you can see that this one compromised the image, although the character looked better. but this one brought out the logo better. But the character is a bit, not up to par, so I'm going to save both of them.
Okay.
So now we are going to go to Gemini to try the festive aspect of this. I'm going to upload that upload the image. Mind you, the reason I'm uploading the image, like I said, is for the AI to have a, should I say, like a preview of what it wants to create. So it wouldn't like have to hallucinate and create its own image. Okay. Most AI, because they don't have access to most of what we say, like when we say create a logo and we try to explain it, most AI don't have access to that information. Their database is not that advanced. So they tend to create it in with how advanced they are. So then that's usually like it makes it differ from what you actually want. And that is not what we want right here. So we want to create the pattern perfectly. So now I'm going to go over here and explain why the prompt is like this. So it says that I define the shutters vivid orange to blend with the logo background, ensuring the black pixel art geometric leaf stands out sharply as the brown element. That means it's made sure that the Bitcoin logo is very, very evident and it's not like reversed like the other images. So now we're going to go here and voila. We have Rue in the Christmas art, wearing a
That's
beautiful
really
shirt.
cute. Can you
Yeah.
post that on social media, just so that there's a, the BitFlow people can see it. There's a record of it, and I really like to
Yeah.
share some of these workshop stuff
I'm, go-
on X.
I'm going to drop all the images in the Discord. So I'm going to try to do the prompt with this one. So mind you,
Tell
we're still
people
going to
where to go, like where to find CTSN Discord, because maybe few people know that.
oh yeah. So access the CTSN Discord, just head over to the CTSN.ng. Hold on, let me try to get access to it. So you can always have access to the CTSN Discord through the CTSN X profile. The link is in the profile, and I'm going to try to access it right here so you can see. So all you have to do is go to your search button and press CTSN underscore NG. So once you go there, you're going to see the Discord link right here. And then if you click that, it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Is this the right? I think advanced link is let me try to text. So it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Let me try to confirm it's yes, it's working. Yeah, I understood that. Wait, why does it say that? I can distribute it in just So it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord, and then to access everything that we've done so far, you can head over to the content creation channel, which is totally open for everyone. But just to be clear, you can get through at state channels and roles, or you could get it. So you can head over to the content and creation channel, and you have access to all the past recordings of the bootcamps. So in case you are curious about what we've been doing and you have no access to it, you can head over to the CTS in Discord and you would have access to every material that we've used so far, and also every tools in regards to both development and the music production. So head over to CTS in Discord and get in there to have everything that you need. So now I'm going to go to LM Arena to see. Oh yeah, oh wow. So as always, the first one, let's be crooked. But then the this comes out well. You can see the beautiful logo, the enchant, the Christmas environment and everything. So I'm going to save this and send it. So the next aspect is video creation. So since most people do not have access to um, most people do not have access to paid Gemini or Flow or Google Video. So we're going to try to use Video 2, which is basically free for everyone, but you do each. So that's why, mind you, this is not an advice. That's why it's perfect to have more than one email when you're dealing with AIs to have the opportunity to access the different tools available. So once you're able to do that, you'd have little to less issue creating as much as you want and exploring. So I'm going to switch to Veo 2, basically. And then this is another important aspect. So like I was saying before, when you want to create a video, there are only two aspect ratios available. There's the 16:9 and there's the 9:16. So although most of the images created by Banana have been in 1:1 because of the limitation and all. So I'm going to have to just work with them. So I'm going to go over here and upload my image. Mind you, the thing with video creation is that you can choose to be more specific with your prompt, or you can choose you can use keywords, or you can just use advanced prompting. So I'm going to have to use keywords for this. So I'm going to ask the AI to animate this with a celebration aspect. And although this is just for show, it is not like the normal web prompt. Mind you, don't prompt like this because this is not advanced. I'm also, you also have to make sure that whenever you're prompting the video, you have to make sure that you take into, you must take into factor the camera angle, the lightning, and the way your character is. So I'm going to say, let character work with camera move. Let character work while. Okay, so I'm going to, for more details, I'm still thinking about the prompt. So I'm going to ask character to work as if it's uploading a vlog. Okay, so we're going to run that and see. Oh yeah, see, you can see here that there's the 10/10 generation. So that's for free limits. You can generate more than 10 without using the Gemini API, basically. And to, although you could just subscribe to your Gemini and get a more better option, but For those with no access to the no access to exclusive aspect of it. So I'm going to ask Gemini to do the same for my image. Since I'm just going to change this to shooter. Because when you upload the analysis, it's working on it. So now I'm going to check on this. Yeah, it's downloading and now okay, so let's see what that gives me. So I hope you can see that. You can see that, like I said, because of it is not 16 by 9, the image is cut in half. You can see it is not even in half, it is more like in quarter. You cannot see the logo, you cannot see the art, you can only see the little background and stuff. So I'm going to save that, and we're going to have to work on this aspect again. So another thing you can do for this thing is to make sure you add that the aspect ratio in your prompt. Okay, that's another important thing. So if you say you want to like create an image and then you add it to your prompt, the AI would, okay, let me try to so I'm going to try this, copy this, paste it, and then I'm going to tell it AR, which basically means aspect ratio 16. So now this is the important part. So I'm going to have to go with 16 ratio 9. So let's see if the AI would be able to do that for me. I'm not too confident in this. So now this one. So because I did not put a dialogue, the AI had to generate a dialogue for me. So I'm going to be sending this to the chat for those who want to listen to it and see the difference between both formations. So you can check the CTSL Discord for access to the videos. And then I'm going to go back here and see what this one does for me. So I'm just going to be giving a little bit of like input to what you guys should do for the bounty. Since Bitflow does not have a, since they do not have a mascot, my best advice for anyone is to make use of one of the various meme coins available on Bitflow. Oh yeah, it did the thing. It did the thing. I forgot to add the image. So it did the thing, although the image is still 101. Yeah, but it looks okay. So now you can check the Discord for access to this, to the video. So okay. So next, the next aspect is we're just going to go over. We're going to try to like create a dialogue for this character. Okay. So I'm going to go over here and copy this and paste this. So I'm going to upload the character, and then I'm going to tell the AI um, the important thing is the way you structure your prompt, like I said. So I'm just trying to I'm going to try to structure my prompt in such a way that the prompt does not is not complex for the AI. So I'm going to make it very, very simple. So I'm going to I'm going to ask the AI to let the dialogue by Kara images go as follow. So I'm going to say welcome to the month of the worship I see. I'm going to use XMS for night mass. So I'm going to say trade on its flow. I'm going to say don't forget. I'm trying to make sure that my prompt is not, my dialogue is not more than it's supposed to be. So, okay, so straight on the flow. So let's see if the AI is able to create the old prompt around this. And another AI you can use for your video is Flow. Although Flow requires Flow does give 100, so 100 points I think per month. Also, so you can basically create using 100 flow points per month. And once you create those, you would have access to the voice and the animations and everything. So I'm going to go over here and see. Okay, let's go there. So I'm going to go over there and see. So now I have access to my flow. Let me check real quick. So it's slow again. And let's check our Gemini to generating. So, mind you, when you're working with flow, you can let your imagination run wild because flow works better with imagination. So you can let your imagination work around wild, tell it what to do, how to do it. So as access to Nano Banana, you can basically create image with flow. So now another perfect aspect of flow is that there is the text to video aspect, in which you put in a prompt and flow helps you create that image or that video rather. And then you have frames to video, which you have to upload two different frames and add them together. So let's say, for example, you have like two distinct images. So you can, wait, let me try to do something to show you guys. I'm going to try to these two. So I'm going to tell make this to set from of the course as true. So I'm going to try to run that prompt to show you how the frame to video work. So my video is ready. I'm going to go at it and see it. So this came out perfectly like we put into it. So I'm going to try to upload it so you guys can have access to it. If you do not understand anything, please don't hesitate to raise up your hand or ask any question, because this is an open class. Everyone is welcome to ask a question. Uploaded, so you guys can have access to it now. You can check how it's so much. So you can check. So we have kind of error there. So you see how the frame to video works. It's basically made sure both of them are in the same image. And then it's also, this is the first frame, but then this is like the middle frame, what the prompt I asked it to do. And then this is the last frame. Okay. So normally what it does is that it doesn't like add both frames together. It makes them separately. But because I asked it to add both characters together, it's had to do that. So now we're going to go over this one. So now you see how good it is. Yeah. And you see that both frames are also in the video. So showing that the frames of video is meant to like make sure both frames like mingle with one another. So I'm going to save this. So I'm going to save this, and then the next stop. The next aspect is ingredients to video. So what ingredients to video is that it basically allows you to upload more than two images. I think more than two images. It allows you to do that, and then at the end of your upload, at the end of your uploading, your prompts will define how both images will interact with one another. So now using this, I'm going to ask the AI to make this to characters, but to like characters. Mind you, you can also use the prompts from your Google AI Studio system instruction personality. But I'm just taking it slow because that would take more time than we have, and I wouldn't want to take too much of you guys' time. So I'm going to try to show you guys how the latest video came out. So I'm going to upload this and show you guys so you guys can have access to it. So it doesn't seem like it's, so I'm now going to, you can also create image with flow, but that is less used on flow. So I'm not going to have to work with the bitflow image created. So I'm going to use the prompts that we used for Gemini. So I'm going to upload that, and then I'm going to do this, copy the prompt about this. Okay, so I'm going to crop and see using for that to upload. Oh yeah, the video is done. You can see both characters. So that's the beauty of AI. AI, you can do anything you want. So what do I say after this? So I'm just going to add the word July and add the command there. So I'm going to run that, and we can have a look at what we created. So you can see both of them are pricing with the silvers. But yeah, let's check this one out. Was that too much? And then you can see that although it's not like super perfect, but it still works. So now we're going to have a look at going to, Okay, so seems like our the engine is connected. So I'm going to play this and see what. So this came out as good as I thought it would. Let's see the second one. So I'm going to upload the image because and mind you, you're all free to so there you go. That's how you can experience AI stuff. That's how you can create various AI while also, doing other stuffs. So if anyone have a question, they're free to ask the question right now because we've come to the end of the class and hopefully you guys learned a lot. Oh yeah, Tim Lang, what's up?
I have a question. So,
Yeah, ask.
um, you know when you try to use an image as a reference for video generation, right? And let's say that the said image has like writings on it. Sometimes when you use the video generation, it doesn't give you, when it comes out, it doesn't give exactly what it's supposed to give, like exactly what is on the image. It just writes like gibberish text.
Oh yeah, text is another limitation for AIs. Some AI cannot analyze text and remake it. So your best option is to add it after you've created the image. Do you get? That's
Oh,
that's that's one of the uses of that's one of use of the Canva and your CapCut.
oh, okay.
Any other person have a question? Okay, since we have no other question, I think we've come to the end of today's class. Thank you for joining. I hope to see you guys next class. I hope you all have a great night. Good night. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, that was a great session by the Stacks AI Guild and our good friend Bolupeak, showing us how to use some of these amazing AI tools available to us. Thank you guys for tuning in. I am going to continue with some pre-recorded content momentarily, and I believe GP and I will be back with you guys around 2 p.m. to cover the Fed speech. It's scheduled for 2 p.m. still right now. If that changes, we'll let you know. But we'll have something going on, and stay tuned for more content. And as always, thank you guys so much for continued support and tuning into what we're doing here. We really appreciate you, our audience, and just want to say that. We'll be back with more content shortly. Stay tuned.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game.
What is up, my friends? It's your old pal Peace Love Music. We have a really interesting guest joining us in 1 minute to talk about something that's actually very important and we need to get more awareness about in the ecosystem regarding some new rules proposed by MSCI and indexing or excluding companies from being indexed in the global investable market if they hold more than 50% of their total assets in digital assets, or they're on their hold more than 50% of their reserves or their on-book assets in digital assets. So we do need to talk about this. It's very important. We need to spread a lot of awareness about this. Before I jump in, I want to just take a minute to level set for folks who may not be familiar with MSCI. MSCI is one of the largest and most influential index providers in the world. They create and maintain the indexes that many institutional investors, pension funds, mutual funds, and ETFs use as benchmarks for where capital gets allocated. When a company is included in a major MSCI index, it can automatically become eligible for investment by a wide range of funds that are required to track these indexes. And when a company is excluded, it can lose access to that institutional capital, sometimes regardless of how strong the underlying business is. So MSCI isn't a regulator, but their classification decisions have real world consequences. They shape capital flows, influence corporate behavior, and quietly set rules that companies, investors end up having to play by. That's why this recent proposal around digital asset treasury companies has gotten attention, because it's not just about Bitcoin. It's about how companies are categorized and what that means for markets. We are being joined by George McHale from Bitcoin Magazine. He's an author, and he's also part of a project called Bitcoin for Corporations. And fortunately, we have entities like this to help promote awareness about this. And let me bring George on. Welcome, George. How are you today, sir?
I am doing well. How are you?
Very good. Very good. You know, we have as much time as you want. Happy to, I really appreciate you joining us today to talk about this because it's a very, very important distinction going on. And I think that it probably goes a little bit, it's not maybe the sexiest of news. So I think it goes past people a little bit. So why don't you give us a little bit of a breakdown of what your background and then what the issue is.
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me on. I'm excited, even though it is an unsexy issue, I'm excited to talk about it because it is definitely something that could potentially have a significant impact on our industry. So yeah, my background, I've been in Bitcoin since 2017. I've been a part of the BTC Inc. team for the last 4 years. And I've been running Bitcoin for Corporations for a little over a year now. It's an initiative that we started with Strategy. We launched at Bitcoin Nashville in 2024 with the mission to accelerate corporate Bitcoin adoption. So saw a need in the space to help support these companies that are kind of just starting out by creating a Bitcoin treasury strategy, resourcing them, helping them get the right connections, hosting events, things like that. And so this proposal came on my radar. Actually, Dylan from MetaPlanet gave me a call and was like, "Hey, you got to see this. This is definitely something that I think BFC was built for. And sure enough, we jumped all over it because we have a coalition now of about 40 companies that are in some way, shape, or form adopting a Bitcoin strategy. And so we see part of our role in the space to bring attention to issues that impact our constituencies. So we started this campaign. We built the site that you're showing a screenshot from. It's msci.bitcoinforcorporations.com. If you want to check it out, it has all the information about what this proposal is, what's at stake, and how people can get involved. So the TLDR basically is that MSCI, Morgan Stanley Capital International is what it stands for. No affiliation anymore with Morgan Stanley, interestingly enough. They've since sold. So MSCI is a for-profit entity, it's a publicly traded company that has a lot of influence in how public markets are shaped. As you kind of shared in your intro there, it impacts significant amounts of passive flows into companies. And so when we see a proposal that basically creates a new type of criteria that's never been contemplated before, right? This is kind of random, kind of out of nowhere, and I don't want to kind of speculate in terms of like motivation or intentions here, but it does seem like either someone just whoever put this together, or whatever group of people put this together, either we're not fully educated on sort of what is happening with Bitcoin treasury adoption. That's kind of the most generous read on the situation, all the way down to the spectrum goes to there's something kind of nefarious intent, or like there's some interests that want to see Bitcoin corporate treasury significantly impeded. And so there's a really kind of one of those things that happened that was a little bit flying under the radar until JP Morgan published a report that kind of made it more known. I can't remember exactly what day it was, but it was one of the days that Bitcoin had a significant pullback. You kind of saw the market, I think, reacting to this. A lot of people think this is priced in, and so if this happens, so basically they've created a comment period. So right now we're in the comment period. We have until December 31st to submit comments from the public and from investors about why this shouldn't be implemented. And so we're engaged with MSCI. I'm hoping to have a call with them this week. We've shared with them, our kind of logic as to why this doesn't make any sense. We've shared with them that we have almost 1,100 signatures now, including some of the names. They named 39 different companies in this proposal. 8 of them are Bitcoin for Corporations members, including Strategy, Metaplanet, and others. And so, we're doing our part to try to make some noise and try to push back against this. And December 31st, the comment period closes, and then they'll have until January 15th to decide whether or not they're going to implement this.
So, and again, we're not trying to be provocative. We don't know exactly the intent behind this. It could be just a lack of understanding. I do think that the timing is kind of curious. Just because of where the market is heading, it kind of already makes the companies that have been adopting Bitcoin on their balance sheet more vulnerable to a potential shock if they hold a certain amount. I don't think there's a lot of companies that have more than 50% on their balance sheet at this point anyway, but actually I guess you would know better than I don't really know.
So, I mean, out of the 39 companies that they named in their proposal, basically they're split up into 2 groups. One is a group of 18 of these companies that are currently in MSCI indexes that would face immediate removal if this were to be implemented. And then the other 21, they're not currently in the indexes, but they would be barred from future inclusions because they match the criteria. So, yeah, 18 companies right away would be removed. That would represent significant forced selling, significant inconvenience for investors. It's just one of those things. Again, it just doesn't make sense for really anyone involved. It doesn't protect investors in any way. It doesn't move the ball forward in capital markets. Like we're really trying to get to the bottom of like, okay, who is this for? Who does this benefit? What's the intent here? And more importantly, like how, if there is kind of a concern about these companies looking more like funds, well, number one, that can be solved with a little bit more education and a little bit more insight into what these companies are actually doing and how they are actually an operating business. But number two, what makes Bitcoin any different than any other asset? It's just like going to a real estate company and saying you have 50% of your assets in real estate, then you're going to be removed from indexes and ignoring the underlying operating company that runs the actual business. It's like we don't do that. So
and then there's also when you look at it, cash is pretty much a digital asset now anyway, isn't it? I know it's not, it is and it isn't, right? Hold on, we have GP joining us here, and I just got to set the size so we can all fit on the screen together. Cool. GP, you with us? GP is my co-host with the mostest.
What's up, GP?
Cutting off your head, though, GP. We gotta. Yeah, I got it. There we go.
What's up, man? I'm GP. How you doing, man? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a glorious Tuesday. Sorry I missed the first part of the conversation.
Yeah, you're late. You're gonna have to catch up.
No worries. No worries. Good to meet you.
Yeah. So where were we? We got derailed. Oh. Cash is a digital asset right now. Anyway, the overwhelming majority of dollars exist only in digital form. Anyway, I realize it's not classified as a digital asset, but it's kind of like, what is the systemic risk? What is the rationale that they're concerned about? Oh, well, I guess we're talking about, they're considered, maybe these companies are more of a fund than a company. And I can appreciate that being an issue there. GP,
yeah, but it just ignores so much. It just ignores so much of the actual day to day of running one of these treasury companies. Not to mention, if you look at a company like Strategy that has this legacy business, is a software business intelligence company that represents the majority of their employees. That are working on that, and so I just don't know where you start drawing the line on some of these things, and it's just that once you start classifying companies based on their assets as opposed to based on their operations, you start getting into some really murky waters. And I think you really, like, if you implement something like this, you really have to start considering a whole host of other criteria that you have and how that's impacted.
Right. Well, and there also hasn't been any occurrences or events that would warrant a stricter eye towards these things either, or at least not that I'm aware of. So again, it's the timing of this does seem curious. Why are they really doing this now? Are they sensing that? So I don't want to drive you into speculation, but I'm just thinking out loud. Are they trying to take advantage of a market condition where they can maybe kind of prolong a little bit of negative sentiment and make it easy for people, in the know to accumulate while they're causing this negative activity? That's one thing I consider as a likely motivating factor. It doesn't seem to be to protect investors to me.
Yeah, I just don't see where the protection is. And even to take that a step further, that's not really their role. They're not regulators, right? They're an index provider. An index provider isn't. It feels like a little bit of like some scope creep for what their actual position in the market is, what their responsibility in the market is. Not saying that all entities shouldn't be interested in protecting investors, but I'm just saying that's not their primary mission or primary goal. So that part of it also feels a little bit weird. It's like you're trying to take the job of a regulator with this action, and rather than focusing on ensuring that the indexes are optimized for the best possible outcomes for investors, the most potentially profitable outcome. So you take that line of reasoning, it's like excluding Bitcoin treasury companies based on the, if you look at historic performance of Strategy and like, now you're excluding some of the best performing stocks out of your indexes. So you're doing the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing, essentially.
Yeah, and it just seems, it's very suspect that there's not some kind of other intention behind, ulterior motive behind it. So I guess the question is, you said that there's only a short window of time to basically let them know. opinions about this to hopefully weigh in and get them to change. And I have actually on queued up here. You guys have a website on your website now. There's also a like a petition you guys have going on.
Yep.
And this actually is this a way that we can actually include comments on?
Yep.
On
Yeah.
that?
There's a place to include comments. If you click the view letter button, you can see kind of what the core of our argument is in the letter that we're submitting to them. To the don't go down there. Down. To the right. Organization. Yep, right there. Sorry. Yep.
Okay.
So this breaks down kind of the flaws that we see in the approach and sort of we are trying to put a foot forward that doesn't assume any sort of any intent or any really anything. We're not trying to assume anything. We're really trying to get to the bottom of the why before we make any assumptions or draw any conclusions. We're saying, hey, this logically doesn't make any sense to us based on your own criteria that you've had historically. You're violating some of your own core principles with this, and we want to understand why. And we have 1,000 plus, almost 1,100 people who also want to understand why. A lot of them are investors. A lot of them are executives from some of the biggest companies in the space. And so, yeah, I want to be clear about that because I do want to engage with them in good faith. I do want to hear them out, and I want them to hear us out. And I hope that cooler heads will prevail, and that this could be the kind of thing where it's like, oh, we didn't realize that about treasury companies, and you've helped us understand it. And so, I mean, honestly, the most bullish thing for Bitcoin right now would be if they walk this back. If the market truly does have this priced in, and MSCI decides that this is something that they want to pursue, or that they want to take a different approach, or they want to suspend this, I think that would be very bullish for Bitcoin. So I'm still kind of holding out hope that ends up being the outcome here.
Right. And I would say even at this point, the conversation or what we need to convey to them is not so much as why are you doing this, but maybe why they should not do this and why they should reconsider. And that seems to be really the focus here too, is XYZ here is a bunch of reasons why this shouldn't be happening. So, if you have, and then maybe there's a conversation to be had, but even if so let's say, worst case scenario, if we get through to the 31st, they haven't changed their mind, they do implement this rule, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's it forever. This is something that they could all obviously change their policy just as much as they're changing it now.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's always harder to reverse it once it's implemented. So I think now is definitely the time to strike. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, they could always reverse it, always change it in the future. But yeah, really hoping that we don't have to go down that road. I think that again, that would just be messy for a lot of stakeholders, including just your average investor who has passive allocations to some of these companies. So yeah, I think. Look, I'm still optimistic. I'm trying to maintain optimism here because I don't think that this needs to go through, and I think that if we're able to have a sit down conversation and just have a logical, well-rounded, non-emotional conversation, then we can get somewhere.
Right. And so the goal really is to just kind of make sure that they're aware that there's a large contingent of consumers, investors, and companies that are opposed to this for a number of reasons, and maybe kind of just open up some dialogue to hash out, and it is important to understand what their actual motive is, or even what legitimate pieces of that motive might be, so that we can come up with solutions that will solve that concern without actually being as drastic as what they're proposing right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
So we got 300 joining us in the house as well. He's part of the DeOrganized.
GM.
Coming in from
GM George.
Jim? How are we doing?
Oh, good. Sorry, I'm late. So yeah, I heard that you got some alpha for us.
I'm trying to find the alpha. I think I think the biggest alpha will be this conversation that we're trying to set up with them. You know, I really, right now I'm just kind of going into it dark. I don't know what the tone or what the you know, the people that are directly engaging with us, to what extent they were involved in crafting this proposal, and to what extent they're committed to it. I really don't have any idea, and so I'm anxious to chat with them directly. And you know, I'm glad that the industry has rallied around this proposal. I think the fact that we got you know, 1,100 signatures in a few days was able to kind of get on the radar and get their attention a little bit, which is good. And I think that's exactly why they have the comment period, right? They're like, hey, does anyone care about this? And we're like, we care. And like, oh, okay, these people care. We should talk to them. So that's how these things kind of work. And so I'm, again, like I said, I'm optimistic, and I think that this is a winnable fight, and I think that this is an opportunity, in fact, for MSCI to position themselves as you know, an organization with high integrity, an organization that listens, an organization that, you know, is willing to reconsider proposals that they put forward. That, you know, again, for all we know, they're looking at the market, and they're looking at some of these companies that pop up as like so-called pure play Bitcoin treasury companies, and they're, in the end, they're really just kind of trying to use it as a marketing gimmick, and that isn't good. That isn't good for our industry. That isn't good for the market. And this was the best kind of response that they could think of to put forward in, you know, in light of that. And, you know, we're saying, hey, that's, you know, a bit of a overreaction, and that has some unintended consequences. And so let's walk this back a little bit. Let's slow down here a little bit. Let's engage in good faith. And, you know, MSCI could end up being a partner in accelerating corporate Bitcoin adoption. You know, if you think of it like completely flipped. And so I'm hopeful that is the outcome, and that they do reverse course on this. But yeah, we'll see. I think the next few days and weeks will be very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And so I guess the most important thing people can do right now is spread some awareness about the issue and go participate in that petition at it's bitcoinforcorporations.com, and it's with a MSCI dot before it, but I think you can actually get to it right from the main page right now pretty easily.
Yeah, you should be able to. If not, that's a great flag. But yeah,
I didn't actually double check. So let me actually.
If not, we'll
I
get
actually I don't see it really right. You guys need to put a header.
That's a miss. Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you. Yeah, so definitely go sign it, share it, tell your friends. I think even just people that are investors, that are passive investors in 401ks or whatever, you know, there's implications for them. And so MSCI is one of those things that, you know, no one has ever heard of up until, you know, a couple of weeks ago, and then you start learning about them, and you're like, wow, this company has significant influence in the overall financial system. Not just in the U.S. but globally. I mean, you know, out of the companies that were named, they weren't all U.S. companies. A lot of them were, but not every single one. So, so yeah, I think it's an important time for our industry to rally.
Yes, I think that's you know, and honestly, these types of things can actually be catalysts for you know, better organization down the line as well. You know, they help us get better with these things, be a little bit more reactive when future things come up. So participating now is important for not just this immediate situation, but also for being more able to participate down the line when these things come up. Lobbying and pushing for the, you know, good policy both at the government level and at the corporate level is important, and it's not going to be something that's short term for people that are pro Bitcoin. So
absolutely, yeah. I think we learned this with the presidential election. I think that was the first time you saw kind of the industry unite in some ways, and at least ensure that their voices were heard in some way, shape, or form. And I think this is a continuation of that. And I think it's important to, again, as we head into a midterm election year, that we do kind of have these systems and these processes and this infrastructure built out for us to respond anytime there's I don't want to call this like an attack necessarily, but anytime that we're in the spotlight in a way that's going to have implications on our industry. And so I'm very motivated, and I'm very encouraged by the response so far.
All right. Well, I just signed, so I just put my signature on there. I was
Amazing.
gonna
Thank
live.
you.
Like, maybe I really should. I have shared my email on the live stream a few times, but probably not the best practice. So I did it off screen. But I did just add my signature. Also, the link to that page, the direct link to that page, is in the comments replies under this live stream right now. So you guys have easy access to it. We'll probably distribute it out a few times. When's the petition end? Is it up through the 31st?
Yep, it'll be up to the 31st, and then we have already made contact with MSCI, but we'll send them sort of the official letter with all the signatures on the 31st as well, and then we will wait until January 15th to hear what the outcome is.
All right, so we'll keep pushing that link out over the next couple weeks to try to help support. What else?
There's one funny thing too out of this is there's actually a Polymarket line that is the question that it's posing is will MicroStrategy be delisted from MSCI by March 31st? So a lot riding on this. People are betting on it.
You guys can actually go. Yeah, actually, it's very interesting because what many people don't realize is that these prediction markets are actually a great way to source data in general, like market data. So going and putting a bet in the right direction could also actually could potentially be more impactful than the signatures. If you have enough people betting against that happening, it might be like, the market doesn't believe it's true. So that might influence it.
No doubt.
Very cool. All right. So you guys have your instructions. Go sign the petition. It's bitcoinforcorporations.com with MSCI dot in front of that. Very easy to get to. The link's in our descriptions. Also, George, I just wanted to shout out. I know I haven't read it, but you wrote a book on parenting. I happen to be familiar with the subject myself. I have 7
Nice.
children, but my wife and I have
Wow.
7. My oldest is 29. I'm old. And my youngest just turned 14. I've graduated 5 adult humans that are out of my house, and most of them are very self-sufficient. They're all more or less self-sufficient and out of my house and not bothering me. So there is hope for those who are in the thick of it right now. You just gotta kind of. I'd actually love to hear. Can you give me a brief? I know you wrote a whole book on it. What's the most important thing a parent should do, in your opinion?
Yeah, well, I mean, you definitely don't need the book. 7 kids, that's incredible. Congratulations.
I don't have time for the book.
So yeah, the book is called I Am Not Your Bruh, and it's 21 Keys to Sound Parenting is the subtitle. It's basically in response to modern parenting and sort of some of the issues I've started to notice, where kids are basically literally calling their mom or their dad bruh, and it's like so disrespectful, and it's become sort of a meme and a joke of like, I saw a T-shirt that was being sold that was like, said mom, and mom was crossed out. It said, or like formerly known as mom, or it said bruh, formerly known as mom, or something like that. And I was like, that's terrifying, and that's not funny. And I think that the crux of the book really is just getting back to the basics of parenting. It's recapturing the relationship between parent and child as one of the most important relationships that I think we've lost in a lot of ways in modern parenting, and where you have this dynamic where parents want to be a bruh, they want to be a friend, they want to be buddy and chummy with their kids, as opposed to taking their responsibility as a role model and as a parent very seriously.
That way in the short term.
It is easier, yeah. Yeah.
Where can we get the book?
You can get it on Amazon. Just search "I'm Not Your Bruh" book, or Bitcoin Magazine store, bitcoinmagazine.com.
I think your book would do well here in Africa because those kids, this generation kids, we call them AMA 2K. Those kids, they are very disrespectful. disrespectful. So what you're saying is with what's going on also this side. I think that book would do well here. I'll check it out.
Yeah, please do. I really enjoyed writing it. I have two teenagers. It's I think really geared towards parents with younger children. I don't pretend to know what I'm doing with teenagers right now. I'm still figuring that part out. My kids, my kids are great. I'm very fortunate.
Just gonna weather that storm, brother.
No, I mean I'm enjoying it. I mean every season is a gift, and it comes with its own challenges. But yeah, it's a book that I really believe in, and it's something I'm passionate about. I think that as Bitcoiners, especially, having children is the lowest time preference thing you can do if you think about it. If we're serious about changing the world, if we're serious about this next generation being, the generation that essentially inherits the earth, inherits the financial system, and is kind of the leaders of kind of the future, then we need to be serious about parenting. And so that was kind of the motivation behind it.
That is 100% true. The best thing you can do is to make more good people. 100%.
Amen.
There's
Yeah.
not a whole lot more anything better you could do is than to just create good people that do good. And there are a number of ways to get there, but one is you can't learn somebody. One piece that I came across just in my experience is you can't learn somebody else's lessons for them. So you have to you have to equip them with the tools to learn from their mistakes, and it's hard. That's actually very hard because there's you want to protect them, but you got to let them mess up or they're gonna Bruce. They're gonna they're gonna have a hard time adjusting as an adult when they're going to eventually make mistakes anyway. And so letting them know how to deal with it is actually a hugely important thing. And that it's not that big of a deal when you make mistakes is also important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome stuff though. I have I want to just be respectful of your time. I know you're a very good man.
Yeah, nope, I am at the end here where I do got to jump, but I've really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you guys for having me on. Thanks for spreading the word on this MSCI coalition letter. Definitely invite you all to go and sign. And yeah, would love to kind of join you guys again in the future and let you know how this wraps up.
Absolutely, man. We actually started streaming. We stream all day, Monday through Friday. We start at 7:30 in the morning. We go until about 5 or 6 o'clock at night. We're East Coast U.S. Well, half of us are East Coast U.S. And we would love to have you on anytime you have something to talk about. We have lots of real estate to bring people on for stuff like this. So anytime,
Awesome.
just let us know.
Sounds great. Good chatting with you. Good to meet you all.
Awesome. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Thanks for
All right,
joining
take
us today. And guys,
Pleasure.
make sure you pay attention to what's going on. And we'll have more stuff coming up on the live stream shortly, so stay tuned. Thank you so much, George. Guys, make sure you're following. It's at G McHale, and
That's
it's
right.
at
Give
Bitcoin
him a follow.
for Corporations and at Bitcoin Magazine. Go give them all a follow so you guys can stay
I
informed
gave you
of
a
what's
follow.
going on.
Thank you.
Thank you again, George.
All right,
And
take care.
you have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for joining. Hannah, GP, we are DeOrganized Media, and we're keeping you guys informed and trying to help spread the news so that we can preserve and grow the very awesome Bitcoin and broader crypto ecosystem. That's what we're here for, the Bitcoin ethos. Y'all have a blessed day. We'll be back with some more commentary and content soon. Thank you all for tuning in.
Peace.
Peace out.
All right, guys, we are going to be live with the BFF Army boot camp number 1 for DeOrganized and yours truly, Peace Love Music. We're going to go through the HODLMM platform that is launching soon. We're pre-launch right now. Concentrated liquidity market maker on stacks. Presented by Bitflow, and the Bitflow boys will be joining us as well. And let me just get that screen on there. All right. Diego, what's up? We got Big Mac. What's up, Kenny? Thank you for joining us today. Guys, today we are going to go through the BFF Army, where it's a community powered education hub for Bitcoin DeFi and the HODLMM on Bitflow. We're going to walk you through the platform, walk you through the project, and show you how to qualify to get your badge and your rank or your role in the BFF Army. Welcome, Diego. How you doing today, man?
I am good. Pleasure to be here. Get this kicked off. Get this started. It's a big launch for the whole ecosystem. This is a pre-launch bootcamp, which means if you're watching, participating, it's just a chance to get ahead of the launch and get ready for a concentrated liquidity engine for Bitcoin on Bitflow, powered by Stacks as well. So happy to be here. Peace.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because I think if you flipping through, as you click next or click on each lesson, it'll open a new tab for you, so then it won't be on the screen that you were on before. For the
Yep, this is good. Exactly. And this brings, beneficial benefits to both the LPs, like you mentioned, but also the traders, right? Because each of these price points, as we call bins, we're going to go over, as long as there's enough liquidity within that price range in an order book style. So if I'm willing to sell stacks for 25 cents and I added that, as long as there's enough liquidity, when you do a swap, you're going to get 25 cents, no slippage, zero slippage for traders as well. So that's also a benefit because each of these price points are considered, bins, but they're treating them as an order book. So if I'm literally putting on the contract that I'm willing to sell stacks at 26, I'm willing to sell stacks at 27, 28, 29. Or the other AMM, the legacy ones, uses 0 to infinity, right? So you can have a very deep bin with a specific price range, and that allows for very large trades with low slippage and low fees as well. So that deep liquidity is beneficial to everyone, right? And like you said, on the other side, as an LP, you can kind of choose the different strategies that we're going to go over and also concentrate liquidity where activity is actually happening. I think that's the biggest change between the two. And it's the reason concentrated liquidity became such a popular AMM. Yeah, I think you scroll down under quick links, you may have it, but maybe not. It's all good. I think we can play the video and then I'll jump in it as well. Yep. And just to make sure you're sharing, yeah, you are sharing the right one. Yep. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think you can pause it every screen. I think it'll make a little. If you can make for this full screen, that'll be awesome. Peace. If you can click on the. Yeah. There we go. I think the main difference with bins, yeah, you can start with that, is you're gonna have three types of bins, right? You're gonna have a bin with token X, a bin with token Y. In an AMM, it's the same thing, A and B. You have two tokens. The active bin, which is where the price is happening, is where you have both tokens. This is where the swap is happening, right? So the difference between an AMM and this is that liquidity is now distributed across bins with the fixed width, spacing between them, and a price, right? So token X and token Y are swapped at a fixed price in the active bin. So like I said, if the active bin is stacks at 27 cents, that is the exchange rate that you're getting, right? So as long as there's enough liquidity within one bin, you're getting zero slippage, because the liquidity provider is basically saying, I am willing to sell stacks at 27 cents, and you said I'm willing to buy it at 27 cents. Done deal, right? So every bin, I like to think of them as micro pools, but every bin represents a single price point. And the difference between these bins is what we call a bin step. So it's just like, does it go from $1.01, $1.02, $1.03? Think of these as individual bins with different prices, right? So just kind of like an order book. So in this example here, let's just say that Bitcoin is at 94K. The bin step, every pool is going to have different bin step, but the bin step is 10 basis points, right? So the difference from one bin to the other is 0.10%. We would have, I think you can press play, we would have this example here of bins, right? So you can see that one side is all Bitcoin, the other side is all USDC. And if you can pause here, you would have a bin at 94,000, then a bin at 94,094. And then you would have another bin with 94,188, then 94,282. So these are different bins that have liquidity set at that price, right? So this allows the liquidity provider to say, I'm willing to buy or sell my token at this price, and I'm willing to provide liquidity at this price. And you, as a trader, you also get the benefit that if there's enough liquidity with that bin, you're paying zero slippage because the price is already set, right? So the AMM is moving through bins as opposed to moving through the whole liquidity everybody added. So if you added 3 million liquidity to the legacy pools right now, everyone's liquidity is in the same curve. In this case, it depends on how much liquidity is in each bin, right? So that gives us more precision as a liquidity provider, but also gives benefit to the trader as well. So, and then the active bin is going to have both. That's the tokens that are getting swapped. Once that swap is complete, then it all becomes Bitcoin or all becomes USDC, depending on the demand of the market, right? So as the price moves in and out, the bins change and get swapped over for the other asset, right? Exactly. Yeah, and also the slippage will also be lower, right? So it depends how much bin as much, yeah. Depending on how many bins you're getting, that's how many, then the slippage will also change. But the less bins it's using, the lower the slippage as well. So yeah, I think we can do hands-on. Reminder that everything that we're covering here and more is on the BFF Army self-guided, which is the one that Peace here is following. So I think if we show, it's a little bit easier, but every step of how to open a position, how to manage an active position, how to close the position, it's all here. Yeah, you got a lot of positions there, Beast. Mhm. And a reminder that this is in beta, so you will mint test tokens to continue testing this out. If you haven't already, if you're not in beta already, just there's a link which is waitlist.biflo.finance that's being shared here, and then you'll be able to have access to the beta right away and get that early start playing around with beta before HODL comes out live. You would increase the range of your position, increase the liquidity depth of your position, but you would still have it's still one position, right? Exactly. Just add it to it. Yeah. So if you scroll down, you can kind of see your positions, and maybe you want to do 1% there on the corner just to zoom in a little bit more. Um, yep. And then yeah, exactly, perfect. So you can kind of see that you have, if you hover over these bins, you can kind of see what these bins are, right? So on top of the price, you have in this case USDC, and it shows you how much liquidity you have in each of those bins. Below the price, you have the other token, token B, which in this case is going to be BTC, right? So you can kind of see that you have a little bit more of USDC than BTC in this pool, either because it got swapped or because you added more USDC. The main thing is that one of the key things is also the flexibility. You're able to add liquidity to both sides, to one side, any amount of liquidity on any side. So that's also very, very beneficial. Just add TBTC. Exactly. Yep. Yep. And if you click pool liquidity as well, you can kind of see the whole pool liquidity on that tab. Yep, exactly. So you can kind of see that there is more USDC liquidity. in the pool. So then BTC, which is also part of the pool composition, right? This, yes, that is an indication. Think exactly like an order book. You're basically seeing a bunch of orders or a bunch of people adding liquidity at a certain price range that they're willing to swap for BTC, right? So they're willing to, to swap their USDC for BTC at that specific range. If you click on pool stats, I think you can see you should be able to see the pool, the current balance of the pool. Uh, yeah, all the way up top where you see your pool liquidity. Yeah, if you click on pool stats on the first one, so you see that there's 80% USDC in that pool and 19% BTC in the pool, right? So the price is defined by the composition as well and the market demand. That's what moves the price up and down. That big bin that you see in the middle, that's the active bin. That's the white bin. That's the bin that has both tokens. As you can see, when you hover over, you see that there's 112,000 USDC and about 10.10.11 BTC, right? That's where the swap is happening. That's where the activity is happening. Anything above is one token, anything below is one token. As this amount, let's say the 10 TBTC gets swapped, that whole bin becomes green. In this case, it becomes USDC, and then it goes to the next bin, right? And then once that bin gets swapped, it goes to the next bin. It goes up or down depending on which way or which direction of the swap. If you're swapping USDC for BTC or if you're swapping BTC for USDC. So each of those bins are working together, but individually they're providing the liquidity. And if it's a wide range, if you're trying to swap 200, 300,000, it's probably going to get 2 or 3 bins at the same time. Yep, exactly. Yep, I can jump in on managing active liquidities. I think I have a couple that are out of range. If I can share screen, I can jump in and show you. Awesome. All right, let me see here. Let me know when you guys are seeing my screen. All right, cool. So same thing, I have my positions here. If it's green, it means that I'm within range, and I'm going to explain that in a little bit. But with a concentrated liquidity, because you're choosing the bins and the price ranges where you're adding liquidity, you may be out of range or within range depending on the price that you're providing, right? So that's where it requires managing, right? Because maybe you added liquidity for stacks at 36 cents, but the price is at 24. So that's where the activity in the swap is happening. So you may be out of range, right? You may not be making any fees at that point. Or maybe that is your strategy. Maybe, your strategy is to wait for the prices to go up and start providing liquidity at a certain range. And then when you see this notice here, for example, with the dog and BTC pool, it says I'm out of range. There's a little yellow sign that basically says my position is out of range. And all this means is that it means that the liquidity that I added, does not match the current price range, right? I have very little liquidity. It's probably outside of this range. And therefore I am not not making any fees at that moment, right? But if I go to, let's say I go to my stacks and USDC pool, you can see my beta tokens here, like Peace. I do not have 69,000 in this pool. You can see the price range, right? So I chose to provide liquidity between 34.29 and 36.37. That is the range of liquidity price that I added. You can see my earnings and then also the 7-day or 1-day or 30 days TVL, which is a way to measure sort of your return on it. You can see the pool stats here. So there's about 37% stacks to 62% USDC. And when you zoom in this position, let's zoom in the position here, pool liquidity, you can kind of see the price moving up and down, right? And that's where you as a liquidity provider, you would say, okay, based on this price, based on how the token is moving, I want to provide a liquidity in these bins or this bin, right? So as you can see, there's just a little bit of stacks in USDC here. When this liquidity is over swapped for one or the other, it's going to go over to the next bin. And then the next bin is going to have two tokens as well, and so forth, right? So how to manage the liquidity. So looking at, this is a good pool, I guess. So you can always add more liquidity on top of your existing liquidity, okay? So let's go to my positions. Let's zoom out a little bit. As you can see, I have a very wide range of liquidity, right? But the price of stacks has been hovering around what, 35 and 35.7, right? So I have a lot of liquidity here and a lot of liquidity here that either got swapped at a lower price or because you as a user, you added a very wide range, right? So what I could do is I could come in and remove liquidity, right? And I can remove any amount. I can remove 100% of my liquidity, or I could remove 75%, and I could remove full, meaning from the whole pool, or I can do custom the same way. The same way I add liquidity, I have the flexibility to also remove liquidity in a specific range, right? So let me zoom in here a little bit. So as we can see, most of the liquidity, most of the trading activity is happening within this range. So maybe, I can come in and say, you know what, I'm going to remove liquidity from these bins. I can remove 100% from those bins, right? Because there's not a lot of activity happening here. I'm going to get some USDC back, and then I can add it back. So basically, I'm removing 100% of liquidity from bins 34.3 to 35.5, which are these bins right here. So I have that flexibility. I can also remove both. I can remove one side. I can remove any amount. I can remove 50%, 75%. As you can see, 50% is going to cut it right in half. So you can kind of see your bins and your liquidity in a visual way. So because there's not a lot of activity, or maybe because I don't believe stacks is going to go drop below 35 cents anymore, I can just come in here and say, you know what, I'm going to remove 100% of the liquidity from this price range to this price range. And then I'm going to get my USDC back. Type in my password here. All right, I'm also confirming in my wallet, so you can see transaction pending here. And then I can also remove liquidity from this side, okay? So I can remove liquidity from this side of the pool. And then from that point on, you as the pool LP, only you can remove and add liquidity, okay? And from that point on, I can come in and be like, okay, you know what? I'd like to add more liquidity closer to the range, right? And let's say I'm going to add another 45,000. So you can kind of see my positions there, and I can change the shape as well. So the dark one is the new one, and the orange is the previous position that I had, right? So you can kind of see how it stacks up, right? I'm adding more liquidity to the bin, therefore the bin is becoming deeper. I can look at the pool liquidity and say, you know what? I noticed that there's not a lot of people providing liquidity in this range right here. So I'm going to be even more precise. And I'm also going to add a little bit of USDC, maybe a little bit more. So if I zoom in, you can kind of see like I'm providing liquidity in those 7 bins. I can see my positions. I can see what the active price is, but I can also see that there's not a lot of liquidity in the pool. So that gives me an opportunity to say, you know what? There's a bunch of liquidity here, a bunch of liquidity below, but I'm going to add within this price range. So that's going to be between 35 and 5, 36, 7 bins. You can drag and drop Or you can use the price ranges here. It doesn't matter. Or you can type the price. That's okay as well. It all adds up to the same. And then the distribution volatility strategy is basically how you're distributing liquidity across those bins, right? Is it going to be a spot where it's equal? Every bin receives the same amount. Is it going to be curve where I'm adding more liquidity closer to the price range and less liquidity as I move far out? And then also bid ask, which is the opposite. I'm providing less liquidity closer to the price range and more liquidity as I move out. So if I think that there's going to be a lot of volatility, maybe this is a good example of it. Just going to do a simple spot, as you can see here. Let me do, yep. So I'm going to do simple spot liquidity, and then I'm adding more liquidity on top of it. So I removed from one side and added to the other, right? So that's how you start managing your liquidity. Transaction confirmed. You can also go to activity here and kind of see, like, I added liquidity. I removed the liquidity, how much I removed. All these transactions are on chain, of course. And then I added an additional liquidity, right? So now that's how you manage your position. And you can do that for various reasons, because maybe once you added single-sided, all your tokens got swapped. So now you're ready to get some USDC back. Or maybe prices moved very fast and you're out of range and you want to bring it within range again. So whatever the strategy may be, right? With tokens like let's go USDC to BTC, for example. Let's see how the liquidity is. So let's see pool liquidity. So you can kind of see this. It's very clear that there's a concentration. There's a lot of USDC just around this area, right? And you can see the price ranges as well. Let's go to USDC. Okay, so you can see how there's where liquidity kind of stands, which also gives, like you said, Peace, it gives like where's the market sentiment is, right? Is the market willing to provide more liquidity here, and so forth? So right off the bat, I see that there's a lot of liquidity USDC for Bitcoin under, what is that, between 92.5 and 93. There's a lot of liquidity there, and not enough below. But then also there's a little bit of Bitcoin here on this side, right? So not a lot of Bitcoin either. So that means that it's very thin type of liquidity, and it's going to go to the next bin as soon as it gets swapped. So when I look at my positions, I have a pretty much balanced spot, right? I have basically 7,000 USDC on one side and almost 7,000 TBTC, if you want to say so, on both sides. So I'm within range, right? But I could always remove it. I could always say, you know what? I want to remove it 50% from a specific range. And I could do that. And I could remove it, from both sides. Or I could just go in and remove just Bitcoin, or I can remove just USDC in this case as well. So you can see here how it changes, Now I'm getting my TBTC back, or I'm getting both back. So that's the flexibility. And you can add and remove liquidity at any given moment. Of course, you can always close your liquidity 100%, remove it full, and you get both of your tokens back, right? So there's a couple strategies with that, which I'll cover quickly. But let's say you only have stacks, right? And you want to add single-sided liquidity. What you could do is you can say, I'm willing to sell my stacks, but only between 38 and 40 cents, right? So let's just say here, so I'm willing to sell it for that range, right? So if we zoom out, we can kind of see what the price is, right? The full liquidity is. But I'm saying, like, I'm willing to sell it just when it hits this amount, right? Between 36 cents and 37 cents, right? Or the other way around, I'm willing to buy it, right? Let's say I'm willing to buy between, you know, 34 and 33. So that's also a way to do single-sided liquidity, but you're also doing a limit order basically, because you're saying, I'm willing to provide liquidity. I have some stacks, but I'm willing to provide it only at this range. So what's going to happen once the price moves, your tokens are going to get swapped A for B. And that's also a way to do a limit order and get paid while you swap, right? So it's a good strategy as well. And once it hits that price range, then you start also accumulating fees. So there's a bunch of stuff that you could do in like shaping your strategy, but I think the flexibility can be used in many creative ways. So it's the bootcamp recruit. That's the first role. Yep. And for those in the live boot camps, we have a form where we will airdrop some stacks tokens so you guys can test this out. I see Bethel asking, where do I get my stacks wallet? If you go to the BFF.army and you click the self-guided, okay, there's going to be a resource here which has the official links, but also the basics of downloading an Xverse or Leather wallet, understanding fees. So that's always make sure you're following the official links, download the Leather wallet, save your seed phrase, do all that good stuff, and you can submit that form. So ideally, this guide, you can do it at your own pace. We want to see how many people can graduate, go over through the sections and the courses, and then graduate. And then by graduating and finishing the theory test, you get this role and access to a private channel on Discord where people are going to be sharing strategies and tips and all of that good stuff, as well as weekly giveaways for those that have completed the boot camp and have graduated. And we are going to have advanced and intermediate boot camps as well. This is the first one. This is the pre-launch in beta, but we're going to have a weekly boot camps as well. So you're going to find them all here under the BFF Army calendar. We're going to have a bunch of guides that's created by the community. So if you want to participate, stay tuned. There's also other zero authority bounties coming up. But there's going to be specific courses, everything from how to swap, how to DCA, different strategies using these different shapes and formulas, and all you need to really get up to speed on how concentrated liquidity works. And again, we are open to feedback. And this is just, again, one of the boot camps. We're going to be hosting 2, 3, 4 a week, maybe more. And we hope you guys get the value and get a head start before HODL is on mainnet with real tokens. So in real yield, exactly.
yeah. I just want to say thank you so much for sharing your insights. We would also go learn on our own too. Thank you so much.
Muted. That's a good feedback, good improvements. We do have a contact us. You can kind of click become a contributor, and it will take you to a form. Um, you can definitely use that as a feedback, but good idea. I think we do need that as for people can submit questions and stuff. So reminder that within our live app, so we have our live app, okay, where you can do swaps, you can do DCA, you can provide liquidity in those pools. We have a support desk here as well. You can just click here, support desk, open a ticket, or search for specific content as well, including the HODLMM. So if you have any questions regarding that, that is also available. You can just click support. So there's a bunch of articles there. And then if you do need help, you can just open a ticket and the team will help you out as well. So there's a bunch of HODL guides here as well. Early access, if you're testing the beta, there's a testing guide here for the beta. So yeah, it's all here. I think the BFF Army is a good place to start. And then from that point on, make sure you guys are following, and there's a lot of content coming, a lot of new boot camps as well. Peace is going to be hosting more. So this is just the beginning. You got help center here. I'll DeFi terminology as well. I know we cover a lot. We said a lot of maybe new terms that you haven't heard about it. You got all of them here on the left. What are market makers? What are bins, right? All of that good stuff. And then you got the resources here. You got the help center here. The official links of the HODL beta, the home, the BFF socials, need any help. So yeah, I think the BFF Army is a good place to start. Appreciate it. Right on time, 6 p.m. Thank you everyone for joining, and stay tuned for more. We also have in Portuguese and Spanish, and if you want to contribute or collaborate, also contact us. We'll be open to it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
All right, goodbye, everyone. Bye.
Oh, and there you have it. That was our first BFF Army boot camp. a little bit lower turnout than the people that registered. So we got to get more of you guys exposed, but at least we have this on the live stream as well. It's out there for you guys to watch. And again, bff.army is where you get started on your journey to becoming a more advanced participant in the DeFi ecosystem. I'm Peace Love Music. It's been a great show. I'm going to wrap the stream here at 6 p.m. We've been going since 7:30 a.m. You all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out. 0% slippage with the new HODLMM concentrated liquidity market maker over at Bitflow. Awesome stuff going on over there. Well done, guys. Can't wait to play around more with it. And there is opportunities now for phase 2 of the beta testing going to launch soon. There'll be some boot camps helping people learn how to go through these later on in the month or maybe early December. And we're really excited about this project because it's really going to take trading on the Stacks ecosystem to the next level. You know, the liquidity provider opportunities are going to be really cool, and just 0% slippage on swaps is something we need, or way lower than 4%. The 4% slippage is probably something that's been holding the ecosystem back a little bit. I'm glad these guys are solving the problem over at Bitflow. Let me bring on the Chads. Stop sharing my screen. We got GP in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing today?
Good morning. Doing good, man. Doing good. Just getting started. Happy hump day.
Happy hump day. We got 300 in the house. What's up, brother? How you doing today?
What's up? What's up? Peace. What's up, GP? Good to see you. Bizak on your camera. Awesome.
That's right. I forgot we had. This has been. You do look nice. You get a new camera.
Yes, dude.
It's actually better quality.
Got a new light too. So
so nice.
Might be the lighting.
Very cool. So I mentioned in the opener earlier today when I first opened the stream, you guys will be running the stream tomorrow without me, which is, I'm sure you guys can do it, but I just I like to remind everybody, give these guys an extra hard time tomorrow. They need. So my broker, right? My real estate broker, who's an old guy now, and I've been doing it for a long time. But when I first started, and he still says it to all the new guys, he used to say, I want you guys to have hard transactions. I want you guys to get beat up a little bit because that's how you learn. That's when things go smoothly, you don't learn how to tie it up. And we're easy here. We don't care. We're a little bit of out of the ordinary is kind of our thing anyway. So I'm sure you guys will do fantastic no matter what happens. But I do want you to get beat up a little bit. So people tune in, give these guys a hard time in the live chat, or don't. Give them support. Show them some love. I don't care. But just show up. Show up for the homies tomorrow.
It'll be a good time. Me and 3 have ran the show once or twice, one time or two. So
yeah, I mean, and you did the night show for forever. So you're not new to doing this. So
I think it'll be good for 3 to get a little bit of experience with the producing side of things. That'll be cool, man. Be good.
Yeah, I think so. We also got Nosferatu in the house. What's up, Nos? How you doing this morning? Nos is actually our newest producer as well. He's got some producer access. He's gonna come on. He's gonna help out a little bit, being supportive of the. Hunter has to ominously flex a little bit. All right, let me bring on our guest.
Also, go chain right here, son. Go chain right here. You ain't got that, do you?
I know. That's a win.
I'll win. Oh, nice. GP wins, right? GP got Jesus. GP got Jesus, so GP wins.
Everybody needs a little bit of Jesus. Everybody,
Yeah.
Where is Jesus?
Jesus? Oh, Jesus! You said
peace. Has he risen? There he is.
He has risen. Let's go.
Risen, dog. Well, you gonna need to put him closer to the camera or something. He blurred out. You can't blur out your Lord and Savior. Come on.
We have the homie, white official, Ovi Mars coming on.
Let's go.
Ovi, how are you today, man?
What's
Hello,
up,
good
Ovi?
morning, GM, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. Ovi is he's been in the ecosystem for a little while now, and he's a participant in Stacks D grants. And he's got a really cool project called is it STX Works or Stacks Works?
Stacks works. Yeah.
Nice. Why don't you and you do there's a lot to know about this guy. He does live streaming, he's a musician, he plays some music, he's really good at he can play the guitar, he can sing. And he also is a coder. And he does a regular live streaming on Binance as well, on the Binance
Yes.
platform. So, Ovi, why don't you, now that I kind of spoiled everything, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just like I'm basically a physics enthusiast, and I've been a theoretical physicist and robotic engineer. So I've just switched up myself. I've been into media industry in Pakistan. Like it's been like 16 years I've been spending with the ATL, BTL, TTL campaigns with the different brands. And after that, I just realized to do something different in Web3. Then I've entered myself into different channels in Solana. Then I've just hopped out from there. Then and Freddie is one of my first friend on Stacks, and he introduced me like, why don't you hop into the Stacks ecosystem? I said, okay, let's do it something. So I started with my token with like a white on Stack City. Then after that, I'm just trying to, working on some different applications and gamification stuff as well. I've been working as a VFX artist, CGI artist as well, and I do lots of things according to like acquiring or need whatever I. But I'm not stuck on a single thing. But gradually, by the time I'm trying to change myself in somehow like to promote myself, promoting the ecosystem. I'm keep doing promoting on Binance with we have a team matrix actually individually on Binance. We have like 80K people whenever we do our live together. We we always say to ourselves like defenders of the assets. Every single one character is representing that different chain. I'm representing as an Stacks. You can visit the matrixclan.com. So we are 9 core members, and under we are keep doing like promoting the different chains. But mostly whenever I hops in, I always promote Stacks on Binance every day. Most people don't know about it in South Asia. So uh, we do BTC party and give away to the people like on a raffle wheel twice in a month. Yeah. So we are keep building our and keep expanding. We have another group which is Portal Latino from Latino gangs, and their Alondra is in our.
Oh, I think we lost him.
I think we lost him. Goddamn.
We
and
did.
I know
We lost
GP was very in the Latino part. He's like, hey,
Hey,
people,
Hey.
Latinos.
Let's go.
Hey.
Vamos. Vámonos. Let's go.
GP was interested in the Latina part.
Yeah, I'm a Filipino dude. We're like part Spanish. Yeah, like Spanish Asian.
I'm Italian, which is almost the same damn thing. So, oh, I think he's back. I hope.
Yeah,
maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, maybe not. I heard it, but I don't see him. Might be having some trouble. That's so. I wish he was here because I would love to have him talk a little bit more specifically about his project. It's a freelance platform, so similar, not dissimilar to the gig marketplace piece at Zero Authority DAO, but a little bit different and its own take on the process. And it's basically a way to almost like a Fiverr, but on Stacks, where you can offer gigs, accept gigs. There's an escrow piece where you offer a gig, you put up some money. It can be Stacks or SBTC, and on there he's still just working on it. You know, it's a new project. It didn't exist before D grants. He's literally building this as a proposal for his D grant. He did submit his milestone one. He has a testnet MVP piece that's a little bit, I was hoping we might even be able to try it out a little bit, but I don't have the link handy. Hopefully he'll be back. Let me actually see if he's DMing me. Now that you guys all saw all my DMs.
Let's go. Docs the D.
It goes down in the DM. It goes down in the DM. In the DM.
Good thing I don't talk shit about people in DMs.
Damn.
I don't. I don't really talk shit about
underscore
Just
work.
don't leak. Just don't leak the group chat. Yeah. Don't let everyone see the group chat. We be hiding alphas from
You mean the Stacks alpha
platform? While we are a media platform, we're going to gatekeep alpha. Except you keep tuning into the organized, then maybe, just maybe we give you all alpha. But until then, it's just gonna be in the group chat. Maybe.
Word. Are those sneakers behind you, bro?
Yeah. I'm a bit of
nice. It's a good test, bro.
I'm a bit of a sneakerhead.
Oh, I think he's back.
That's nice.
I think he's back, right? He's back.
Are you with us, OV?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry for my bad.
Yeah, no worries, man. Honestly, it happens. It happens.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
So, without further ado, why don't you tell us a little bit about STX Works? What your plan is for the platform moving forward, what it does, and where you're expecting it to go.
I'm the thing is like that there are different platforms for freelancers and clients, and people are struggling with the KYC especially and getting the payment in the right way. And I've been experienced it in past years many times, and not getting the legit one people. Also, the different countries has a different governance terms and conditions according to the when you going hop into the KYC stuff. So there is the way like what we are integrating, the people can X integrate here for confirmation. Also the directly experts or leather wallet you can connect it, and you don't need to. There is an escrow, and also we are integrating the implementing the NFTs leaderboard for clients and freelancers as well as a leaderboard, so they can gain some points and they can as an rewards. And yeah, the accumulating the BTC for everyone easily, the payments on SBTC and stacks, both options in it. And hopefully like before what I'm targeting, like if it is executed from back the milestone one grants. So I'm pretty much sure like it will be done by the mid of the December, maybe by the first week of the December. It will be beta test, it will be on for everyone.
Very good. So basically, if I want to offer, I have a job I need filled, and I want to offer it on the platform, I'll be able to go in as a I guess what's that
As a
user?
client,
As a
client, you
as
are
a
hopping.
client, or right, I'd be a client, or well, I'd be a client. I wouldn't be a freelancer. So or a client hires the freelancer. So I would put there'd be a job board. I put up the job, and I put in the stacks or SBTC that I'm offering for the job. That gets escrowed as soon as I offer the job, or does it not get escrowed until somebody accepts the job?
Yes, until that accept the job. Once both are, because we include the chat system. So once they get agree, then extra will create it according to their their compensation,
So
whatever they
I have a
agreed with together.
job. I post something with my scope of work, what I'm looking to do. Freelancers on the platform will see the job, and they'll be able to kind of get into a conversation. They'll be able to maybe bid for the job or something.
Yeah, maybe it can be a bit because depends on compensation. Once they got agreed with both of terms, then escrow will create it. So I'm trying to make more feasible. There are 4 milestones on each client. Once they completed their with their attachment of their, let's say, like if somebody wants to create a logo design, very simple, or website, the first draft has been completed. The milestone one complete from the client, and they checked it, then it confirmed it. Still they cannot get the complete payment until they finish their job, because mostly it happens like the people gone in the middle of the midway. So this is not I want, like until you can complete the job 100%, but at least it can confirm and give him the approval, like I've done like 1 or 2 or 3 milestones already, I need to complete the fourth one to get the complete payment.
So you can have similarly to how we have DGrand set up, you have certain milestones in the job. If as they reach those milestones, that might release some payment.
Yeah, I can share with you as well. It's open up in my
Yeah, you can share.
uh,
Or it's something like Upworks, right?
here it is. Yeah, yeah. I just shared it. Is it here? Let me check. Okay, share. Is it here?
I don't have a request to share. There should be a share button or just a hotkey H actually too. I think you should see a share button at the bottom in the studio,
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
and then when you click it, you
Not
can pick
here.
whether
Is
you
it?
can pick whether you got a which tab. You have to choose like what screen you whether you're sharing your whole screen or a tab or whatever.
I'm sharing. Once it loads, you can share it. Just a second. Share it is because it's on a. Uh, it takes a 1 or 2 minutes for loading for pre-render stuff on backend for server, so you can use it. So we've tested it like a couple of times, and with the different wallets, Ledger wallets, and through SBTC and STX, both are functioning very well on testnet.
I'm not getting a screen share.
Yeah, no, I've shared you the link actually, uh, because there is some error glitch on my end. That's why.
Oh, okay. So there's actually, can you drop it in the private chat right here?
Okay. Okay.
Oh, there it is. I got it here too. All right. I got this.
But give it like in a 1 or 2 minutes for HTTP server loading. Then it comes.
All right. So let me. That's not the one. Oh, we did it.
Yeah, here it is.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is the platform, and let me get back on here. So
There is nothing right now because I can create it, or you can create it as a testnet. You can test right away. No problem.
testnet. It's on testnet.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So let me actually change to testnet wallet.
And once you confirmed it, so I can give you like or you can, if you have 2 wallets, you can put the wallet when we are agreeing with the freelancer, because escrow cleared in between, and we are putting a one more, the treasury wallet, so which is getting the some few percentage for the maintenance for the website and treasury. Or for the whole project free.
All right, so I'm on the client page now, so I could. This is where I would create. So create an escrow is actually where I would create a gig or like a put forward like a scope of
Yeah.
work offer.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and
and I
you
can
need
do
to put the freelancer's wallet address.
I don't. What's that? That's so it automatically
The
pops.
freelancer wallet address.
Oh, this is for. Okay, so this is after I've actually
Which
reached an agreement.
confirmed your deal. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
So let's start from. So if I was browsing, and where would I see? So I'm on the freelancer dashboard. If I was going to be a freelancer, how could I let people know what my skill set is, or is there a way like where I can set up
Yeah.
my user account, show
There
some
is
of my scope of
and
work?
profile.
Yeah.
Yeah, the profile thing and NFT. That's why I just hold it up, because I'm trying to integrate the NFT stuff with the profiles individually for everyone. Like once they reach the good milestone, and the more jobs you do, you were more up on leaderboard, so they can get the rewards as well.
Okay.
So we are
So
just working on it. Yeah.
yeah.
For a while. Yeah.
So I'll have if I'm looking for work and I have I'm a content creator, I can come on here. I'll be able to set up my profile, showing like my prior work, my CV, my portfolio of prior work, and then
Mhm.
I'll have an NFT for that.
NFT, once you done the NFTs for the registration, once you achieve the good performance, then we will give the NFTs for clients for the approval, like in a 100% one, like in a legit one. Hold a second.
Okay, so you're gonna use like now will that be like a dynamic NFT that'll like update over time as I get more work done? Keep my information on there. How's that gonna function? Oh, did we? OV, you're muted. Oh, okay. Oh, I gotcha. It's prayer time. That's what I thought I heard. So very interesting though. So you're going to be able to submit yourself up there, and as over time as you do work, you'll be able to basically earn some reputation for completing work. And if you're looking for people that are doing work, you can come here and post your job, and they can engage with you and see what you're doing. See if you're interested in the job.
That's sick, dude. Earn your reputation and get some bucks for stuff that you're already doing in the ecosystem. Looking cool.
Yeah, looks cool, and yeah, it reminds me of Upwork in Web 2. So yeah, it's something good for to have like a freelancer version of it in Web 3.
Yeah, absolutely, and excited about seeing this come online. It definitely seems to be very fast and efficient right now in the early alpha stages. So excited to see more of this.
I got a question, Ovi. So my question is, and it's pretty simple. What do you think your success metrics for this would be? Like, how would you measure the success of this application in the next, like, maybe a year, short-term success, long-term success? How would you measure that? What defines success for you?
Moving me there.
I don't think Ovi's here though.
No, I think he had some background stuff going on. So it's prayer time in the where he is. So that's fine. We got about 15 minutes until Find2Earn, so hopefully he can make it back before the end of the piece. I would just say that I would expect success would be, you know, I guess the first success would be completing the first, you know, project, the first successful agreement where, you know, client posted a job, freelancers post a certain number of freelancers post their account, you know, post their get their create a profile. So having some clients and freelancers set up accounts, and then actually engaging in gigs, engaging in projects, facilitating milestones, number of payments, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I have like the few campaigns, and according to this, like which we I'm thinking to running according to that, like to promote the platform, the commercial proper commercial for it, and getting, because I have some FMCGs companies, and you know I can ambassadors or different wallet companies like a Zeely or anyone or Layers wallet, which I'm thinking like we can integrate with it as well, and so to collaboration with the different platforms, so it can helpful for expanding the more.
So I
Also,
wonder,
there are different. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, I wonder if so. Stacks just announced a partnership with Wallet Connect. So I wonder if that actually, do you
Yeah.
see that as being any kind of impactful on your project?
Hmm.
Um,
Stacks is going
I think
multi.
he's dealing with background noise. So
yeah, I think he's
that's it.
having. I think he's having trouble hearing, and
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes network issues.
All
There's a
right.
glitch
No
on my
worries, bro.
end. Yeah.
yeah, no worries, man. So what do you expect? When do you expect that you're gonna have a live on mainnet project by the end of the year?
Yeah, maybe by the end of this November, I'm doing as soon as possible because I need to move on the few more things, which I'm looking for, like a gamification stuff as well on Stacks. Also, the few more stuff which is already I've sent you on my document, the pitching deck. The two or four platforms I'm looking to creation on Stacks, not just only this one. I'm not sticking with this one. I'm keep going with the 4 or 5 platforms. This one is a good one. After that, the music one, the regarding the interactive NFTs, which I've talked about before, like which is something different, like an FFT work. I'm creating something like in a very entirely different thing. Like you don't need to QR scan or something. Just printing out. If I say the 1 GB of data, I can print it out on a A4 size paper. So anybody can, it's something different. So these kind of unusual stuff I'm trying to make usually. So I'm trying to integrate with it. Also the BSC chain, I'm trying to integrating with the Stacks actually. That's my main hook as well
Oh,
on
really?
Binance, connecting with the Binance. Yeah.
You're trying to connect Stacks and the BSC chain.
Yes.
Very interesting. And you're working on a music
Music
NFT
as well.
project. How's it? Tell us a
Yeah.
little bit more about that.
It's like if you got a photograph and or anything, it can convert it into NFT, and you need to scan it on a decoder. Decoder is like in a user interface dashboard, and encoder is only available for the developer, not for everyone. Nobody can create it because it's something a very different thing, and it is difficult to comprise the audio waves into the photograph or any image, the multicolor image, and with the FFT, the complete sound waves, and sound waves can be scannable through the decoder through your, if you are on it you can hear it. For the samples, people can get the samples on platform, on NFT platform, like a 4 or 5 sample of NFTs, so they can test it, they can understand how it works. So if you have the NFT, you own it, let's say any song we have, and you own it, and you don't need the internet or anything, you just need to, same as like an offline audio, but it has image as well, the audio FFT into the embedded into the image form. The
So the
data is
NFT,
embedded. into
The
audio.
NFT, you would need some kind of like an application to play it on.
Yeah, the same platform application, the same, yeah, platform itself and an application which can
So it's
retrieve
almost
the
like it's almost like an encrypted NFT. There's some of the data is publicly available for anyone to use. Some of it needs
yeah,
to be
not exactly,
decrypted or decoded in the
yeah,
application.
yeah, yeah.
Very cool. Actually, Zenitron, who's going to come play Find2Earn with us in a little bit, has part of his Skullcoin project. They developed encrypted NFTs. Um, the way those work, you have them on the Gamma marketplace or on a marketplace. They show like certain, the NFTs are used in a treasure hunt game called Skullcoin,
Mm.
like an on-chain
Yeah.
game, where you get some information like the type of NFT it is or the type of information that's on there. But then you actually have to have the NFT in your wallet, be connected to the platform and logged in to get like some of it's like clues for a treasure hunt. You have to go look for this, you go look for that.
Yeah, I've experienced it
Oh, so you're
before.
familiar with
Yeah, yeah,
with Skullcoin.
yeah.
So it's similar concept, I'm assuming, where you just have
Yeah.
some encryption on the NFT where not all of the data is available until you can decode it.
Also, if we can say like there's an NFT which has a infinity music. It keeps going. It is designed like that way, like a radio with a synthesizing sounds, and it is keep going like a nightfall sound or anything like in a meditative kind of stuff. Usually we binaural sounds.
So
So
you
the
have like
NFT is keep
you have a
going.
little
Programmed
have a music generating
NFT. Yeah,
NFT.
yeah. Infinite music generator NFT. Exactly. These kind of stuff as well.
Wow, very interesting, man. Very interesting. When do you expect to have that developed?
After Stacksworks, I've quickly jump into the BSC connection. When after the BSC connection, yeah, I'll just dig into this one as well because I've been working. I've started in 2019. I have the samples for it, but that's a very small part of audio which can put it into a single NFT. But now I'm able to put like in a 4 minute, 10 minutes of audio into one single box, which is 1080 pixels.
Very interesting. And you stream? How often do you stream on Binance?
Yeah.
Daily,
Oh,
daily
every
on
day?
Binance.
What's the and
Every day
you
Binance.
have a group you have a group you work with? I can't remember. I don't have the website handy.
Team Matrix. Team Matrix, Matrix Clan. Let me write. Here it is, matrixclan.com.
All right. Let me actually put that on there. So, and you guys are all like heroes. It's a comic.
Yes.
Oh, you got a comic
Yeah.
comic thing going on. Here's you.
Yeah.
I like the theme.
Yeah.
Yeah,
nice.
But
GP's working on his own comic. He's got his Gigaverse characters and the Gigapepe and the spaceships and the memo bots. We're actually giving away. Oh, we gave away a memo bot last week. Memo bot NFT. So GP is working on some comics and stuff too. You guys should definitely get together and collab maybe.
yeah, we usually do in that way, like in a comical theater on every. Yes, we can talk to like that every time. We are the defenders of the assets. Yeah, man. So welcome to the Matrix. So this is how we always do like in that way. And we have a global community like from Algeria, Switzerland. Everybody's representing from different countries. I usually represent the Southeast Asians like Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Nepal, and Arn Pai is from Australia. Everyone has a bullish. We have Telegram. We are putting like in different stuff as well together. But it's rare. When we honor, there is no any higher or lower in our team. It's like we are all on a round table, and everyone is very much experienced in their analytics and their development stuff and all. So
So
we always educating the people on Binance to according to the new upcomings AI technology and all stuff.
and so each of you guys represents a specific token
Yeah,
to the platform. And
yeah,
down here, you're representing Stacks,
stacks. Yeah,
Stacks in the Stacks ecosystem in this group,
yeah,
and
yeah,
regularly with your live streams on Binance.
yeah, yeah. Sometimes 24 hours, sometimes 12 hours. I'm doing
Oh, really?
8 hours. Yeah, yeah. I don't sleep. You can ask anybody like
I
on
know, I
Binance.
believe
People
that. 'Cause
live.
there's never been a time where I haven't been able to get you. I believe that. You've mentioned to me many times. I do sleep, but it's only from like 10 p.m. until about 3 a 4 a.m. and that's all I got. Which is enough. Yeah, for somebody that doesn't sleep, that probably sounds like a lot.
People keep saying to me like, please take care of your health. I say like, nah, 5 days are enough for me in a month, whole month. Just I'm keep doing until I got frustrated. Actually, if I not get the result, whatever I'm coding or something, when I'm stuck in, and I'm keep awake myself to engaging with the audience as well. Meanwhile, and working on coding as well. And both things I'm going put one co-host so they can manage the live as well. And the KOLs I'm putting it. And there are more. I'm bringing out like more people on theme. Metrics is a regard is centric to the Binance, but we recently launched our BSC token as well. Just as like suddenly just we are just doing fun, and somebody comes hops in our space and say thank you. I said okay, thank you. Okay, so let's make a coin, the think tank. So okay, the Tinker Banana tank. So we put like that. So yeah, yeah, it's good. And we do BTC parties. And what I'm doing, I'm putting like more people to get aware about the stacks. Uh, Literally, people don't know about stacks on Binance. They are not much aware about it, and people are putting their trading into different tokens. Daily Binance is opening up the new tokens. So stacks is one of the most, what I'm seeing, like a very stable one, and it has a very good moves in on each candle, and it's not like in a volatile so much in that way, like other tokens are doing it. So just just making up every space is open up with the stacks. I put the stacks handle, and people can get into their stacks and interact with the stacks token, and they bought it. So more, more wallets hopping into the stacks.
And honestly, that's a huge lift for the ecosystem. That's more than anything else. We need developers building new projects, which you're facilitating personally. You're building some stuff. Thank you. And then we need more users and more exposure to users from other blockchains, which you're also helping us do by with your streaming and Binance. So, man, I really appreciate your participation. You're welcome to join us anytime. By the way, it doesn't have to be just a speech.
Thank you so much.
Spotlight your
It's
project.
been a privilege, it's been an honor for to be a part of your ecosystem. Like I've been always feel bullish on ecosystem. Like I was like a sheep, which has no way, and it's running, keep running. One day I've said, okay, now I find a way. I find the flag. Oh, somebody help me! I'm here. Okay. So yeah, it's good to see you, everyone, every single one. So yeah, what we are doing, I'm planning to do a BTC party again in this week. So hopefully, if you can join up, anybody, GP or you, anybody of you guys,
It might be hard for
I'd
me
be
to
grateful.
join this week because I'm traveling. I'm leaving on a long flight on Friday, and I'm going to be
Yeah,
in Buenos
yeah.
Aires, and that's kind of a new thing
Oh,
for me. But definitely soon I want to get on there, and I appreciate the offer. Um, I know eventually it's only a matter of time before I join in and meet your crew and get in on some of your streams, and I definitely want to get these guys in too. They're
yeah,
always a good time with these guys. That's why I keep them
yeah.
around. We will be awesome stuff, man. We're gonna be playing Find to Earn rounds shortly. Absolutely welcome to stay and play with us. Zenitron oftentimes
Oh,
lets the new players come and get in on the whitelist rounds, make it a little bit easy. Maybe win a little bit of stacks meme tokens. So I'm gonna play a quick word from our amazing sponsors, and then we'll be back with Find to Earn rounds momentarily. So please stay tuned, and we'll be back in a minute.
Sure, I'm happy. I'm happy.
All right, man. Looking forward to it. Guys, stay tuned. We'll be back in a minute. Joining us now is the team from DIA, Decentralized Information Asset, one of the OG Oracle networks in crypto. DIA provides transparent, verifiable, real world data to blockchains, powering DeFi, RWAs, and on chain financial products across dozens of chains. If smart contracts need accurate price data, reserves, or real world inputs, oracles like DIA are the bridge, and DIA's big focus is making that data open, auditable, and trust minimized. Excited to dig into what they're building, what's new, and where oracles are headed next. And we have Josh. Josh. I'm from Rhode Island. We don't pronounce our R's unless there isn't one. Josh Bellreeve. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Welcome, Josh. How are you today, man?
Very good, very good. Thanks, Steve, for that intro. And yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself about an intro to Dia there. So yeah, much appreciated and glad to be here. Looks like I'm a little fuzzy, hey, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's a little. You are a little hazy, but it's not. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world.
Some technical difficulties on my side too. Then
It looks like it's a sunny day,
the
and it's
camera
like,
here, to be honest.
what's that?
I probably just need to clean my camera here, to be honest. Let me just.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
It could
Yeah,
just
let
be
me
a
get it.
time of day type of thing, though.
There we go.
Oh, that is actually much better.
Yeah.
Very good.
Perfect. I guess when I close the laptop, I probably put my finger right where the camera is. So
It actually just looked like it was hazy from the sun time of day, which I am
Yeah.
familiar with also.
Yeah, it's definitely coming through my window, which is so I'm from Canada here. We just got a crazy snowstorm last night, so it's about -20 to -30
Ooh.
Where I'm at.
That is chilly. No, we're actually I'm in Rhode Island, so not too far. You know, we still get pretty cold. You know, it was definitely down in the teens a couple days ago, but I think it's in the 30s right now. I don't have a fire going, so that's how it's usually when it gets to if it drops much below 30, I have to burn some wood. It just I'm old, you know. I just can't handle it like I used to.
Oh, for sure, for sure. It gets to your bones.
For sure, for sure. So we met down in Buenos Aires. I can't remember which. I might have been multi-chain day. I don't
Yes,
remember
correct.
which event it was. We worked a couple of them. But you were talking to us about Dia, and why don't you tell us? Well, you're here to talk about what you want to talk about. So obviously, but you're from Dia, and I don't know if a lot of people, our audience, understands a lot about oracles and how that works. So,
Yeah.
give us the basic background on what you guys do.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And to be honest, to be fair, like when I started with the, it was kind of the same situation. You know, I'd have been in crypto since 2017. I had a basic understanding of, you know, what oracles are providing, but never really delved too much into the technology. So it's actually much more interesting, especially nowadays than you know I anticipated when I started. Um, I think I'd like to maybe just jump back and just kind of talk about, you know, oracles in general and just kind of what that really means. So I'm pretty sure most people understand them as the price feed part, but I think where it gets confusing is what an oracle really is taking a price and pushing it on chain. So you're pushing it to some smart contract for an application to consume. So a lot of times I'll get people that are you know, they understand the price feed part. They say, well, where do I access this information? So you can technically access this information through like an API. That could be directly through Dia. That could be directly through another Oracle, or that could just be through like a third-party provider like CoinGecko. You could access an API directly on CoinGecko and get that price data. So why then would you need an oracle, right? So the oracle's actually taking that data and pushing that to like the contract. So you could take CoinGecko, you could take Dia, but what you really want with the oracle is that smart contract basically automatically updating. Now what that really allows is, so I guess there's like 3 steps to like oracle price oracles today as they are. So the first like least secure methodology is like what we've seen when we originally kind of started looking at smart contracts and building out applications on chain, is like a time weighted average price, something that you could get from Uniswap. You could get that directly from a pool, or you could pull it from like an API like CoinGecko. So what this means is like this is like the least secure methodology. You're basically taking the trade data directly from either Uniswap or like the aggregated amount from CoinGecko. So this is the least secure methodology because there's not like removing of any transactions, any trade data. If you're, for example, taking a price on Uniswap and you're going to say, okay, now we're taking this trade data, we're going to push this to my smart contract. Say you're running a lending protocol. So what this basically does is any trade data that gets pushed through there is going to update to your smart contract, and then that could potentially cause some issues if there's trade data that's malicious. So early on, and what we've seen a lot is that you can do something called like a flash loan, for instance. You can borrow a bunch of funds so that you have a high amount of volume, and you can maliciously attack a pool so that you can change the price for potentially a few blocks, 1 block. You could alter the price 50, 60, 70% with the amount of slippage depending on the liquidity. So in doing so, based on that flash loan trade, you may take like a huge loss, but the loss may be higher, or the loss may be lower than the attack that you've done on the lending protocol. So you could, for instance, go into lending protocol after the fact and then cause a bunch of liquidations and then gain the profit from forcing those liquidations, because the liquidators are generally getting 1.5%, 2% on some of those lending protocols.
Right. So there is an obvious flaw there. If there's an attack, if somebody is sophisticated enough to pull that off, which is becoming easier and easier these days with the tools available, then that's it. So that is one of the attack vectors, and why you need more security than that.
Exactly. So this is like a stage 1. This is stuff that's happened, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 4 years ago. And then most recently, ironically, that happened again on Binance, where, there was all those forced liquidations because protocols were only taking price data from Binance there. So,
oh, really? I didn't
yeah, I
realize.
don't remember the exact situation there. But like a lot of tokens went to almost zero, some dead, like Atom there. I believe this is about a month and a half ago.
Adam went all the way to zero on
Atom went
Binance.
all the way to zero. Yeah. So then there was a lot of protocols that had the price data only sourced from Binance. So then when that happened, it caused this cascade of liquidations, right? So there's situations like this that are still happening in 2025, which is these protocols set up with what I would call is like a stage 1, like Oracle, right?
Right. So Binance was basically not. Binance isn't really an Oracle, but they were being used. Their API was being used as an Oracle for pricing.
Exactly. So in like some of these older tokens, like I'm not sure what the liquidity depth is. Obviously, not high enough to match kind of the the amount of money that people were able to put in to push it down. And then it's always like a measuring act. Like if the value you can extract through the hack is higher than the money you need to put in, then it makes sense to do it, right? So it essentially just breaks down to that. So as soon as they found out that these kind of markets were segregated, then it made it easy. So then that's kind of where oracles are today, is like a stage 2. So that is basically adding the filters. So you're removing any kind of malicious trade data, and then some kind of a system to remove liquidity or liquidity sources that are outside the bounds of a benchmark. So for DIA, how we work is we are scraping data directly from sources. So we're scraping data from central exchanges and decentralized exchanges, all that trade data. And for example, on say Ethereum, we're supporting 20 to 30 different liquidity sources. So all that trade data for us gets aggregated, and then it goes through a filter. So the filter could be like a TWAP filter. For us, we use a volume weighted filter, and we also use something called IR, which is interquantile range. So we're removing the bottom 25% and the top 25% of the trade data. So you're only getting the 50% of chunk of that data. And then that gets processed by the nodes on our layer 2 orbit chain. And then one final system check there is we utilize a guardian, which we're checking against the benchmark price. So the benchmark price is typically, say, like CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap, some source like that, to say, hey, ETH right now is 2,900. What does it say on CoinMarketCap? CoinMarketCap is 2,915. Okay, that's within, say, we typically set guardian price at 5%. So then if the price we're pushing is greater than 5% compared to CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko, we won't push it. We won't add that price there because there's something going on with the data, right? With stable coins, you can go a lot lower. And then once that's confirmed good to go, that's sent to all the available chains we support. So 62, 63 different chains. So it's really cool because it's all done in like a decentralized, transparent way. So a lot of Oracle providers today, you're getting the aggregated data. That could be aggregated by themselves. That could be aggregated through a third party like CoinGecko or Kaiko. And what you really don't know with some of these oracles is the origin of the source of the data. You're just getting the aggregated price, but with DIA, you can actually see and verify the source of the data, and you can actually select the sources of data that you want. Now, it makes, of course, sense to include most of the sources or all of the sources that you can get based on kind of the issues I described earlier. But some, for example, some applications like to segregate their markets and have isolated markets. So you could say take a price on Arbitrum or on Optimism and have those like separated. So we offer that kind of flexibility there as well. So that's kind of like a stage 2 Oracle where you have that additional security layer there that you didn't have with, like, say, going directly to Uniswap or pulling a price directly from like an API like CoinGecko.
Very cool. Very cool. Joining us, well timed, is my partner in crime, GPSC from the Gigapepe Spaceship Club. And he is actually fresh off of winning an award from the Stacks community for being an excellent chat, I believe was the title. What was the category again?
It was most positive community impact.
Yeah.
Hold on, Josh, man. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah,
Yeah.
glad to be here. Just
Yeah.
kind of running through the Oracle stuff.
Sweet.
Hopefully it's not too dry, but
Man, let's get to it, man. It's alpha.
I mean, it's honestly, these are things that we need to have more awareness of. People need to understand why it matters. Because it is important that the data that's out there, it is largely pricing data right now. There is more stuff to come as on-chain apps develop more. You're going to be pulling more data, and it needs to be secure for all sorts of reasons. Like we already touched on that layer one security issue where people can just manipulate markets to manipulate the price feeds and then take advantage and exploit on the back end. That's a big deal. That does happen. And in this space, any exploit that can be attacked is going to be, so
Exactly.
it's a huge deal. Like the oracles are utterly important for really all the programmability on crypto requires secure oracles. So it's a fundamental piece of infrastructure for crypto to advance.
For sure, for sure. And I think if you look at the data actually behind like attacks on chain, loss of funds, I'd say I wouldn't say like a very large majority of them are oracles related, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's anywhere from 33 to 50% of the hacks are somewhat oracle related or like price manipulation, right? So
Yeah, if you can manipulate price, you can do a lot of things. Especially if
Exactly.
if you're going to, and it that happens, by the way, outside of data feeds and outside of Oracle information. There's all sorts of manipulation going on that people exploit. Um, Oracles is just one way, but that's a big vector because all of these, like on Stacks, one of my main partners is Bitcoin. I mean, a Bitflow. Bitflow is the decentralized exchange on Stacks. If that price data isn't accurate, when I go to trade, I lose money, and then I get insecure about using the platform again. So, and by the way, that doesn't happen. I'm very confident in Bitflow. I love the platform. Those guys are doing awesome. But it's important that if the users can't rely on secure data, the whole thing doesn't work. So it's fundamental. It really is very fundamental to the success and the further success, which I think we're through the woods. I think this crypto thing's gonna last. It seems at this point, but it's still there's still a lot that can happen that can hinder the development and make things take longer to develop. And we're really on the precipice right now with we're calling it onboard your mom. With all the the pass key, and we have native pass key and WebAuthn on Clarity now on Stacks, and all of the stuff like Privy's doing, and like making it basically just abstracting away the wallet function and making it real easy for non-crypto natives to engage with applications that are using crypto and built on crypto, but the users don't really need to know anything about crypto to use. That's where we're hoping to go.
Right.
And we need reliable data for that.
Right.
We need these people to have good, secure, safe experiences when they come here, or they won't come back, or they won't come back for a long time. So we need you guys to keep doing an excellent job getting us secure data.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting with there's how many of these hacks have driven people away over the years. And it's something, I guess, that needs to happen because you need to kind of standardize things. You need to you need to put it in people's minds that, hey, we need to do something different, or as a user we need to think differently and push like transparency. Like a lot of things today, a lot of hacks that we've seen are transparency issues. If we go all the way back to kind of the worst situation, which was Terra Luna and UST, we're talking 30 to 40 billion dollars lost there. That's fully a transparency issue, right? If users understood what was held in the vault or in reserve with Do Kwon, with his team Terraform, then that wouldn't have been such a situation, right? But no one had any idea, how many tokens were minted, what was actually backed, what the understanding there is, right?
Right.
And that's where users need to say, hey, I'm not going to deposit my money here unless you can be transparent about what's going on, right?
Right. No, exact same thing with FTX.
Yeah.
You know, they were just using people's money, and if
Yeah,
that was
where's the money? What's going on, right?
right, it's
So
crazy.
and really, crypto's built on the ethos of transparency, of
Right.
understanding where your funds are and being in control of your funds, right?
And not
So
having
it's
to trust anybody.
exactly no intermediaries. So it's crazy that people kind of lose sight of that. And you know, it's tough because you see, oh, this is giving 50% APY on my US dollars. I'm going to go put my money in here. And you don't really think about, you know, what's the underlying risk? How are they actually giving this 50%, right?
Right.
They're likely leveraging in the background. They may
Yeah.
be providing some points which aren't actually truly, you know,
We
that
we have a I don't know if it's a mantra, but it's, you know, where does the yield come from? And if you cannot answer where the yield comes from, you are the yield.
yes, yes. That's exactly right, for sure, for sure. So,
So, and that is, I mean, I'm generally a lucky guy. I didn't get burned with I didn't feel good about FTX for some reason at the beginning. Something just seemed off to me about it. It was too hype. So I missed it. I was in BlockFi collecting I think it was 8% on Gemini dollars, which was very high at the time. The banks weren't giving interest on anything at that time.
right.
And I got out of that just again, I had a hunch. I had, you know, not a ton of money, but a lot for, you know, I'm not super flush. So it was enough for me to be very burned if I hadn't gotten out. And I got out of that real quick, just in time, and before they collapsed. And then there have been a couple. I got out of Gemini just by the skin of my teeth. I had some funds in there before they got, you know, attacked again. So, but these things happen. They're not all data risk errors, but they are situations where you're trusting. You're not really verifying at that point, and so.
Right.
Good data oracles also help us verify.
Exactly, exactly. So that could essentially take us to, you know, the stage 3 then, Oracle, like where we're seeing, you know, more customizability today, more capital efficiency, and that's through something called like nav based feeds, or as we're calling them, fundamental feeds. So nav is like a net asset value feed, and very simply it's just the collateralization ratio. So we, for example, take the ratio of how much a derivative asset or synthetic asset or stablecoin token, how many of those tokens are issued versus what's held in reserve or what's held in the vault. So we're seeing tons of these tokens come out today, all different kinds of stablecoin derivatives, XUSD, SUSD, USDP, et cetera, et cetera. So we can measure that ratio and say, hey, there's $1 million of these tokens issued, and there's 800K in the vault. So then you're getting the ratio there. The ratio's coming back and saying, hey, this ratio's 80%. So what's in the reserve is actually 80% compared to what's been issued. Then if we can price that derivative token at 80 cents automatically. So, for example, I always like to go back to Terra Luna here. If UST was priced using a fundamental feed, everyone would have known automatically what the price of UST would have been. UST actually had, I believe it was 80% in backing. Now, what happened obviously when the bank run happened is anytime there's, you know, not enough funds to back it, it's impossible to keep it afloat. So it dropped down to 13 cents, I think, at the lowest before it finally, like, you know, collapsed and ended itself. But had people known, hey, this is actually backed 80%, that's not as bad as we anticipate. The coin is now priced at 80 cents automatically. you know, maybe there wouldn't have been this huge panic, which ultimately led to the collapse, right? It might have just people seen that there's transparency there. You know, maybe they would have wanted to continue to sell off, but it would have been less of like a big panic to.
Well, the price would have had more stability.
Exactly. There wouldn't have been as many people running to the door to beat the guy in front of them, right?
Right.
You think if I don't get out now, like I was very much the same. I had UST. I added it to the curve pool, so I didn't get kind of hit directly as bad because the liquidity in the curve pool kind of kept it afloat a bit longer. But the thinking is, okay, I got to get out of this ASAP because everyone is trying to sell, right? So you got to beat the guy.
Right. That's why it happens that way.
Exactly.
But if the price hadn't been so starkly down, it's still a shock to see something go a dollar peg. What's supposed to have a dollar peg to be at 80 cents.
I mean this happened kind of overnight, right? Like I woke up that morning and went,
that was
holy
set
crap.
up. That was set up. Somebody that was an attack. Somebody made a lot of money doing that.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And whether it was an enemy of you know, Do Kwon or just an instance of that we talked about previously of, you know, money in versus money out, which is more likely the case, right?
I think it was actually an attack on crypto.
Yeah, it could be for sure, for sure. And you know, these narratives stick around where people kind of bring them up again and again. Oh, it's not secure because did you see what happened with like Terra Luna? They lost $40 billion, right?
Right.
And that's where like strong infrastructure comes into play, where you need to have these robust systems. You need to ensure security. So like a lot has changed obviously since then, but like there's still these instances where you kind of go back to how things used to be because it's easier, right? It's easier to not do 2-3 audits. You know, it's easier to just go into pull an API instead of setting up a custom Oracle contract, you know, situations like that, right? What's really cool with the fundamental feeds is you can do them in conjunction with the market feed, right? So you can have your market-based priced, and then you can have your NAV-based fundamental price, and then use those together, and then you know, derive your price of your market from that. So you're essentially taking from two sources, and then you can maybe run your liquidations based on the fundamental side, and then have your market-based price for like redemptions or whatever. So there's I think that's where we're moving today, is to like that stage 3 security where there's more, you know, not only more sources in the market for the pricing, more filters, you know, secure guardian systems, and then different methodologies for providing price that are actually more capital efficient, right? Because you're not worrying about the day-to-day trade. You're just actually taking what's in, you know, held in reserve, which is essentially, you know, the same methodology the banks are using, right? So you're seeing basically kind of the highest level of capital efficiency that we're seeing in the traditional market.
So now, do you guys support data for real world asset tokenization, institutional products, stuff like that, or what? Or mostly focus on pricing feeds right now? What are you guys getting into?
Yeah, for sure. So we're supporting RWAs as well. We support over 5,000 different assets. So copper, any kind of commodity or stocks, bonds, T-bills, forex, stuff like that. So teams can reach out to us to set up price feeds for that. One really cool thing we're working on right now is we're integrating the Ondo global markets. So Ondo is providing tokens for trading the stocks essentially. And what's really cool is the stocks are then able to be traded 24/7. So we can get a price for these that apps can use to say trade Amazon after hours essentially. So I think that's a really good use case for crypto. Today we see like a lot of these per platforms, you can only trade the commodities or the stock within certain trading hours, right? Because they're getting the data from a source that doesn't allow after hours trading. And we've kind of scoped that out a bit on our side and said, hey, can we provide or can we go with a third party provider that allows stock trading after hours? And what we found is it's kind of like a closed cabal, right? Like they don't want for one, they don't want you to take this data and then kind of resell it or repackage it or let someone else use it. So we've seen kind of huge barriers to entry that way. And then also with price, like we're talking for us to get data for 24/7 stock trading, it could be 30 to 50 grand a month just to get the trade data. So there's these huge barriers to entry. So I think with the Ondo global markets, us being able to tap into those tokens, and then dApp's able to trade these stocks 24/7 is a really cool use case for crypto on the RWA side. So it's just kind of starting. We've seen a few teams tokenizing stocks and commodities and things like that, like X stocks,
So you think that
Ondo.
trading on Ondo will provide enough pricing data to satisfy overnight trading? Data?
Exactly. It's early days right now. I haven't checked liquidity and volume in a while. I know a lot of those tokens have reached over 1 million in liquidity, which is enough for us to provide a price feed on that. Now, you still want to kind of do your research on kind of how much is the price actually fluctuating from either the after hours or when the stock market opens, how close are we to parity, minutes before or hours before that, right? So I haven't done my research on that, but things will continue to get more robust, definitely. Ondo's a huge team. They're building really cool stuff to allow, tokenization on chain. So I think that's really exciting direction we're heading in the RWA space is
For sure.
allowing this
Well, and
for
they're also Ondo's on base, and Coinbase literally yesterday just announced stock trading and prediction market coming soon. I have to assume that they're probably going to use some of the information from Ondo as well, and or maybe I don't know because it's on base. I don't know if that's
right.
not sure how affiliated they are with Ondo specifically, but um, if not, then there'll be some other option in the marketplace that they're using anyway, right?
Yeah. They may be paying for those premium sources, and that would be great. I mean, again, they probably are facing the same issues of, they have these premium sources, but they can't kind of disclose them to others. But again, like with the Oracle feeds, if we were able to tap into that and tap into our own and then tap into Ondo, we can provide an aggregated source, remove outliers, use the Guardian, and we have like a stage 2 Oracle for RWAs, right? So the more and more these teams get involved in this, the easier it is for us to provide robust infrastructure on it. So
Very cool. Very, very cool, man. So do you see is AI development and or the iteration of the AI, the more sophisticated applications of it, is that causing challenges for you guys as far as security of your networks? Like what are some challenges you guys have from that?
yeah, the AI side is interesting. Um, I think we're still pretty early days for any kind of risk from those kinds of attack vectors, especially on like the DeFi side. I haven't seen too much sophistication in all the teams that I've talked to. Where it's really cool and kind of moving away from and like maybe the benefits towards people and what I've seen is like AI controlled vaults for like yield, right? So you deposit your stable coins with an AI, and the AI is looking at all these different pools and all these different vaults to
So the
manage.
AI could also be a consumer of your data feeds.
Exactly,
Really, probably
for
more
sure.
more of the issue is not, it's less of a challenge that it could be a threat and more of a challenge of how do we serve these agents.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at from the security side, now I'm not like an expert on that, but you know, you could tap in these AI agents and say, you know, look at our data feeds and see um, where there's any kind of risk, right? Where we could be thin on liquidity, or what are the potential attack vectors. You know, all teams can be looking at this, not just oracles. You know, verify the smart contract and see, you know, we've seen so many of these re-entrancy attacks over the years that just keep popping up again and again, and people forget about the past, right? And I think where AI is really, really good is analyzing the data, looking in the past and seeing and making sure that, you know, these one or two lines of code are updated, you know, to not allow kind of previous attacks to happen, right? So I think as people forget, or they're, you know, they haven't been there back in 2021, 2019 when these things happened, because it kind of goes through cycles, right? These things get like, these particular attack vectors are like hot, and then they fall off. People forget about them. They upgrade to a new contract, but there's a bunch of teams using the original contracts, and then there's those attacks again, like we saw with the Curve V2 pool there a couple months back.
Yep.
So
Yep.
yeah. So I think AI will be very, very good on the security side, and then super useful to kind of maximize yield as well. And yeah, data plays a massive part in that. It's going to need to be tapped into all this data, all these sources, how you want to use it, right? So the more data you can feed the AI is going to be, that's the number one thing, 100%.
So we have we know a couple of people working on the X402 solution, which is payments between AI agents. And it's a little over my head, the conversation. We've had a few on our show. A lot of these conversations are a little bit over my head. But it's it's closer than I think we really, it seems closer based on the conversations I'm having with people to this stuff becoming more actionable than, you know, because we play around with a lot of stuff because we're doing a show. We are now a live stream all day. We cover a lot of projects, and we love touching around on stuff that's new, a lot of stuff in testnet, and we've played with a number of trade bot agents in testnet or even in beta mainnet stuff. Agent Hustle over on Solana. We've played the AI BTC dev guys are doing some really cool stuff on Stacks. There and a number of them, and they're mostly just conceptual. They don't really, they're not lined up with enough memory. They're not really like, they're still, you know, just MVP products.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of solutions that are being worked on right now that I think we're probably a little bit closer than we may really we're trained to expect, because of how fast these things iterate, because they're iterating themselves to a large degree. You know, they're being used to actually build out, the agents are actually building out their next iteration. So it's crazy how these things are going. But I think that it's going to be here, actionable, like trading on your behalf, agent to agent, interacting with APIs and stuff like that, and different data oracles, and then transacting in, you know, transacting with, probably with Bitcoin, actually, in a large degree, in microtransactions for access to data. I really think that that's probably not that far off.
Right. Yeah. One thing that I've always been interested in, and when it came to the space, I thought was like, oh man, this is really going to change the game, was like intents. So
That's another one that yes, that's
yeah, so
we have a guy that builds
basically,
subnets on stacks with intents. It's crazy.
there you go, there you go. So basically with intents, you're essentially saying, okay, I want to make a trade, US dollars to ETH. So right now we're seeing intents being used for, I think the biggest one on the swap side is cow swap. And then there's a few other ones. I think Matcha uses intents and some other ones, but it's really cool because then, you're taking a idea, and that's essentially the intent, of saying, okay, I want Ethereum, I have USDC. Then goes to a solver network, and the solvers are going to look for the best price for that user. So that solver networks is where it gets interesting, because you have like a level of competition. It's going to look at, the network of solvers. I don't know how many CowSwap has now. Let's say like 50. Each of those solvers is going to have a different set of code that it's running through, and in a different, essentially, set of liquidity sources that it's sourcing. So those solvers can say, hey, I can provide this for this price, and the best solver wins. Now, going back to what you said about, abstracting away the complexities for these users so your grandma can use crypto, it's the same idea here. I can go to CowSwap and I can ensure that I'm getting the best price, or that's the theory anyways, around the intent-based system. Once everything is kind of tied in together with these robust solver networks, you're generally getting the best price. And personally, I use CowSwap all the time. That's what I've seen. I'm getting an amazing price, sometimes better than the market rate, sometimes better than Binance, where you assume the highest liquidity source is always going to give you the best price generally. Sometimes it's even better than that. So you really can't go wrong there, and that's all done, through that intent-based system with the solver network. So we also see that with bridges. And then we're going to see that intent system happen with AI. And I think that's where it gets extremely interesting, where you just tell the AI, what is my intention on here? My intention is to earn the 6% or higher on USDC, if we're just like strictly dealing with DeFi stuff. Then it's going to go and look at all these sources. It's going to deposit it in different ways, maybe. You may say, I want to lower risk by not using one pool. So you're feeding information to this AI, and it's doing it on your behalf. Outside of crypto, this could be, we've seen this with DPIN stuff, where you simply tell your refrigerator to order you, or it happens automatically. When you're out of milk, your AI agent goes and orders you some milk, or adds it to your order that you're doing like once a week, right? So this gets like really complex, but like very interesting in reducing maybe the mundane tasks that humans typically have to do. Um, yeah, so the AI stuff, very, very cool. Um, I feel like, yeah, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs and figuring things out. People maybe are getting sick of hearing about AI, especially, Google and Amazon and all these big names, Meta, every day essentially sharing all this information. But it is becoming game changing, even with these like AI robots that they're building to suggest that, it can do the tasks that maybe humans don't want to do anymore. It's just another step towards, higher efficiency, and maybe lower risk, and lower, you know, increasing the standards of how this work's being done, right? Because you can standardize all these robots to do, concrete work the same way every time, right? So you're kind of removing the human element in a sense. Not necessarily you're removing the creativity, but you're standardizing everything to be done the same way, which has a power to it, right? So tons of interesting aspects there with AI to kind of jump around a few of them.
So I do want to make sure I get these in here before we have a kind of a hard stop by by 2 p.m. because we share our Restream account with our partners at Bitcoin Live, and they have a show coming on at 2 today.
Gotcha.
But I want to make sure I point people in the direction of the DEX account. It's at diadata_org. So you guys can follow DIA, and the website is diadata.org, which if you guys are interested, you're building a project. We have a lot of developers that watch and tune into our stuff because we cover a lot of developers. DIA is a great place to go to look into your Oracle services that you need for the platform projects you guys are building. So make sure you check them out, diadata.org. And Josh, was it so, bro? You are such a really nice. I love your personality. Really even keeled dude. Great chatting with you. Would love to have you on again whenever there's something going on. Even if you just want to come hang out, we do the morning show. Sometimes it's a little more casual. Happy to have you jump in and chat with us sometime. Anything else we should know about DIA before you sign off?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, would love to join you guys again. It's been awesome chatting. Definitely super passionate about the space. So so I'll just mention on DIA here. So we're generally working with teams in two ways. We work with the chain foundations directly, and then we work with like the dApps to provide their Oracle feeds. So any dApp can come to us and request a custom Oracle feed. In most cases, if it's just a standard price feed, that's going to be completely free of charge for the applications that reach out to us. If it's a price source that we are supporting, for instance, and if it's something on price feed on, like, generally we can theoretically support any price feed as long as we can get that data source. In some cases, we need to scrape like a local ecosystem DEX directly to get that source. But I'd say 95% of the time we can just support the price feed completely free of charge for those applications.
Wow.
So definitely reach out to us. And we also are doing a grant program right now where we're reimbursing the gas for updating those price feeds. And that's actually on Stacks as well. So you can use DIA oracles completely free on the 63 networks we support. And then we're doing 15 chains that have gas grants where we're reimbursing the gas fees. Essentially, that would be the only cost if you're doing it on a chain that we're not doing the gas grant, or after 1 year, you would just have to pay the gas cost for those. Most chains today, that's not an issue. Might be a little bit of an issue on Ethereum, I guess would be your only concern there.
So sometimes it's pretty cheap on Ethereum right now. Though.
Yeah, we've seen it lately where it's been cheap. So that's the good thing about the bear market is you are getting cheaper gas.
Yes, it hasn't been too bad on Ethereum for almost a year. Like I haven't been like I'm sending out like $30 payments, $100 payments for like 5 cents, 17 cents.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah,
it's great. Actually, ironically, that's funny. So Ethereum still has the issue of spiking, right? So Vitalik again proposed, I think it was a week ago, maybe a bit longer, about bringing back gas futures. Back in, I want to say 2019-ish area, there was a gas token that you could buy, which it was essentially a gas future. You could use that token instead of paying those gas fees, right? And then that got kiboshed with one of the Ethereum update proposals there. And now it's funny that they want to bring it back because it makes more sense, right? You can start loading up on, gas prices today, in anticipation of gas prices going up in the future, right?
It's a smart market to make.
Exactly.
For sure.
So it's funny that Vitalik is kind of proposing that again.
I forgot about that. That was when they were still proof of work, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was. I can't remember the name of the token, but I remember thinking, man, this is a fantastic idea because back then, we generally saw at least once a week gas spiking to 500, sometimes 700 Gwei, and you know, I think the overall price wasn't as bad as it is now with the token being as high as it is, but you're still spending $30, sometimes $50 per transaction, which is crazy.
Right. Well, and then also when you look about how much you were spending back then and how much Ethereum it was.
Exactly. You're spending a large amount of Ethereum on the gas.
Yeah, because the price was so low.
Yeah, I think I remember as high as for myself as 0.05 or 0.1 in some cases.
Yeah.
There's that website. Can't remember what it's called. Like it measures how much gas you spent on your wallet over the life of it. And when I go back there and it's like, oh, you spent 12 ETH or 15 ETH. It's like,
yeah, it was well, because you could have like, there was times when you were getting like fees at like $10-$20 and the price was only $100.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was bad. It was real bad.
So yeah, if you go to that and you're like, well, shit, I guess I should have, you know, and there wasn't a lot of options back then, you know. You had your outside of Ethereum, if you wanted to keep EVM, there was only a couple chains early on, and they were very difficult to get to before bridges were around and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, many people didn't have a lot of options there. So
right, it was
now
expensive.
we're a little bit spoiled.
Well, you'd have to learn how to get it there, and then the learning curve was expensive. So
yes,
that stopped me from playing around as much as I probably would have. I just couldn't. It was too stressful for me to spend that much. I'm like, I'm trying to acquire ETH. So if I'm spending such a high amount of ETH to transact, it was just, we've come a long way. You know, when we look at that perspective and where we are now, it's crazy.
Yeah, I think it's important to put it into perspective, right? Because we, you know, kind of forget about, as I mentioned, the past things, right? Like, you know, people didn't want to go to those layer 2 chains because they were worried about the bridges back then. Now no one worries about the bridges because there hasn't been a bridge hack, thankfully, in some time here, right?
Right.
So
We figured out how to do them right.
Do them right, do them secure, use intents, and everything's good, right? So, you know, fingers crossed that, you know, you don't run into more bridge issues here. But I think that side is been heavily audited at this point. So, which is fantastic.
Well, and I think it's awesome that you guys provide basically like a very low cost, if not free service for you know, dApps that are, you know, DEXs that are on the chains you're supporting, and that's a huge deal. I wasn't aware of that. But so you guys that are looking at building DEXs, because we do need more of them, by the way. I love Bitflow. Huge fan of what they're doing, but I think that more options in the marketplace makes everything more robust. And so if you're looking at starting a DEX and you need the data feed hookup, Josh is the man. We'll get you in touch with Dia and we'll get you all set up and squared away.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the free aspect's really cool. So like that's, you know, generally we're seeing 10, 25 price feeds for these teams completely free. So yeah, DEX, lending protocol, liquid staking, CDP, yield, anything like that. Those are all kind of protocols that can utilize oracles and use those price feeds for adding functionality. Now, very quickly, I'll just mention too, we also support on the other side, as I mentioned, the nav-based fundamental feeds. We support verifiable randomness for like potentially casinos and loot boxes for video games. So
crypto nuts.
one thing we're seeing today, actually, with the crypto casino stuff is you can't really, it's kind of closed source. You're not really verifying the transaction, which is crazy. Or you're verifying it with their own built-in VRF. With ours, it's all, again, fully transparent end-to-end. You can verify that that transaction's done correctly and that you're receiving the right amount of funds. And then on the loot box side, that's really exciting as well. You can verify you're getting the correct loot out of the loot box and that the devs haven't, you know, altered the math or anything like that, right? So that's not something we see. And again, this needs to come from the users a lot of the time to say, hey, we're interested in having transparency here on this. Otherwise, typically you won't see these gaming studios getting involved with this, right? But that's kind of what crypto's built on. That's the ethos that we're all here today to support. So we need to continue pushing on that side. And then finally, one thing that we're working on that's really, really cool is called AI resolution in partnership with GenLayer, so that we can open and close markets without any intermediaries using this setup. So we'll kind of push that AI resolution on chain to facilitate opening markets, whatever kind of market, and then you choose which agent where they're resolving that market. Could be like routers or like Twitter, that kind of stuff. And then that we can push that resolution back to the chain once the market's closed, and then close that automatically without any intermediaries. So basically a white glove end-to-end solution for prediction markets there. So really excited about that as well.
You guys have a lot. So DIA has a lot of services for developers building on chain. So you guys definitely need to check them out.
Yeah.
Josh, man, it's been a blast. Even without our music, which is really throwing me off, by the way. I can't tell you guys how much it is like stressing me out that I can't turn on and off music during the intro stuff. But great having you. We do got to wrap up. I could keep going with you for a while, but we'll have to have you back, guys. Check out DIA. It's make sure I got the website again. It's diadata.org. Check them out. They're helping us get secure data to our apps. Lots going on in the space. Make sure you follow. And Josh, thanks, man. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. And yeah, anyone can feel free to reach out to me anytime. Yeah, excellent segment here, Steve, and pleasure to meet you, GP. And we'll see you guys again. And thanks to the community.
Awesome.
Right
Have a good
on,
one,
right
Josh.
Take it easy. We'll be back with some more. I think Nick from Bitcoin Live is going to be joining us very shortly with Jerry for the Proof of Work podcast. And y'all have a blessed rest of your afternoon. Stay tuned. Thank you, Josh. Thanks, GP.
Peace, guys.
The afternoon session is about to begin. We are going to go through the Hacker House demos. We are getting started in 2 minutes. Please begin to make your way to your seats. They're watching that live.
You guys may notice that lunch sign at the top.
All right.
That was a great lunch.
Time for section number 2. 2 minutes goes fast. 3 minutes goes fast. That's how much time each of the projects that you guys are about to see, that's how much time each of them gets. So really quickly, what you're about to see is coming from multiple days of these builders spending day in, day out, working on their projects at the Stacks Hacker House over the course of the last week. So this has been a very fun and enjoyable experience where several of these projects have won some sort of Stacks builder competition previously. This was a campaign that started back in late September, early October. And so every project that you're about to see has had the opportunity and earned their spots to win a hackathon and earn their way into the Stacks Hacker House. This was a 4 or 5 day long hacker house with different workshops, different times where they're just spending every minute of the hour working on their projects. And now they're going to be put into this very high pressure, stressful environment of giving their demos across in 3 minutes. So we have 11 projects that you are about to see. Yes. So in this order, I'm going to quickly go through everyone. Up first, we have Referito. Second is Bitcoin University. 3 is Big Market. 4 is HyperInsure. 5 is Stacks Machines. Then X402 Stacks, followed by Certificores, followed by CV Chain, Rather Strategy, and then B2 Picks. We're going to get through all of those, one project, 3 minutes at a time. Let's hear it for our first presenter. Right here. Let's hear it for Referito.
Hello.
Thank you for being here. It's a beautiful sunny day. So I am Omar. I am the creator and founder of Referido. Referido is the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. So I have been doing freelancer for a long time, especially here in Latin America. That is really important for this part of the world. But there is something that is really painful. Most of the time, freelancing is lonely. It's hard to do the work. It's hard to find clients. It's hard to, do all the networking. I mean, it's really hard. You have to do everything yourself. So thousands of Web3 talents don't have the opportunity to be discovered. When I entered the industry, I realized this. So thousands of freelancers worldwide are wondering, what's next? How can I get a client? How can I get a new project? How can I be part of something new, to be part of a new project? So I think this can be different. What if there was a platform where you can find your next freelancer project by help of people you trust? Enter Referido. Referido is a decentralized talent platform for Web3, built stacks and secured by Bitcoin. We align incentives between freelancers, talent scouts, and clients through smart contracts to ensure that everyone involved receives their fair share. So Referido is focused on link referrals. So the whole system allows the users to connect to each other. You can see here a little sample of this. So this platform allows the freelancers to set their commissions, to also, with blockchain, be sure that everybody will receive the automatic commission distribution. So, and the best part is that everybody can be a talent scout for all the users. So I'm going to show you a little demo here. All right, this is how it works. So a user enters to our platform, connect their wallet. So the user set the profile and can, decide how much profit, commission fee can give to someone to find a job for him. And he can actually search for other users and connect and get a referral link. With this referral link, they can actually connect with other users. There was a transfer happening in the blockchain. So you can see the platform is working really well. We are working in do some little stuff to prove it. So yeah, this is Referido. So we are building the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. So with Referido, freelancers set their own referral commissions, talent scout, and automatically the blockchain enforce who gets paid by automatic commission distribution. So if you want to join this project, there is our link to our Telegram. You can take a picture. So with Referido, we are starting the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. Thank you. Great work, great work. All right, we're getting right into the next one. So speaker number 2, Bitcoin University, please start making your way up to the stage. Here for Bitcoin University.
Buenos dias, Buenos Aires. I'm so excited to be here and share with you guys why I'm here and what I'm building. So, my daughter, I'm building for my daughter. She's my biggest inspiration. I'm building Bitcoin University for her. I missed her birthday to be here, and so I just, I told her I was going to be here for a reason, and that reason is that I believe education can unlock sovereignty and opportunity for the next generation. That's why BTCU exists, to create a pathway to financial freedom and meaningful work in the Bitcoin economy. The world has changed and is still changing. People worldwide are fleeing weak fiat currency, seeking stability and control over their wealth. Bitcoin offers global, borderless, sovereign money, accessible by anybody with an internet connection. But we still have an education gap. Traditional education systems haven't evolved to teach people how to participate in this new economy. Traditional universities are failing the next generation of learners and workers. It's too expensive. The curriculum is outdated. People aren't graduating and getting jobs in the field that they're studying, and they're graduating with debt. People need skills, not diplomas, and they need income, not debt. That's where crypto comes in. It provides an opportunity. The Bitcoin and stacks economy is rapidly expanding, but there's no talent pipeline to fill these critical roles. Companies are hiring and opportunities are abundant, but beginners have no clear way in. The real problem is that wallets are confusing and seed phrases are scary. Educational resources are scattered across the ecosystem and fragmented. Career paths are unclear and people don't know which skills lead to real jobs in the crypto economy. That's where Bitcoin University comes in. A friendlier, simpler, modern way to learn Bitcoin and enter the global crypto economy. BTCU removes every barrier between curiosity and capability. We're building the front door to the Bitcoin economy, designed for absolute beginners with real opportunities. So we're designing beginner-friendly courses for anybody, regardless of technical background. We have a mobile-first UX design so that you can learn anywhere, anytime from your mobile phone. And we're using AI to personalize instruction that adapts to your personal learning style. We are going to connect you with peers in the space that you can learn with, and also mentors to help you guide you through your journey. After completing courses, you will receive on-chain credentials, and we know all of the companies in the Stacks and Bitcoin ecosystem that are building on Bitcoin, so we can connect you directly to companies that are hiring talent. So, frictionless onboarding. We partnered with Turnkey and developed a way for you to create a wallet with your biometrics, so Face ID or fingerprint. And so there's no passwords, no complexity. You get an instant wallet and you can jump straight into your first lesson in under 30 seconds. So by limiting friction at the entry point, we ensure that nobody is left behind. So as you can see, it's very simple. You log in, you sign up with passkey, your seed phrases are stored on your device, and you can instantly get access to course content and resources. And when you're finished, you can mint your NFT certificate. Bitcoin University, let's build a future for our children. Thank you.
Well done, Bitcoin University. Moving on to our next project. Come on up, Big Market.
hit the three. Yeah, of course. Hello, and good afternoon to everybody. My name is Antonio. I'm representing Big Market, and let me tell you about what Big Market is today. So Big Market is a prediction market, and for those who don't know, prediction market is like a platform that helps us predict future. For example, will it rain tomorrow? So we build a prediction market around one certain problem. And the problem is that information does not necessarily always means that that is truth. And truth, we believed in the past, that leads to wisdom and power. So we are overwhelmed with misinformation around us in today's world. And the question is like, what can we trust? So basically, one of the basic problems that is facing humanity today is like, how do we distinguish that signal from noise? Everything in the media, we are bombarded with like untruthful information. Libra here happened in Argentina. Can we trust governments? Can we trust politicians? Like, what can we actually trust? And the notion of prediction market exists for quite some time, but we have built Big Market completely different. We have built Big Market around a concept of DAO, and we have made it like severely or radically decentralized. Participation, anybody who participates on the platform basically gives signals for that truth discovery. Accuracy, if you are the person that has insider knowledge or information, will it rain tomorrow, will basically make you earn more reputation because information that you're providing to the platform is more accurate. Resolution on the platform, where other platforms are lacking in terms of the speed and trustworthiness, we have a triple layer system, and basically AI, oracles, and humans are working together to resolve the markets, will it rain tomorrow, on the fastest possible way, which leads us to the multiple applications in DeFi around our platform. There is a saying, when you come into the casino, house always wins, right? Because Big Market is a built around concept of DAO, we have built it on a way that we build the house and we invite everybody to join in just by participating. You don't need to stake money, put money, just come there, leave a comment, and you immediately receive in our ecosystem something which is called soulbound token, like something that is very tied to you. And your soulbound token, soulbound reputation token cannot be traded on, cannot be traded or exchanged for anything else except for the Big Market IDO token, meaning that everybody can participation, take part into the protocol. Speed matters because triple layer system makes market cycle through very fast, which allows multiple applications in different industries.
Insure, come on up, Hyper Insure.
me? Okay, I check. Yeah. I've been sure. So we are protecting institutional Bitcoin transactions. Uh, Imagine this, you have a massive arbitrage opportunity, agents has been placed, counterparties aligned, millions of liquidity has been posted, and suddenly your transaction or your trade doesn't go through. That's gonna be suck. People have been posting about it on X, and this is these are like some of the real numbers here, like approximately 1,000 transactions, which are of very high value, didn't go through. Like 18% of failure rate because of the massive spike at a network congestion level. If you ask me, protocol risk is very real. It could be related to, not paying the enough amount, mempool congestion at a Bitcoin level, or every missed block impacts on the liquidity that you are holding. So you wouldn't want that when you're dealing with that level or that volume of trade. So here comes HyperInsure. What you have to do is before putting that high volume of transaction at a network, just buy one of the insurance policy at our platform, and we take care of everything from network congestion to network monitoring from mempool, and we make sure like your transaction goes through. And if it doesn't, and if your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payout. So ready to eliminate the protocol risk? I'm going to show you a small demo how it works. All you have to do is just connect your Leather wallet. Simply, as soon as your wallet is loaded, just select one of the package. Now, what it does is here you have like standard packages. Just have to make sure okay, I'm okay with this much amount of delay time. Just enter the amount, purchase the policy, perfect. Now, once you have the policy set, all you have to do is, submit the claim. If your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payouts. Everything is, done by automation, smart contract. So the payout and everything is automated. And guys, what? We are live with HyperInsure. Just scan this, test out the whole platform, and there you go. So that's HyperInsure for you.
Nice job, HyperInsure. Okay, next we have Stacks Machines. Come on up, Stacks Machines. You are time for you to take the stage. Here we go. Yay, Stacks Machines.
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jan Alarcon. So I'm gonna present about Stacks Machine. So the problems that we realize is we want to help developers and we want to help founders, and we realize that these two important people face two problems. First, developers, they need more, assistant or tools for them to keep and develop fast. And founders, they need to show their idea, their product in a better way, in a way like this idea is almost production ready release. So that's why we have Stack Machine, this tool, AI tool that will give to you a high quality clarity smart contract. It means with this tool, you can get almost production ready clarity contracts, and you can show and you can keep shipping. Also, with this tool, is especially for developers, so we can onboard thousands of developers that we have here. And the idea is to accelerate, to boost. For example, in this case, we can achieve very high speed. So how does it work? So we will collect so this is the architecture, sorry. So basically the user or the developer is gonna ask any kind of question related to clarity, stacks, on our environment. It can be Visual Studio Code or Cursor. And we'll have an internal server that will handle all of these queries that we have. But before that, we have to ingest all of this knowledge data into our database so the MCP or the tool can actually retrieve this data to the users. So this is the main flow. So here I want to show a bit more, but it's not showing. How is it? It's not showing my slide, but anyway. So yeah, happy to partner with us. So the idea is to scale this. For example, this is a project on early stage. We're just a POC. So, but the idea at the end is to scale this to production, to have this tool that can provide a much better response, a much faster response, and can provide an answer or can reply this developer's question in a fast way. Yeah, that's basically it. So with this tool, we can achieve what the stack is needing to build BTC-fi projects. So anyone can easily just come, log in, register, and start building the projects that is gonna leverage BTC-fi into the next level. This is my QR code, so happy to connect. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you, Stacks Machines. For our next presenter, come on up. Let's hear it for X402 Stacks. Sí, gracias.
Hey everyone, great to be here. My name is Antonio, and you guys can see the screen, but basically this is a cloud interaction. I was trying to get Claude to use an API, and he says it's not possible. Why? Because internet payments are made for the old use. What is that flow? So for example, let's say you want to interact with an API. You need to go, sign up, get an API key. And once you have that API key, now you can start using that API. But there's a problem. Basically, agents don't have a credit card. They want to pay for a service, if they want to pay for a API, for anything, they cannot pay, but they still need to get some resources. That's why I want to introduce you to X402 on Stacks, the native Bitcoin payment protocol. But first of all, what is X402? So whenever you guys go to the internet, you're going to get a response on the browser, on your mobile device. Whenever you try to go to the internet, you're going to get a status code. That represents the action. So for example, if everything is okay, you're going to get a 200. If you cannot find a resource, you're going to get a 404. You know, like the one in the ground with the dinosaur. So those are the status code. We also have the 402 status code, which represents payment required. In the past, we were not able to use this status code because there was no way to have micropayments. You won't pay with your credit card. You know, like it's more expensive to pay with a credit card 1 cent than actually doing something else, right? So we were not able to use this status code correctly. But now with Bitcoin and micropayments, we can add the payment details to that response. So this is the basic flow of how X402 works. So we have a client, let's say your AI agent. That AI agent wants to consume one resource, maybe an API to get a TikTok video, whatever. So it goes to that API, and the API will respond with 402. That's their normal flow. Actually, that works right now. But instead of only responding with 402, now the backend is going to send also the payment details, my wallet, and also the amount of SBTC that I want to receive for that resource. So once I get that information on the client, your agent will send that amount of SBTC to the backend. The backend will verify, the facilitator will verify the transaction. And once the verification is done, you are going to get the resource you were looking X402. So what this means for the industry. So basically, now every content creator, like if you are posting something on your blog and maybe an LLM is scrapping your blog for that information, instead of only get scrapped, now you can charge and get paid on Bitcoin for that resource. All right, another content creation. Something important I want to touch here is that yesterday, 30% of all the base transactions were made by X402 protocol. 20% on base. That's a lot, and that's a huge opportunity for the Bitcoin ecosystem. So I have a quick demo here. I think I'm going to skip it because I cannot see it here. But basically, I was trying to get information from that TikTok video. That's the cloud example I was showing at the beginning. So I couldn't do it. But with X402 on the stacks, now I can get paid with SBTC, with Bitcoin, and get that resource. I'm going to skip the video because we cannot see anything. But, well, let me introduce you to the team. So my co-founder and CTO, Cloudco, he's really good at AI, at coding. And me, Antonio, I've been founder many times before. I did Y Combinator a few years ago and also launched the first crypto credit card in Mexico. And well, if you guys want to start Stacks X402, you can scan this QR code. It's ready. It's now ready on TypeScript. And if you're gonna connect, my DMs are open. So thank you so much, guys.
Well done, X402 Stacks. Let's bring up our next presenter, Certificors. You are up. Take the stage. It is your time. Let's hear it, everyone, for Certificors. Come on up, Christian.
Yeah.
I need more muscle. Hold this right here. Hold on. Gonna fall down.
Sorry.
Okay, block it over. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. Ooh. Yay! Look at that muscle. All right. Mike's looking like fun.
And Nanti aku terus con another company. All right, so quick pivots. We are going to bring up a different project, and you will go after the next person. And we will give out headsets. Yep. Yes. Yep. So, my mistake, everybody. Our next project is actually going to be Move Your Wallet. Move Your Wallet. Let's hear it for Move Your Wallet. Come on stage. After Move Your Wallet, then we will do Certificors. Certificors presentation is going to be in Spanish, so the production team will be handing out headsets. If you need a translation to English, just raise your hand when they come out, and they will give you a headset. But for now, we're going to go to Move Your Wallet. Este nomás.
Hello, everyone. My name is Manuel Elias. I'm the CEO and founder of Movia Wallet. But before I talk about our project, let's let's imagine that we are out and ask a random person if he can send us one USDC. Do you think that it's possible? Most likely not. And how many time it will take to teach that person how to create a wallet, send the seed phrase, have the token for the gas, and a lot of basic concepts and a lot of time. That's why I created Movia Wallet. It's a smart wallet for everyone, but focus on web to person, where you don't need to understand blockchain concepts, have the network token for the gas or sign the transaction because it's gasless and signless. You just need to connect your Gmail and send messages with for have transactions. That's all. And now I will show you a demo. Right now, we connected already our Gmail and we are on the dashboard. We added pounds and we just need to go to a chat, write the same 0.1 STX to the person. Let's wait a little. The agent is saying, would you like to confirm? Yes, and you just need to wait. Here you can see the transaction, the hash, then we have the history. And another thing, another feature that we have is that we can add a contact. Not only this, not only transactions, you can make swaps, just sending messages. It's like this. So the person that you went out to talk, now, yes, he can send you money just with one transaction. What's Movia different from the other wallets? Simple access to your wallet and integrate AI assistant for transaction and swaps. This wallet is self-custodial. All the data will be stored in your phone, so we won't have your seed phrase or your private key, nothing. You have it. Our roadmap, we have 5 stages. We are right now in the second one, building the MVP. Next, we would like to have at least 1,000 users from Bolivia, Argentina, all Latin America. Then we would like to add all the feedback that we received, add new features, and finally have a pre-seed investment secure. This is the business model. We have 3 models. The first is commission for swaps, 0.5% for each swap. Then if you have a pro account, of course, you have to pay a monthly fee. The commission will be less for the swaps and priority super. And finally, the
Well done, move your wallet.
Standing up till I'm freezing, man. In the heat.
So for our next demo, we are going to be bringing up Sebastian from Rather Strategy to give us our next demo. So let's hear it for Rather Strategy. No, somewhere. Back to a second. Antes lo probamos. Antes de irnos a juego. Okay. Thank you very much. There we go. My name is Sebastian Rosenberg. My name is Sebastian Rosenberg. I'm project manager. I'm part of the growth team at Brother Labs. Radar Labs is a local software company. We work with different foundations like Arbitrum Foundation, Near Foundation, MultiverseX, among many others. And this is our first approach into stacks and clarity, so we are really excited. And what we built is the Radar Strategy Protocol, which is about automated token strategies on stacks. So this strategy strength, I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's a hot topic right now across different ecosystems. It was following the Michael Saylor's MicroStrategy strategy, which is selling a token in order to, a stock in that case, in order to buy another asset, Bitcoin in that case. So the first one in this case was Punk Strategy, which launched a token called Punkster in order to buy CryptoPunks. They currently hold over 34, I think, CryptoPunks, which is huge, and the market cap is over $35 million in this dip. The week before it was like 9 figures. And beside this, it's happening with different NFT collections. And another example I added is Node Strategy, which is a token trading node monks, which is a Bitcoin ordinals collection. And also is a way to prove that this works and made the collection bump over a 70%. But there is a problem with Bitcoin ordinal. These strategies are not automated, are run by a centralized team. So we are aiming to solve that too. So how this automated token strategy works, just to make it short, basically someone launches a token and a liquidity pool to trade that token. That liquidity pool generates a trading fee. It can be set up by the creator, 5%, for example. So each time anyone buys or sells the token, it generates a fee that goes into a treasury. That treasury has an automated token strategy, and when it reaches the floor price of a particular NFT collection, it buys and released it on profit with a premium, let's say, for example, 20%. So when that NFT gets sold, all the proceeds are used to buy and burn the strategy token. This way, the strategy token helps the NFT collection, and the NFT collection helps the NFT token because it buys and burns it. So it generates a perpetual flywheel between both. And again, it's proven that it helps a lot the collections. So this is how it works. Next one. And we have built, I don't know if with the sun you can see the front end. The main developer behind this was Mauro Coco, who's present here. And we built a proof of concept, an MVP, to show this can be done on Clarity on stacks. We did 4 smart contracts, one for the token interacting with LP, another one for the marketplace, another one for the NFTs, and for the trading strategy. So this works. We can see the other one. Here you can see the treasury balance of the trading fees. The floor price of the NFT collection is trading, so now it's ready to buy and release it on top. And the amount of the strategy token that have been bought and burned, it's a fixed supply token. So again, we want to bring this proven tool to the stacks ecosystem and also solve this clear pain point on ordinals. So thank you for your time. You can connect here and we have. Well done, Sebastian. You're good. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So for our next presenter, we're now going to bring certificators back up on stage. Christian, are you with us? Yeah. All right. So while we're waiting for Christian, Christian's going to come up now. After Christian, we have Beat to Picks. We're going to finish up with Hawk. So, Lisa? Let's hear it for Christian, everybody. Woo!
¿Estás okay? Perfecto. Hola, bueno, mi nombre es Cristian, fundador de Certificate, y hoy les hablaré porque el fraude de diplomas hoy en día es una industria que mueve más de 7.000 millones de dólares cada año. Sí, así es una industria. Esto les está costando a las compañías miles de millones en malas contrataciones y asuntos legales. A los estudiantes no logran comprobar su verdadero valor y las instituciones ven dañada su reputación. El sistema actual es lento, caro y basado en la confianza, no en la verificación. Ahora iremos desde los sistemas obsoletos a un futuro de verificación instantánea, inmutable y universalmente certificable. Somos Certificate. Somos Certificate, la fuente oficial para la nueva validación de certificados académicos. Usamos la blockchain de Stack para lograr crear una verificación en segundos, proteger marcas de instituciones y una verificación instantánea de certificados. Nuestra plataforma crea valor para todos, las compañías, reclutadores, estudiantes e instituciones. Nuestro modelo de negocio es B2B SaaS. Compañías y reclutadores pagan una suscripción anual por nuestro sistema para poder verificar certificados. Ya tenemos un MVP trabajando. Dentro de los siguientes meses planeamos lanzar nuestro piloto con al menos 2 escuelas e-learning. Ahora veremos la demo, donde solamente ingresando el correo pueden encontrar la wallet y ingresando el nombre del curso certificamos en la blockchain de Stack. Aquí podemos ver cómo se genera el ID y está registrado en la blockchain de Stack sin ningún problema. Luego, como estudiante, pueden ver todos sus certificados listados y dentro de una certificación tendremos un ID que nos llevará a validar el certificado de manera inmediata sin ningún problema. También tenemos un explorador público donde con el correo podemos buscar todos los certificados de un usuario, los datos de una academia y más información sobre un certificado particular. Si buscan Real Talento Certificates, hoy los certificará. Muchas gracias.
Well done, Christian. Well done. Let's hear it one more time for Christian. Great job. All right, so moving into our next speaker, we are down to our final 2 projects. Our next presenter, pointing to you, Ronell. Come on up, B2 Picks. It is your time to take the stage. Let's hear it for B2 Picks, everybody.
But I did everything and made everything awful.
Like keep it more good 4 days, but what did you do with regular people on the from
go for a run like what you've done what you
it's just going to be
So far, so good. I'm not sure. Every so often I lose connectivity. And I'm not sure if GP is accidentally hitting buttons and switching cameras.
I'm from Brazil. I'm the founder of B2B. We are bringing Bitcoin self-custody for over 200 million of Brazilians. I worked over 15 years as a software engineer. During this time, I met Bitcoin. That was designed to be B2B, right? But trading, B2B trading with fiat currency has several issues. We become a place full of scam and long negotiations, so we surrendered to the centralized exchange. We're giving up our custody, our privacy for convenience. But if we could make P2P trading more secure and faster. Well, in Brazil, we have PIX. PIX is a standard payment system created by the central bank. Everyone there uses PIX to transfer money, to make purchase, any kind of payment. That's very popular. So what if we connect PIX with Bitcoin? This is what B2Pix did. B2Pix let anyone buy Bitcoin as easy as buy a cup of coffee. We took very seriously the simplicity and security. To buy Bitcoin, you just come to our website, create your wallet if you don't have one with your passkey, without the need to install any app. So choose an offer, pay with Pix. In a few instances, the system will verify in the seller's bank account if the payment was confirmed. So it will release in the smart contract the Bitcoin for the wallet, the buyer's wallet. We built it in the Stacks blockchain that can confirm the transactions in a few seconds and has the Bitcoin finality. Also, we use both protocol. Both protocol enable you pay the transaction fee with Bitcoin. So it avoids the dual token that it provides the best user experience like a Web2 experience. We already live on the mainnet and we are open gradually. So you're welcome to access our website and join our waiting list. Thank you.
You solved your piece. You solved your piece. Let's go.
Well done, B2Fix. Okay, so we're down to our last presenter. So let's go ahead and get into it for our next presenter. Muy especial, feliz cumpleaños a ti, Pablo. Let's hear it. Thank you. Wait, that's my double.
Thank you. Made it.
Take your time.
So thanks, my ass. Copy what the franchise people will have to buy to. No. Can I rent you a yacht whenever you need it? You don't need to own stuff. Just like 2 suitcases so you can move free wherever you want. It's like picking up, I don't know, you don't need to own stuff. What if we like co-own it? You know what?
Because boats only go down in value.
Exactly. And you want to change the boat, and now you need a smaller boat. Then you're going to move from, I don't know, Ibiza to, let's say, France. It's expensive. Takes time. Yeah, but how did I finance it to begin with? I loaned out my Bitcoin, right? My Bitcoin's going to go. Yeah, the business actually wants to be paid. Oh. Goods and services, I guess. So don't own the boat. Never own a boat. Own a small fishing boat. I own a small fishing boat. Well, but then you're monetizing. Huh? Then you're monetizing. I just fish with it, but that's like a small fishing boat. But like for the bigger boats, always run. You don't need to be more than
Yeah. Hola.
Hola.
Muchas gracias por venir. Bienvenidos a Buenos Aires. We're like in Buenos Aires, right? Yeah. I want to know who I'm referring to. First, I follow hacks. I've been developing since a lot of years, like more than 7. Also researching Bitcoin since late 2018. Going to very networks on the digital sphere. And now I'm building on Stack since more than 1 year.
Also studying for being a Bitcoin core developer here in Argentina. I'm gonna go back to the Amazon where is my origin the next year. And right now I'm very, very grateful to be part of this project. You know, you did check that meme, right? You understand what is that about. It's the legacy industry of the music, you know, communities are pretty messed up. We are seeing a lot of applications that didn't got really the fair compensation for the artists. So I'm as a musician and as a programmer and as a 3D modeler even, I'm really pissed off about that. So I building with our DAO here also in Latin America is cross countries. Sumac, that means belleza, beauty in Quechua. It's a software universal music art kernel. Basically, it's a protocol for people to share music, art on the Bitcoin L2 stacks. It's so easily to just share what you are making on. About the flow of this process is practically making a contract, charging a fee for all the entities that are the artist, curator, buyer, or remixer that can use your work. So we already have the first song minted on Bitcoin stacks. That is Cholo. Is now driving also the advance. Yolo Cholo is the first album. So how to earn Satoshi really? That's what people ask, right? Not just how to buy it on the floor or whatever. It's like how to really only as an artist. We have Satoshi from the SBTC, this network that is really strong. I really believe in that. I want to test it. You just have to meet, list, launch, and earn and repeat. That's what you need to do on this ecosystem. So practically I'm doing this for open source. All my work is open source. You can check it on GitHub, anywhere. My site, that is hacks.pe. So we stand for a right to play. I invite you to check sumac.app. Maybe you can get a little bit of fun over there. I'm Power Hacks. You can follow me on Nostr or whatever. Do what you want. Okay? Thanks.
Well done, Paolo. Let's hear it one more time for Sumac. Let's hear it for all the presenters, everybody. All the demos, your house. We're really happy to see the final projects. Really pleased with everything. So we're going to keep moving along with our agenda. So up next, we're going to have Kenny Rogers from Stacks Labs come up and give an overview, a workshop into Stacks and Clarity. So I love this energy that we have in the audience. Let's just keep that energy high. Let's do it nice. Round of applause. Welcome to Kenny Rogers. Yeah. While Kenny gets set up, what the rest of the afternoon looks like is after Kenny, we're going to hear from the Stacks Latam team. If you're here at the beginning of the morning, I gave an overview as to why we are here, why we are in Buenos Aires. The Stacks Latam team is going to give some context as to why that is. After the Stacks Latam team talks, we're going to hear from Eric Toy from Stacks Labs, who's going to talk about bridging Bitcoin with SBTC. And we're going to round off our last speaker with Raphael, so from Hero. And so Raphael will be talking about how to build real applications using stacks and chain hooks.
Yeah, baby. Well, yeah, or another grandma.
Hello, everybody. I just got to say real quick before I get started, I've been with all these builders for the past week watching them build their projects. And we could just do another real quick big round of applause because watching them go through all of this. Crazy crowd, all of them super cool. This is probably one of the coolest events I've ever been a part of. Honored to have been able to be with them during this journey. And I'm also going to put Ileana on the spot and give her a big round of applause. So, with that, I'd like to welcome you all to the nerd portion of today's programming. Where we're going to be kind of digging into how Stacks works. We've been talking a lot about some of the opportunities. We've been looking at some of the people that are building things on it. And now we're going to kind of get into the how it actually works. And I was up vibe coding a little something last night. So you guys pay attention. We're going to play a game at the end, and the winner is going to get 100 SDX. So if you're not paying attention, get out here and let's do this. So one of the things that I think is super important when we're talking about all this stuff is we've looked at the opportunities for why we should be interested in kind of this whole idea of activating the Bitcoin economy and building on Bitcoin and everything, but where does Stacks actually come into play in helping us to do that? And really, I think Bitcoin kind of serves as two things. Most people understand that Bitcoin operates as money. I think that part's pretty well understood. But the other piece of Bitcoin that I think is maybe a little bit underappreciated or less understood is its ability to operate as sort of this foundational layer for a new, better kind of internet with the same concept as what it does for money. And that concept, I think, really comes down to ownership. What Bitcoin does is it allows people to own their money. And what I really like about Stacks is Stacks builds the piping that allows developers to come in and then build the systems that money runs through and have that same concept of ownership be built in. If you look around the internet today, it really runs on like a rental model. Very few businesses really own their entire stack from beginning to end. And so we may have the good money, but the pipes that money is flowing through they're still centralized. We still don't own them. They can still be taken over, shut down by somebody that's not us. That's not the one that owns the business. And so the vision for the future that I have with Stacks is, can we get those pipes that the money runs through to have this same ethos of decentralization and ownership and freedom and everything. So we're going to look a little bit today at how Stacks approaches that. And so I have open right here the Stacks docs. We're not going to do any slides or anything today. I'm just going to run through and we're going to kind of walk through a couple things together. So we've got the Stacks docs up here, and I find that the best way to kind of help people get their head around how Stacks works is to go through each of the components. We're going to kind of go through these one at a time, but if you're a developer and you go here to the Stacks documentation, that's really the best place to start to kind of get your head around what all these different pieces are. And so we're going to kind of go through some of these in order. We're actually going to start right here. Do you guys read those? Probably not. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit here. There we go. So this is kind of what I would say almost like what you might call the like transaction journey of how somebody's going to interact with Stacks and how that's going to flow from when the user first initiates an action and how it's going to flow through the whole system and ultimately settle onto Bitcoin. It's another term that we throw around a lot. Stacks helps things settle on Bitcoin. So today we're going to kind of look at the path that actually goes down. And the first thing is obviously the user app. So this might be a wallet, this might be a DeFi protocol, whatever. This is really going to be the first point of interaction. And usually what's going to happen is that when a user uses their wallet to call a transaction, behind the scenes, that's going to be using a JavaScript library called Stacks.js. So real quick, how many people are developers out here? Okay, so like half and half about. So if you've ever built on Solidity, Stacks.js can be thought of as like Web3.js or Ethers.js, but it's really going to be the interaction layer between the user and the Clarity smart contracts. So that's kind of where the journey is going to start from the user perspective. They're going to interact with an AMP. That's going to use a Stacks.js function to then call a Clarity contract. And Clarity is kind of the lifeblood of the Stacks ecosystem because that's the language the smart contracts are actually written in. And so what we're going to do right now is I'm going to have some audience participation. That's okay with everybody. We can't see this one either, can we? Okay.
A little bit.
How about if I...
Oh, we can't.
This may not work. We can't see this, but that's okay. We're going to wait. All right. What this was supposed to look like was a nice, beautiful little set of templates for what we actually want our contract to do. But basically what we're going to do right now is we're going to build, it's called a multiplayer counter contract. super simple. The goal is we're going to maintain accounts, and anybody could initiate a transaction to add on to the account. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to call out what we need to add next, and you guys are going to help me kind of put together this clarity contract so we can kind of get introduced to some of the concepts. So what I want you to do is I want you to look over here on the right. We've got a collection of a bunch of different elements of clarity functions and contracts that we need to put together in the right order to write our contract. And so the first little block that we have over here that you guys can't see, the first thing that we have to do is define a storage map. So I'm going to start calling on everybody to shout out. If we need to define a storage map, which one of these do you think that we need to use? And I'll give you a little bit of a clue. The pink ones are the ones where we need to define something, so create something new. The yellow ones are where we need to call a function. And then the blue ones are going to be variables, so they're going to hold some values. The orange ones are going to be different data types, and the green ones are going to be the actual data itself. So if we want to define a storage map, which one of these are we going to grab?
Define map.
Somebody said define map. Hey, we want to name it counters. Which one?
Counters, the blue.
Now, we want it to be keyed by the user. And what that means is a map is basically a data structure where you have a piece of data that has an identifier. And so what we're saying here is we want the data here to be able to be identified by a user. How do we identify users in crypto?
Principal.
Addresses. So in Stacks, an address is called a principal. So if we remember that the orange is the type that we want to put here, and we need it to be an identifier for a person or a principal, then that means we're going to put what here?
Principal.
Principal. And we want them to be storing a type of a number, but it's a specific kind of number called an unsigned integer, which basically means a positive number. So if we say unsigned integer and it needs to be this same type of data, which one are we going to want to throw there?
Uint.
Uint. Now we just need to end. I'm not going to make you guys guess that one. Next, we need to define a read-only function. Which one's that going to be?
Define read-only.
Read-only. Nice. If you can pick up on what I'm doing here, I'm trying to highlight how readable clarity is, because you can basically just pick and choose for the thing that you need to do, and there's going to be a function that's going to be named similarly to that. So we want this function to be named getCount. And the yellow ones are function definitions. There's two different ones here. So which one do you think we're going to want to use here if we're just trying to define the function name?
GetCount.
Right. Now what we need to do here is we need to define the argument that we're going to pass to this getCount function. And we're going to call that argument to, and it's going to be a principal type. So we're going to want to do which one there?
At the bottom.
Nice. And now what we want to do here is the first thing we want to do is if whatever we're about to look up fails, we want to have a default fallback value that we're going to fall back on. And so we need our value here to default to something. So what are we going to want to call it here first then?
Default to.
Cool. And we want it to default to 0 if it doesn't find anything.
U0.
Okay. Now what we need to do next is we need to look something up in our map. And there's a little hint here for functions that end in a question mark. That means that we're going to be going out and retrieving something that may or may not exist from a map. So which one are we going to want to do there? And which map do we want to get it from?
The first one we created.
Okay. And now, remember we set up this identifier here by the principal. So now what we need to do is we need to tell this function how it knows which of these map items to go look up. And the way that we want to do that is by using a particular keyword in clarity that identifies the person that sent the transaction. So what do we want to do there?
GetCount TX sender.
Oh, wait, I'm wrong. There we go. The guy grabbed the wrong one. What's going on here? What did I do? Oh, okay. I failed my own test. So this is probably going to be the trickiest part of it, but what we have here is when we define this function, we define an argument called who, and when we call that function, we're going to pass a principal into that, but we need to be able to reference it from within the function. So what do we want to do there?
So we need to define a public.
Not quite yet. All we're doing here is we're telling our function who we want to look up, and it corresponds to the variable name that we define. There we go. So that's what we want to do there. And then we're just going to end that one. And we're going to end that one. And we're going to end that one. Where are we at the time? Okay. We speed up a little bit. Next thing we want to do, define a public function. Which one's that going to be? Define public. We're going to call it count up. Function's going to be named. Now this one doesn't have any arguments because we don't need to pass anything into here because what this behavior is going to do is it's just going to increment the counter that we have right here. So what we want to do is if this succeeds, we want to return a success message. In Clarity, there's two return types. There's OK and error. So we want to tell this function that we need to return a success message. So we're going to do what right here. Now we need to set a value within our map. So we're going to run the map set. We need to tell it which map we want to update. It's going to be counters. And now we want to make sure that whoever calls this is the one whose count is going to be updated. So whoever sent the transaction. Okay, that's what we were trying to do before. Now we need to do an addition function, and operators work a little bit differently in Clarity. If you're used to other languages, you might be used to saying, 1 + 1 = 2. In Clarity, what you're actually doing is you're calling the add function and you're passing arguments to it. So we need to call a function that's named plus, which means we want to grab this guy right here. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to get the current count of this person's counter. So we're going to retrieve that value from the map. Then we are going to add 1 to that. And now it's just a bunch of end parentheses here. And congratulations, we all wrote about putting in contact. So with that, I'm going to talk a little bit about the next tool that we have in the Stacks ecosystem, which is Clarinet. So if we go back and look here at our diagram right here, Clarinet's right up here. And Clarinet is really the home base for Clarity developers because it's where they're going to initiate the process of writing their Clarinet contracts or Clarity contracts. That's where they can set up a local developer environment, get all that stuff going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a command called Clarinet new, and we're going to say multi count. We're going to change into that directory. Then what we want to do is we want to create a new contract called multi-count. And we see here, we've got a couple different folders in here. We're going to pop open cursor. You guys can semi-see that, right? We're going to get our contract right here. Right now, it's just empty. And so we're going to see if this is actually a valid contract that we just wrote together. We're going to save it right here. We're going to run back, and we're going to run Clarinet check. Congratulations, we just wrote a valid Clarity contract by putting some building blocks together. Nice. So that's the quick tour of Clarity. The next thing I want to go over quickly is proof of transfer, because this is a pretty core part of how Stacks actually operates. When we talk about how Stacks is like a Bitcoin layer 2 and settles on Bitcoin and has Bitcoin finality, proof of transfer is the mechanism by which all of that happens. And so we've got a diagram here that can hopefully help make this a little bit easier to understand. I don't know how readable the words are, but we'll go through each piece of it right here for what we can see. So basically it starts with the miner, which is this little guy right here. And what that miner is going to do is that miner is actually going to spend the Bitcoin. So that's how mining works in proof of transfer. The Stacks miners will start by spending Bitcoin. And what that's going to do is that's going to put them into a weighted random function to decide who's going to become the next miner. Now what they do next is a result of the Nakamoto upgrade that happened not too long ago. Previously, Stacks blocks were tied 1-to-1 with Bitcoin blocks. They happened roughly every 10 minutes. Now with the Nakamoto upgrade, what we did is decoupled the block time from Bitcoin. And so now Stacks blocks are roughly 5 seconds or so, sometimes less, is how long it takes for a block to confirm and for a transaction to settle. So most of the time when you initiate a Stacks transaction, you go to check the Explorer. By the time you actually open it up, a lot of the time it's already confirmed, which is great. So when that miner gets selected, they start a tenure. And what that means is their tenure is going to last that whole Bitcoin block, but they're going to be mining blocks every few seconds during that amount of time. And then what they're going to do is they're going to pass those blocks to signers. So the miners do not append the blocks to the chain. The miners just propose the blocks. They pass them to signers, who are a separate party in the mining ecosystem. And what they're going to do is ensure the blocks the miner pass actually conform to the rules of the chain. And if they do, then they're going to confirm them onto the chain. And so where does that Bitcoin actually go? That Bitcoin gets sent to stackers who are related to signers in the ecosystem. Stackers are people that are locking their stacks tokens up in exchange for earning that Bitcoin as yield that the miner sent over. So when you earn yield on stacks, you're not earning some randomly inflated token. You're actually earning real Bitcoin. And so the staking mechanism in stacks is not deflationary because it does not increase the supply of the SDX tokens outside of the set Coinbase reward as part of the emission schedule anyway. And so this right here, this whole picture, this is what's called a reward cycle. And a reward cycle is 2,100 Bitcoin blocks, roughly 2 weeks long. And so what'll happen is these stackers, at the end of that reward cycle, they'll get a proportion of that Bitcoin yield distributed out to them, proportional to how much they stacked in the protocol. So that's the quick whirlwind overview of proof transfer. And the next thing I want to cover is SBTC. So SBTC is really how we can actually use Bitcoin on the Stacks chain, because as most everybody knows, Bitcoin by itself is not programmable. So if we want to take it and use it in a programmable environment, we have to somehow find a way to represent that Bitcoin within the programmable environment. Most of the time, that's either a centralized or relatively centralized solution like wrapped BTC, for example, on Ethereum. And so what the Stacks core developers sought out to do was they wanted to create as decentralized of a version of this as possible. So when Andre was up earlier, one of the kind of principles he talked about was, what can we build on Bitcoin with the technology we have available to us now that is as decentralized as possible, that then also leaves open a path to further decentralization over time. And that's really the core ethos behind how SBTC works. And so the way that this actually works is maybe another example of not being able to see what I get for being a dev and doing dark mode on everything. But basically, we got Alice up here. Alice wants to use a Bitcoin in DeFi protocol, but she doesn't trust a custodian to hold her Bitcoin. And because Alice is super smart, she decided to join the Stacks ecosystem and try out SBTC. So right here, down here, you can see we've currently got 100 Bitcoin stored. This isn't real numbers, by the way. We have more than that, but for the example, we have 100 Bitcoin that is in what's called the peg wallet of SBTC. And so what's going to happen is Alice decides she wants to convert 1 Bitcoin into SBTC so she can use it in the ecosystem. She's going to send that Bitcoin to that special wallet that's collectively controlled by the signers. Now, these are a separate group of signers than what we talked about for Stacks, but it's a decentralized group of signers that are going to basically collectively control this wallet. So it's not like a single organization, it's a distributed set of organizations that are going to control this wallet. She's going to use something like the Bridge app that we have set up on the Stacks ecosystem, or as you can do also if you're an application, you can actually build your own custom version of a Bridge into the UX of your application. So her Bitcoin is going to get sent to that wallet. We have a couple different components that are then going to basically notify the signer software that that transaction has occurred. So now we've got 101 Bitcoin wrapped up into this wallet. And when I say wallet, this is really represented as a single UTXO. So what'll happen is the signers will go through and consolidate all of these transactions into a single UTXO that represents all of the Bitcoin that is being held as SBTC. So the signers will detect that, they'll pick it up. And then what they're going to do is after that gets sent to the signers, that transaction has happened, they're going to verify it. And then what they're going to do is they're going to then basically vote on if that is a valid transaction or not. If they reach 70% consensus, it's considered valid. And they are then going to mint SBTC in response to that. And part of the bridge process is that Alice will also send over a Stacks address she wants that SBTC sent to. So that's a clarity contract on the Stacks side of things. It's then going to mint that SBTC to Alice. She can now take that. She has 1 SBTC now in her Stacks wallet. She can deploy that in DeFi. She can do whatever she wants with it. Then let's say, okay, I did the DeFi stuff. I want my Bitcoin back into layer 1 Bitcoin. Now she's going to call that same contract, but she's going to call a withdrawal function. And that is, again, going to ping the signers to say, hey, we've got a withdrawal. They're then going to initiate the process of withdrawing that back to Alice on the L1. So Alice gets her 1 Bitcoin. After they have verified that that transaction has occurred successfully, then those SBTC signers are going to burn the corresponding amount of SBTC. So because of this system, SBTC is always exactly 1-to-1 correlated with Bitcoin. and people can move it in and out of that as they wish. So that's how SBTC works. And all of this eventually settles on Bitcoin because there's one piece of that proof of transfer protocol that we didn't quite mention yet. And that is that what happens when a miner switches tenures to the next miner, what they do is they will record the hash of the last block that they mined in that handover process. There's a transaction that will initiate the handoff from one miner to the next. They're going to record the last hash of the mine that they blocked, the block that they mined. When the miner then the next miner takes over and they start appending blocks and proposing them to the signers, the first thing the signers will do is verify that they are building on top of the correct block that they're supposed to, and they're not going to allow them to mine those blocks if they're not. Because if the miner's not doing that, that means that they're attempting to overtake the network and create their own fork of the Stacks chain. So the Stacks chain will always follow one-to-one in lockstep with the Bitcoin chain. And this is what we mean when we say that Stacks has Bitcoin finality. Because of the way that mechanism works, if you wanted to go back and reverse a Stacks transaction, you would actually have to go back and reverse the Bitcoin transaction that it was included in, because it's not going to be considered a relevant block to build, and the signers are going to reject it, because the signers and the miners have complementary incentives. So they're not competing, but they're not the same either. So the signers are incentivized to make sure the blocks are valid. The miners are incentivized to mine the blocks. And so that complementary system is what helps lock down that Bitcoin finality. So, you guys want to play a game? I want to see how much you were paying attention. We're going to play Stacklander. There can only do one. Anybody gets that reference. So, I'm going to hit this. You guys are going to all get your phones out. And we're going to scan this. We're going to play a little trivia game. The more correct answers you get, and the faster you answer them, the more points you get. After the game's over, I'm going to send 100 stacks to whoever gets the top spot. So hopefully y'all paid attention. I'm going to have my feelings hurt if you didn't. Let me know if it's not working.
Can I put my BTC name, or does it need to be, yeah?
I'm just going to manually send it, so put whatever there.
Blockface is the first one in.
If you don't have a Stacks address yet, put that in there and talk with me after, and we'll get you set up with one. Everybody good? Anybody still going? Wait, all right. Wait. We got 6 minutes. The game only takes about a minute and a half, so we're good.
Bravo, your cholo.beats. Yeah, no wonder it wouldn't let me get that name. I know. You were stuck with Pendejo.
Have some competition there. Also, fair warning, I put this at like midnight last night, so I tested it a few times on my own, but just keep that in mind. Everybody in?
Yep.
Somebody say no? Mike, are you saying no, or are you stretching your neck? Okay. All right, we're gonna do this. Everybody get ready? You're gonna be looking at your phones. That's where you're gonna want to look. Questions are gonna pop up. You gotta get the right answer as quick as you can. Ready? Get ready. halfway there.
Yes, Harold, I will tell him that.
All right, we're down to the last question. Let's see who's gonna win this thing. Here it comes.
Oh!
Congratulations. No, Fred's the real winner. All right, that's it for me. Thank you, everybody. Is there any questions? We need a question for a couple minutes if anybody has any.
Anybody have any questions for Kenny?
All right, guys, that does it for me for the live stream. Gonna switch off.
Thanks.
Hopefully, GP's in the wings to reset up the screen share for Restream content. But we are wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires. We'll see y'all later.
Buenos Aires. And so one of the reasons as to why that is due to the efforts of a few important folks in the Stacks community. These guys have been working really hard and doing lots of community programming and activation for the last 18 months. They're going to talk a little bit about their stories, some lessons they learned along the way, what they've achieved, and what they're going to get involved in.
Oh no, we're gonna stay. We're gonna stay. I didn't realize it was a Stacks Latam. Let's go. Woo! Brother, can you do me a favor? Yeah, sure. Can you just hold this on that for a minute? Sure. That's it, man.
Hi guys, what's up? It's glad to cover But this brief summary is super important and deeply kind starts that down. Here, readable. Now, downloading the document and pass on to Colombia. Well, 2024 was a big year. Start that mission to increase developer adoption in Latin America. 2025 was awesome because you are here for that. Well, the idea in 2024 was expand and increase our ecosystem in countries like Peru, Colombia, Argentina, Brazil. The idea was launch the first Clarity Bootcamp in Spanish. We received over 100 applications, and finally, we invest 15 hours learning Clarity. Next, Nakamura Meetups was the perfect skills to increase our scope. For example, we have 6 countries in 9 big cities to explain how works stacks, how works Clarity, few weeks under the minimum operate tablets. One of three Bitcoin was an event and our purpose to increase our scope to explain how stacks is working with Bitcoin. In the end of 2024, we executed our first online hackathon with different countries in order to meet you to meet your projects and increase our impact for the next year. And that's it. Rolling 25 years. Okay, thank you, Jonathan. So, well, what happened in 2025, which may achieve plan? We start growing the ecosystem, we continue growing the ecosystem, but we try to focus more in retention builder. So we did roadmap for this year when we try to activate every city in North America with different kinds of initiatives like IRL meetups, like technical workshops, and online bootcamp. We can have many developers from Latin America here.
You're officially a DeOrganized canon.
Very exciting for us to have many projects from different countries from Latin America here in Argentina, building and sharing their projects to all the crypto and Bitcoin community. This was part of the plan. We did a lot of meetups in Chile, Colombia, Peru. We activated the tech partnerships here in Argentina, like Rather Than, who already won a prize in Tax by Coding Hackathon. We unlock new developer communities like Bolivia, countries we've never been before. And also we expand our presence in other countries like Argentina, like Mexico or Brazil. The results you can see, but it was around growing around 600% between 2024 and 2025. We grow with more than 40 developers in the ecosystem right now. In comparison with last year, when we did a hacker house, we had approximately 80 developers. So it's exciting for us like have more developers in our ecosystem right now. But what was one of our most important regional milestone? We did a hackathon last month, an online hackathon, the Start-a-Thon online hackathon, and we have more than 250 builders from across Latin America building projects and stuff. We achieved a record with more than 50 stacks-based projects. Our initial objective was 10 projects, so it was a good result for us, like have more than 50 projects building and doing things and stuff. And the winners from this hackathon come here to our hackathon in Argentina. We have winners from Brazil, from Peru, from Mexico, and Bolivia, winners that you already saw in the previous presentation, like B2P, like certificates like X402 and stuff. Other success stories we have here in LATAM ecosystem. 2 of the 3 winners from the Global Stacks hackathon, Bitcoin hackathon, came from LATAM. Rather Labs, the first place for this hackathon, they are from Argentina, and they won the hackathon after participating in one of our clarity workshops we did with them in the month of September. So this is good for us because with this initiative, we activate a region like Argentina, which is going to be important for the ecosystem here in Latin America. And also, the winner of the 2024 Stacks Latam Hackathon and Stacks Latam Hackathon we did last year during the Bitcoin here in Argentina, still working in the Stacks ecosystem and be part from the Stacks program, which is like one of the most exclusive programs in the Stacks ecosystem. And he joined to the Stacks ecosystem and the Stacks Hackathon, for his participation in our program. So that's it. Well, that's what we want to share with us. This is part of the results we had in these 2 years. We have a growth between the quantity of builders we retain between 2024 and 2025. And now Latam is one of the strongest contributors to Stacks ecosystem builder panel. What else? Right. Well, as Jonathan told us, we are just now 3 people in the Stacks core team building, but we invite you, if you are a developer, if you're a builder, if you're an educator, builder, or even you are interested in being part from the Stacks Latam, it doesn't matter what country are you, if you are from Brazil, from Mexico, doesn't matter. We come together, accelerate the Stacks adoption and create impact across the region. If you are interested in joining us in this ecosystem and continue building and continue growing the ecosystem, you can scan this QR code, share with your friends, share with any people who are interested,
We speak Spanish, we speak Portuguese, we speak English also, so we have space for everyone in Latin America to continue building in stocks. And what's next for 2026? So we want to increase our presence here in Argentina, but also in other cities important in Latin America, as Mexico or Brazil. We have the mission to expand not only developer education, we want to continue with community education and also help with other protocols and other the apps or projects who are already building in Bitcoin with the stocks to connect them with the Latam builders, with the Latam ecosystem, and give more opportunities for our people to work with them. And we are going to continue keep pushing to accomplish that the next major fronts, that the next major stock projects come from Latin America. So I think it's all. Thank you very much. Gracias. Español, obrigado.
Well done, Saxel team. These guys earned and deserve a little bit more of a louder round of applause than that. Let's hear it a little bit louder. Well done, Angel and Jonathan. So while they pack up, we have a quick update. So next we're going to hear from Eric. Eric is going to talk about bridging Bitcoin and building with the SBTC JS library. And Eric is going to be our final speaker of the day. So when Eric is wrapped, I'll do an official close, and then we will go into the happy hour closing event of the entire conference. So let's hear it for our last speaker of the day. Here for Eric Troy from the Sachs Labs.
Hello. Oh, nice done. Oh, I'm live. So, for those who have seen my demo on Sunday, I demoed basically how to bridging your Bitcoins to SBTC via the SBTC library. And, oh yeah. It's okay. Well, yeah, they can see it. Okay, cool. This is fine. Yeah, this is the browser. Yeah. All right, so let me see how I can do this. All right. All right, so I don't have any slides. Yeah. I'm just raw notes and raw code. So, all right. So for those who've seen me on Sunday, you've seen me demo how to use the SBTC JS library for pegging in your Bitcoins to SBTC. And I did the reverse of pegging your SBTC out back into Bitcoin. For those who are still sticking around for the last workshop, you know what? I'm gonna peg in the Bitcoins and have somebody else receive the minted SBTC. Who wants the SBTC? Oh, okay, let me randomize it. Who should I pick? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Let's do that, all right? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Well, let's do it on 3. 3, 2, 1. I think you won.
Yeah, absolutely.
Send me your stash address in a Telegram group. Okay, so yeah, this workshop is going to be about using that library so that anybody, any app, any builder can integrate a peg in and peg out process for SBTC for their users. At the moment, there is obviously an official SBTC Bridge app, but with this library, with this JS library, you can integrate that into your own app and customize it based on the flow of your app and the UX of your app. Scrolling down. So the goals for this workshop is, yeah, to understand the Bitcoin to SBTC pegging flow, understand the reverse, which is the SBTC back into Bitcoin peg outflow, and to persuade you to build your own SBTC bridge UI. So I feel like everyone here is in the know already. Do I need to explain this? What do you think? No? Yes? No?
Give the 10-second version.
Okay. What does it mean to bridge Bitcoin? It means to bring Bitcoin from the layer 1 to the layer 2 on stacks and to make Bitcoin productive, programmable, unleash Bitcoin's power. All right, a high-level overview of how the system works. We have, think of it as 3 different parties. On the left side is the Bitcoin chain, on the right side is the Stacks chain, and in the middle are very well reputable, trusted men in suit and ties signers, right? These are the guys that we're trusting to sign the SBTC operations, communicate with the SBTC contracts, and also help to manage the SBTC UTXOs. The SBTC UTXO, to give you a little quick glimpse of what that is up over here. Let me refresh the page by clicking on this. This is where the single SBTC UTXO lives on this ginormous taproot address, and this is controlled by the signers. It's very dark right now, it's very hard to see, but the current balance is about 4,300, and that represents how much the value is in SBTC on stacks right now. So,
Just under 400 million.
Go back here. And yeah. All right. So this is understanding the peg-in flow. We're going to go one level deeper into the peg-in flow. Let me make it bigger. Did you send, Antonio, send your stacks address to me? Okay, yeah.
He needs it now.
Gotta get it. Got a lot of time.
Yeah, he's getting the minted SBTC that I'm going to be demonstrating. Plugging in right there. All right, so this is one level deeper for the peg-in flow of what we're going to demonstrate. The user, that's me, I'm going to be on Bitcoin. I'm going to send my Bitcoin not to the signers, but to a custom taproot address or a custom P2TR, pay to taproot address. Once this transaction confirms, the signers will then sweep this UTXO right here into their main address that I showed you a second ago. They're going to complete all their configuration checks and whatnot. And then once they feel that it's confirmed and that they have the UTXO in their address, they will then invoke the Clarity contracts on the right side, on the stack side, and then Antonio will be getting minted, freshly minted SBTC. So the overview of the deposit peg and flow of what I just went through in that diagram. As the builder, you have 4 things that you need to do. You need to build the SBTC deposit address or that custom taproot address, sign and broadcast the Bitcoin transaction, notify the signers that you are making a deposit, and then confirm the user's balance at the end. All right, let's get into the demo. Any questions so far? No? Well, that's a good thing. All right. So I have this code over here. I'm gonna run it locally. Right now it's running locally on a local server. I'm gonna bring up that website. what? Silver. Pretty good. All right. So yeah. I'll repeat it again. What we're going to do now is peg in Bitcoin from my wallet into SBTC to Antonio's dad's address. And let me get that address. Oh, send me a tested address. I need, like, we're dealing with real money here. I'm going to be sending you real SBTC here, not testnet.
Yeah.
But I can go through the code. Oh, wait, that's kind of hard to see the code, right?
We can see. Oh, we can see it.
Okay, so my angle is like blurred a little bit, but oh yeah, you're right. Come on down. All right, so let me make it bigger. Actually, it's kind of small. Oh, did you send me?
Yeah.
You sent me a main address. Nice, perfect. Update the code. All right, so this field over here, I'm gonna get rid of that field, and I'm gonna replace it with Antonio's address. Oh. All right. All right, cool. It's working now. Let me just refresh my app. Boom, boom, cool. And let me make the code bigger again. All right. So, all right. So at the top over here, we're creating that custom Bitcoin or custom Tether address. This address is controlled by me, user, and also the signers. Once we create that custom address, we're going to send it and pass it into this field over here. This method is going to invoke your sats wallet, and it's going to create a Bitcoin transfer. We're going to specify that custom deposit address that we just made, and also the amount of Bitcoin that we want to peg into SBTC. And then at the end over here, we are going to retrieve the TX hex of that same Bitcoin transaction that we just made. And we're going to notify the signers about it, just so that they are aware that there was a pegging process that is being requested, and for them to basically monitor it, check it, and sweep those Bitcoins into their main address. And so, and that's it. It's pretty simple. We're using the SBTC library for that create deposit address method. And also with this client over here, this client is using, he's able to communicate with the signers via the Emily API. And then so with this short amount of code, we can simulate the Bitcoin to SBTC process. So let's go ahead and peg. Well, first, I want to make sure my wallet is properly connected, actually. So go and you know what? Yeah. Second. All right, so my wallet's connected to my app, and I'm going to go ahead and click on the purple button. I made it purple just so I can differentiate between peg in and peg out, right? So we're pegging the stats, the old purple facade. So let's go ahead and invoke that function. And nothing is happening. Hold on a second. Okay. Going back. All right. Put in my password. Is that what it is? Okay. It's off screen, and so nobody can see what I'm typing in, just in case. All right, and we're back. So to summarize, I'm making a Bitcoin transaction to mint into SBTC. The transaction is going to consist of 0.01 Bitcoin. That is at the moment the minimum to peg in. And then we're going to confirm it. And then in about maybe 2 or 3 Bitcoin block confirmations, you should be receiving freshly minted SBTC on mainnet.
Woo!
Okay, and my Bitcoin went through. At the moment, it's probably eventful right now, waiting for confirmation. But essentially, it's honestly as easy as that, and you can customize this flow however you want to based on the purpose of your app, the UX of your app, UI. So just a little glimpse as to that custom deposit address that we created. Essentially, we're creating an address or a Taproot address that, let me make it bigger. Okay. So we're creating a Taproot address that contains a deposit script that is controlled by the signers, reclaim script controlled by me if I want to reclaim back my Bitcoins, and an unspendable pub key that's kind of like, doesn't really mean anything, but essentially it technically means that this address right here doesn't have a spendable private key. So meaning like that, actually nobody has control over this address, but the signers and I have control over those scripts over there. And honestly, that was it. So there was the reverse process, the withdrawing of your SBTC back into Bitcoin. It's pretty similar. The user on Stacks is gonna burn their SBTC in the Clarity contracts, and then the signers will be receiving that emitted event from the contracts. And then the signers, after performing their checks, they will then send back the Bitcoins to your Bitcoin address. And so the process for the developer is just, you want to make sure that the Bitcoin address is valid, make a contract call to the specific SBTC contract, and then you want to confirm that transaction. So lastly, to sum it up, why build your own SBTC bridge? Well, I kind of stated it in the beginning. One, you can tailor the UX for your specific app's flow. For those who use the main app, maybe there might be some things that you want to add more to get more status updates or more information regarding that, regarding the transaction, either on the Bitcoin side or on the Stack side. You alleviate having your users from moving away from your apps, that you don't need to have your user open up a new window, a new browser, a new app, localize it, rebrand it for your community, and you can continue to make Bitcoin bridging invisible. And on the final thing that I want to leave you guys on is the official bridge proves minting SBTC works. Your bridge proves what's possible next. So that's it.
Let's hear it for the winner of the new receiver of Eric's SBTC.
He got about $100 worth of it.
Let's go.
All because of his loud voice. Sometimes you have to be loud.
And also thanks to the current minimum of how much you can pay in. Right now, the minimum is about $100 worth of Bitcoin. So,
okay.
Honestly, if there was no minimum, I would have just maybe gave you like $5. but now you have $100 worth of
for minimum.
So
Awesome, thanks, Eric. Well done, well done. That was fun. All right, everyone. So that is a wrap. That was our last speaker today. We had a panel, and we had a keynote, and we had a fireside. We had another panel, and we had 11 projects give demonstrations of what they've been working on really hard for the last 4 days, followed by our final 2 workshops that just wrapped up today. I am your host. I'm Adam. I am White. We're going to move into our little closing happy hour session. Don't talk to me. I'm too tired. I need a minute. No, I'm kidding. Let's go have some fun over there. We have beverages. We have refreshments. We have some food. Let's go have some fun. Let's mingle. Let's network with everybody. Thank you for coming out. Bitcoin Builders Conference. Thank you. Let's go.
All right, guys, that's a wrap. We're wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires for DevConnect and all of the Stacks events around. I'll be back at my desk, probably not tomorrow morning. I'll be flying in tomorrow morning around showtime. I think I'll see you guys on Friday. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. I'm gonna hook up with GP and we'll get some more content going soon. See y'all on the flip side. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day.
Oh, okay. Keep it. Oh. Yes.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news.
All right, my friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music, and we are back. We have another live guest segment today. We have Jeff, the founder of BSD, Base Dollar on Stacks. What's up, Jeff? How you doing today, man? Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, GM, thank you so much. Happy to be here, and it's great. I'm doing great. I'm getting ready for the holidays.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's fine. You know, you can feel it winding down. Things are getting a little less chaotic, except for us, where we book back to back interviews on the same day. But
You seem like a very busy guy to me. Yeah, like when I've been watching more and more like bits and pieces and segments, and I'm like, this guy is always live on the internet, always.
Well, and we started. We've been doing the daily live streams for Monday through Friday for a little over. We're just going on almost a year and a half, about a year and 4 months. We started out of Stacks D Grants Cohort 2 last summer of 2024. And, it's iterated from doing like a 15 to 20 minute, like good morning check-in to an hour-long show to an hour and a half show with a couple of different news segment and a guest spot and game show, and then other segments throughout the day, like different shows. We had Landy coming on and doing TA. We used to produce Melanie's good kitty Melanie's show and Bitcoin and Beyond show. We do the SIP shows on Friday, and then so it was like in October, it was like, you know what? Why don't we just stream all day, and then we can drop in. So some of what we play throughout the day is just reruns of recent content segments. So what, after I'm done talking to you today about BSD, and I know that there's a ton of people out in the Stacks ecosystem, especially in our audience, that want to know more, very interested in the project. We'll cut that out and we'll replay it throughout the next couple of weeks to get more exposure. So people don't have to just tune into the live, but by doing the live stream all day, we can more accommodate founders like yourself for us to come spotlight. So, but this isn't about me and what we do. This is about you today. So I am relatively new to your project. We met a couple weeks back. There's a project that I've been working on with Rafa, and we had you on to talk to us about some stuff. Just not on, but we had a meeting. That was the first time I met you, and then you just happen to be on the Bitcoin and the Bitcoin building on Bitcoin show with the BitFlow guys, which is also they have their show today too. Last week, and I heard a little bit more, but I really want to get a handle on what you're building, because I know there are definitely options for dollar stable coins is important. You know, we don't want a centralized system. You know, USDC coming to Stacks is great, but you know, I'm a huge fan of what Jacob's building at USDH. And I think just more options in the marketplace make the ecosystem stronger and better for everybody. So I'm really intrigued about your niche and what you're working on with BSD.
Yeah, nice. Thank you so much for that tee up. And before I jump into that, just to sort of put a final point on everything you were saying about the show, I really appreciate what you're doing for Stacks and what you're doing for Bitcoin, and there's just so much work to go around. So I think you're really providing kind of a valuable service for our ecosystem. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that, man. I really appreciate it. We work hard, and there's a small team behind me. There's a lot of people chipping in, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
It is a lot. If I'm being honest, it's a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm happy to give a little intro, and then I'm happy to talk about BSD base dollar, and then I've also got teed up here to do a live demo on testnet.
Awesome.
And I think it's the first time I've ever live shown people like how to take a loan in BSD, and there's a few other features to look at too. So yeah, I'll launch into that. Sound good?
Yeah, actually, why don't we start with a little bit of your background for those that don't know?
Yeah, sure. So I've been doing interface work as either a front end designer or front end engineer or product leader at tech startups for about 20 years now. Got into crypto about 2018, and really was looking for like where I could contribute, and happened to get introduced to the Stacks founders back then. And yeah, I worked for Hero for a number of years, and then spun out my company I have now. There was a bunch of kind of like Hero alumni that spun out small companies all around the same time, like around 4 years ago, when the ecosystem was really decentralizing, and the token launched, and then what we kind of currently think of as like Stacks 2, or like the first version of Stacks that had smart contracts. All around that time, a bunch of people started little development companies like mine, and worked on a couple different things in Stacks over the years, and been working on BSD now for about a year and a half, like heads down building. And yeah, like we're finally live. We have a live beta that's up right now. And yeah, we've got real loans, real Bitcoin. We've got real dual stacking working. Like it's been also for us. It's been a long road, and when you start building one of these protocols, you just always realize that it's like 5 times more work than you thought when you first started. And it's
Always
really yeah. And it's always there's always kind of the steep learning curve and kind of hard education on computational tasks that are pretty simple, but when you try to do them on a blockchain, involve all kinds of funky stuff that you have to design around. So yeah, that is kind of the background. Yeah, now I'll kind of launch into what BSD is and why it exists. Sound good?
Yes, sir.
Great. So a Bitcoin collateralized stablecoin is not a new idea. There's been various permutations over the years on a couple different L2s. But it's one of the things that like the early Stacks team, like us, when we sat around thinking like, why would we want to build a blockchain in the first place? It's to enable things like this. This is like very core building blocks of Bitcoin DeFi. So Bitcoin lending and stable coins. So I've been talking about this idea with the early Stacks team for, I don't know what now, 5 or 6 years, and so I also was a really big fan of liquidity on Ethereum. I just thought the mechanism was very elegant, and thought it was a kind of beautiful hybrid between a lending protocol and a stablecoin. And so I always thought that had a lot of value, and I thought it was like a mechanism that really leaned on the strengths that you get on a blockchain and really can't be done in CeFi, and is really something quite special. And so I kind of like I don't know, fell in love with the idea, I guess you might say. So that's really one big motivating factor. Not to mention the fact that there's sort of huge markets in lending, huge markets in stablecoins. So yeah, the closest thing that exists currently on Stacks is Arcadico. So, but Arcadico started as a Stacks-based collateral stablecoin, and they've kind of added Bitcoin, and we wanted to just do Bitcoin from the jump, and wanted to also include, all of the sort of like latest and greatest mechanism design